Yeah, be careful when you hit the water. We're moving quick.
Yep.
Pilot, we'll wait for your confirmation of thrust before releasing the line.
Roger. I have thrust.
Pull the pin.
Nice work.
Line is clear, pilot. Go ahead and push towards center line.
Roger. Coming to port. Pushing ahead.
Looks good, pilot.
Roger.
I guess the line just...
Auto heading engaged. Pushing ahead.
All right, pilot, that looks pretty good. Just go ahead and bring your auto heading around, inverse the ship, and push out slightly. We'll bring you center line.
Roger. Off stick. Auto heading engaged.
Good copy, pilot. Auto head engaged.
Wow, your rosette wasn't hummed. Humming it now. Must have... Oops. Yeah.
I pushed it to 6.
Oh.
Pilot, if you could start coming after a little bit to reduce the tension on the line, we'll go ahead and launch Sirius.
Roger that. Providing slack.
Deck, go ahead and launch Sirius.
You can hold my pan and tilt too, Sean.
Copy that.
That's looking really good, pilot. Maintain.
Roger.
Go ahead and ease off a little bit, pilot.
Roger. Off stick.
All right, pilot, let's go ahead and re-engage that halfway.
Copy.
Just slight.
Easy back. And off stick.
Good copy, pilot. Off stick.
So not moving.
All right, pilot, 0 turns.
Roger.
Winch, 0 wraps.
Counter reset.
Good copy. Pilot, let's continue with the dive. We'll head down 15 meters per minute.
Roger that. Pushing down.
Deck secure A-frame, please.
A-frame secured.
Alright, pilot, you want to get your lights up?
Monitor swap.
Winch, 10 meters.
Yeah, go for monitor. D213. Go pilot, you want to try homing my rotator? You might have
Yeah,
to bounce the rotator.
Copy that.
Really, let us off, leave it off for a while.
Copy.
Winch, 20 meters.
D228.
Winch, 30 meters.
D231.
Winch, 40 meters.
D248.
Dive suit, be advised, good tracking both vehicles.
Good copy, nav. Good tracking.
D2 auto depth 51.
Alright, pilot, your camera's good. Your rotate's back. Home is set. Fiber values are
Winch,
good.
all stop. 50 meters.
Roger. D251 auto depth.
Good copy. Winch, dive super.
Winch.
Can we go ahead and pass control to the control station, please?
Control room has the winch.
Good copy.
Control room has good winch control.
Understood, control. Good winch control. Pilot, dive super.
Go ahead.
You ready to continue with the dive?
Yep.
Go ahead and continue descent.
Roger. Nice job, dive suit.
Copy. Nav, dive super.
Go ahead, dive suit.
We're going to go ahead and pass control up to the bridge from back here, and then I'll have you work with a bridge to get to the waypoint.
Good copy, dive suit.
going off deck gate. All right. Co-pilot. You want to start pushing down, or you want to wait until he gets in auto position?
I think we're fine to go down.
Okay.
We're just, yeah.
Are we full wide on this Zeus camera here? My main, my full wide. All right, great. All right, co-pilot.
Okay.
Just gonna lock in just a little bit of joy lock ahead.
Yeah, if you want to start,
Okay.
tell me when. I'll start. Come down.
Punching out depth, spooling up. Just give me a second. All right, tickle the winch and go.
All right, slowly starting to come down. Delta 1, 2. I'm going 8, 10. Slowly increasing as delta increases.
You can do that.
It's 15 down. Delta 4, 5, looking good. 20 meters. All right, I'm going to 30. 30 down, paying out. That's 30. Delta 8, looking good.
Go ahead, Dyson. Sounds good, Dive Soup. Nav those comms. Good copy. Thanks, you too, bud.
Delta's pretty big. Reducing.
Bridge, are we now?
8.
Hey, Bridge. Just wondering if we can go ahead and get the ship back into autos here and arrest our drift to the southeast. You're ready to engage port rudder. You guys want to? Good copy. Thank you, Bridge. Go ahead now. Go ahead, winch. Sounds good. Free to go off comms.
Nice work, gentlemen.
Go ahead, Bridge. Good copy.
Open mic winch, I think.
I see that. Yep. No, sorry, Bridge. I didn't have you latch. Yeah, that's a good copy on the current change.
Break Delta. I don't know how I'm so efficient right now.
I don't know.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I'm spot on 30.
All right, gentlemen. We have drifted off course significantly.
Streaming wise, to the north, yeah.
So we will let the ship get into autos here, and then we're going to have about a 400-meter ship move.
Copy that. Should we, if we do decimal 2, should we pause descent and let the ship move? Or?
Decimal 2 still gets us done before we get bottom.
Okay.
Currently, you guys are 130, 140. Bottom time would be 80 minutes at decimal 2. That's going to be 6-5 minutes. So I'll give you a 15-minute buffer.
Copy that.
Let that swing play out. Get ready for acquiring
Delta's
bottom.
Looking better. Delta 8 looks good. Winch tension looks good. Fiber values have improved by about a half dB.
Great.
It's pretty nice.
From previous dive, or from
Nominal.
Nominal values.
Yeah.
So yeah, from the last dive. Relative to the last dive.
You still don't have happy fins there, huh?
Yeah, it's got final alignment.
You don't care about the gross.
If you got green lights over there,
I've got all green.
you can ask the. I'm not sure what the gross means. It's always awkward when you have to do a ship move directly to D2's heading, isn't it?
Yeah. Delta 2-3.
All right, you're getting back on it, Sean. 62.
Go ahead, Bridge. Good copy, Bridge. Stand by. I think I'm going to request a ship move here in just a second. We're going to the north today, due north is our plan. 425 meters at 315. All right, pilots, if you guys are ready, I'm going to put a ship move in here. We're looking at a
I guess my heading.
range of 425 meters. At a
Pilot term J-box leak. See that? This is serious.
Okay.
I will take a photo and note that.
Yeah. There's some schmutz in there, the bottom, you know.
What's the status of the leak detector in the term J-box?
I'm not sure.
Is that a new one? Or is that a
It's
old
an
one?
It's an old one. How the comps doing?
Comps look good.
Okay.
You good with me requesting a ship move, guys?
Yeah, I'll just have to be careful.
Okay.
Because you're going to call it in my heading, basically, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Bridge, RV nav. Hey, Bridge, I'd like to request a ship move, please. Range 425 meters, bearing 310 degrees. And if we could start at 0.2 knots and potentially bring that up to 3, depending on how you guys like that speed, that would be great.
Flexing camps, 222.
1548.
Good copy all. Thank you, Bridge.
At 222 meters. Flex links flickered.
We're back.
Back at 239.
What was the bearing of that move?
310.
Roger.
209 meters was last dive, and they flickered pretty close.
Delta 5. Headings.
5.
Headings look good. So we're having the ship move my heading. So I think we'll see what way it tends, but I might,
Swing.
depends on how fast you go, I might
Yeah.
clock to starboard. But we'll see how it happens.
Sounds good. Yeah. Okay,
Go ahead, Bridge. Good copy. Yeah, just let us know what you guys think you need to change to. I'll confirm with pilots. $290. Aye. All right, sounds good, Bridge. We'll make that heading 290 and go ahead and make our move to 425 meters to a 310. Good copy, all. Thank you, Bridge.
what's that monitor? I can put up
That's the still cam right now. What do you want to put up?
just the overboard shiv. While we move.
Wire?
No, not the wire cam. It's the
That one?
No, it's the
for
port.
the
It's
port
this starboard deck. Right.
starboard HD. Okay.
Oh, you don't look at the wire angle.
Yes.
I'm with
voice
you.
man.
I'm with you. Delta 7.
Delta 7. Do
reduced.
you want me to see if I can ping Bobby and let him know?
Yeah,
this?
see if he knows the status of the unit is.
Sounds like no one's home.
Hey, Dry Lab, this is Nav. If you guys have me. Fernando, can you come in for a second? Go ahead, Bridge. Sounds good, Bridge. Thank you.
Delta 3.
Go ahead, Bridge. Sorry. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
0.3, John. The move.
I'll be right back.
How you doing, Nav?
I'm doing good.
So
How are you?
I'm streaming this way, northbound. You're moving me northwest. So hopefully I clock over, or I stay right here. We'll see. So keep a keen eye on streaming today. Sure, go for it. Looks like I'm clocking to starboard, Sean. Headings.
This is GFOE video engineer Roland Bryan making a general announcement to all those on the ship and the shore. This is a reminder that all audio associated with this dive will be recorded with our archive video, as well as being streamed to shore via our satellite and the
That's
internet.
weird that
Keep that in mind as we proceed with the dive today.
the
and
gross
enjoy the dive.
alignment
Thank you.
is red.
I bounced the focal.
Okay, that's why.
Is it okay?
Yeah, that happened when I unplug it as well. So
Okay. We figured it was due to the focal bouncing.
So
But we still had to find alignment, so we figured it'd be okay. How your comps holding up there? 76 and 90.
yeah, they look good.
Yeah. Okay. Delta's a little heavy. I'm gonna ease it.
what is declination right now?
15.
15 on the dot.
15.57.
Okay.
Nice. I'm clocking around northbound. This is good. When we bounced the focals, we also lost the homes on the GFOE rotators. So we had to rehome them.
What's the humidity reported in the serious bottle?
8%.
8%. Very nice.
Must be good desiccants.
Fresh ones. Super dry. Desiccants. A lot of capacity to absorb moisture.
How do they work? They should absorb moisture. Where do they put it? Do they
It's one of
expand?
It's one of life's mysteries.
Oh, so little jellyfish in the cirrus view?
Yeah.
Oh, it's gone. Thanks for turning my lights on, by the way.
Of course. I hope they're to your liking.
All right, pilots, even with all that back and forth, heading change, start, stop, we should still have about a 15, 20-minute buffer before you reach bottom with that ship move.
Copy that.
Copy.
So at this step here, you should be neutral current on the vehicles, subsea. It's going to be all from the ship position move.
Copy that.
Did you naturally swing around?
Yep, sure did.
Delta a little low.
Copy.
Alright, Bliffy's pointed out, sonars are on. HD2, D2's pointed down. Streaming looks good, comps look good. Fiber values look good.
Copy.
Approximately 1 hour to bottom, pilots.
Copy that. 1 hour to bottom, 60 minutes. 60 minutes. Bless you.
Thank you.
Nav, what's the track of today look like?
Due north.
Due north, copy that. Due north. Yep, I see it up there. Some slope. What's the steepest slope we might see
Oh,
based on your interpolated data there?
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 50 meters. So 70, that's 70 meters run. That's 50 rise. Let's see what that calculates to. 50 rise, 70, slope average, 36 degrees.
Nice, that's pretty good. That'd be the steepest we've seen. This cruise, at least. Not ever.
Pilot,
Go ahead.
comms check.
Oh, yeah, good. $840 meters. Delta's been holding at 7.
Winch tensions look good. Fiber values still look good.
Compass has creeped a little bit.
Yeah, we're streaming more southeast. Dragging to waypoint 1.
Why do you think that's gotten bigger delta once we got in?
I've been changing stuff. I reduced my forward way. I've been constantly trimming these numbers. So.
Comps look good.
Happy?
Layback looks good.
The insulation resistance look nominal on the D2 power page. I mean, they would shut off. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, it's increasing, which is good. Okay. We're doing TASMAPs when we get to the bottom, or we're doing science when we get to the bottom?
I think we test what we need to test and go from there.
Okay. When are we doing white balance?
We have a new, just right there, put in a new, fresh play
Yeah?
play option
Should I try it?
for Zeus, and there's also one for R3. Camera has to be at 0. Your rotator should be at 0 to start with.
Yeah, walk me through it.
Put your rotator at 0.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see, you want some hydraulics. I'll keep eyes on streaming.
Roger.
HPU is on, ramping up a little bit. Okay, you have hydraulics. Streaming looks good, Delta 4-5. I'll keep eyes on that.
Hydraulics coming on.
That.
Yeah.
Craft is on. Alright, so you can like just push it out in a neutral position.
Neutral
That
position.
looks good. So then you can index out, go to teach play. And then go to play.
WB2.
Do you want me to put your mini Zeus up? Or maybe an HD?
Yeah.
HD2, I'll center you up.
I had the wrist pretty far up. Doesn't really matter, but there you are. Get you close.
That'll get you close. It's
Oh,
not.
it's not
it's not perfectly repeatable.
Doesn't, yeah.
It's a little. I think there's a little bit of a tolerance there.
Let me get my starboard lower.
Sure.
This is fun.
All right. Streamer looks good. Delta 4. Okay, starboard lower is going inboard.
Video is your pilot. You can zoom in on the D2 Zeus if you'd like. I can get you centered up.
And then we do both swing arms go inboard now.
Oh, both swing arms. You keep going in video. I'll get you lined up. Yeah, hold that. Oh, we're close, eh?
Yeah, I don't think I had the rotator at dead zero when I set it up. So
Max
that's,
zoom.
Is that good video? Is it good enough?
No, it's a little bit
That's not good
left
enough?
stripes.
All right. Here we go. How's that video?
It's good.
All right. I'll leave it right there.
So it's kind of like how close it gets you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's a little.
Got very spotty camera controls.
You want me to bounce it for you, Roland?
Give me just a second to work the controls and see how
Delta's-
bad it is.
Delta's getting a little low there.
Yeah, I just turned it up a little bit. Sean.
Copy that.
Nice jellyfish on Sirius. Still there. Let's go.
I'd like to test the controls with the RCB 50 real quick.
Roger.
Off counts.
So did bouncing the focal
Yeah.
solve the
422.
temporary camera control issue?
Not temp. No. So it was like we had no control of the.
Oh, there was none.
So basically the 422 like wasn't linked.
So bouncing focal.
Two different things going on
Okay.
there. And I can just exit out of this teach play mode, right? And it won't do anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
you have those lowers full inboard, Sean, or are they like halfway inboard?
They're mostly inboard, but not all the way.
Copy.
I think you could just put them all inboard because there's not a great gauge on like how far inboard you are,
Right.
you know, besides
Yeah.
visually just looking. So you could probably just go all the way inboard and be fine, but I think it's something we're still kind of developing.
Are you just watching a light pool coming over the craft?
I just look at the PTZ,
Yeah.
put the PTZ on it, eye that, and then eye the whiteboard. All right, winch tension looks good. We're coming down. Wire out, 1119 meters. Breeze closely with cirrus depth. Makes sense. Streamer looks good. Not too much layback. Looks
Yeah.
nice and tight.
Does look good.
We're going to bounce the PCU 422.
Roger.
It's smooth on the RCB 50.
So
Oh, note that, Sean.
PCU 422 being bounced. Smooth on the R what?
RCP 50.
RCP 50.
Chunky on telemetrics. And then after bouncing, we'll see what the
So the RCP-50 is a control unit in the rack room.
Yep.
It's plugged directly to the, or not drip, at least
plugs
closer
into the,
to
it plugs
the.
closer, yeah, plugs into the
camera.
PCU, yeah.
So that's a 1618. Okay, PCU 422 has been bounced. Sweelan RCP-50 chunky on telemetrics. D2 Zeus. D2 Zeus. Controls.
I'm now going to bounce the IUS-5.
Copy. Telemetrics. IUS-5 box.
1619.
Approximately 45 minutes to bottom.
Say soft reboot.
Roger. Soft reboot.
Bouncing telemetrics. Soft reboot. The I what?
IU-S5.
Dash S. And that is the telemetrics box?
That's one of the telemetrics boxes, yeah. Do we hand off in 10 minutes? Is that what I'm saying?
Say it one more.
I think that's what you're saying.
Watch change? 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's correct. Bottom of the hour.
All right.
We'll have what?
Watch leave this there, right?
30. So we have another hour till bottom?
45 minutes.
45 minutes till bottom, copy.
Okay, I still have stuttery controls. Can we bounce the camera?
Sure. You're not streaming it?
We are not anymore.
Coming off. You're writing this down, Sean.
Yes.
Yeah. Coming up. On the camera. There you go. The Tasman is reporting 160, 0, 146, 0. Kind of
Yeah, don't go to auto altitude.
copy.
Oh yeah, main D2, it looks like it's squeezed out, 5700 cam.
Alright, great. I'd like to still check that on deck. See if we can find something.
Want to try it one more time on the RCP-50?
Roger.
Does that indicate there's still chunky controls?
I don't know. Probably.
I'll ask him. RCP-50.
Thanks for taking those notes.
I got you.
ROVs are descending. Looks like we're approaching 1,300 meters. Today's bottom target is a little over 2,500 meters.
That's correct.
Looks like you closed the iris for a black balance, if I had to guess. Let's try an auto back balance on the RCP-50 probably. Just checking it with his waveform monitor. And he's up. Looks like smooth control.
Hear that? Hear that voice in the background?
Yeah.
That's Roland with that jawbone headset.
What? No way.
I can hear Roland right now.
Is he talking to us?
I think he's in the rack room talking to Brian, but he's got that jawbone on.
I think the jawbone's something else. Oh. I hear a rack room. Copy. Tilting to lose the stripes, aye.
Is today a push or a pull day, Sean?
Last 3 days has been a push. So today I'm finally going to do it.
Pull. Pull day.
It's push day. It needs to be push.
There's tension over time. Looks like looks good, right?
Yeah.
Linearly climbing up. As expected.
It's not asymptotic. Asymmetric.
Roger.
Okay. I want to lose those white stripes that were at the top.
Above
Just the gray
DSC
chart.
Labs dash splash NOAA. A little more. Oh.
The arm is a little bit too far away.
Arm is not in the correct position. Stand by. If I get closer on, it's going to change this gear. See that?
Yep.
So I kind of need to be out there to keep it square. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You sure you don't got more zoom?
Max zoom.
Right
How's
there.
that?
Boom. Perfect.
Hydraulics might drift a little bit, so I don't know which time you got wrong. I guess it tilt.
Lost focus control.
So when was the last time you had full control?
Oh, that's focus.
Yeah, I went away from my box. Okay, back to the control room, rack room.
Okay.
Not sure I love the track line color and the vehicle color today. Blue's really tough to work around.
You can do orange, right? Blue and orange. Sean, can you see blue and orange?
What do you want? Like I
can
can
see
either
blue and
change the
orange.
track
Yeah,
or
orange typically does good.
the vehicle.
Can you see
This
this?
looks good.
Can you see this? Yeah, so you can't see blue and red.
I could see.
Make the red orange.
This is fine.
So track line for D2.
Brighter would be better. Or like, yeah, maybe an orange.
Orange.
Yeah, orange, yeah. You should be able to get that.
Does that white track line for
That's
Sirius interrupt the vehicle for D2 though? Does that get mixed in the wash?
We can make D2 orange.
I can't make D2 orange.
It's fine.
No.
That's better, right? This is better to you? Can you tell the difference between these two?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, you can do teals too.
I didn't see teals as a choice.
Okay, I did confirm. I do still have some chunk control
On which boxes?
on all boxes.
Okay.
IUS5 boxes.
The PCU 422 and the RCP 50.
RCP 50. Every box is chunky.
Yeah.
This is
But the only ones who really care is the RCP50 and the telemetrics. That's the two comparisons.
All boxes are chunky.
all right. So you have chunky control. How's your focus? Talk to me about your focus control.
Focus is good.
All right, that's good. You had smooth operation with the RCP, and then did you do any auto balancing?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Do you want to bounce the camera and not do any auto balancing, and then run that, or do you like this better?
What you were saying? Repeat it.
I was thinking, it seems like the control gets chunky after the auto white balance. Do you agree?
I say that is the truth, what we saw the other day. But when I was looking at the RCP 50 before, it was not clearing, not completing the white balance.
Okay.
Today I'm seeing it
Phantom
is
jelly.
completing.
Oh, cool. All right, Roland. I'm thinking it seems like the auto white balance triggers something, so maybe we shouldn't do that for now until we can change something. Does that make sense?
Not really.
I guess. Do you have enough control to continue?
Yes,
All right. Let's leave it then.
I'm close enough.
All right. Let's. What about HD2? Do we?
Let's go ahead and do HD2.
All right. How do we do HD2?
Just move Mini Zeus.
Just move mini Zeus.
Then if you want to do the R3, you can do the teach play, but I don't think you're going to be sitting for that.
I think you, already set one for that one as well.
Taking that monitor back then.
Oh yeah.
Delta's a little low, hey? I'm going to push down a little harder.
A little low. Might be a little hot on winch too if you want me to back that off.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Back
use
up?
it. Use it to 30 there. I'll cool off my down. I don't want my nav to be off. He's probably calculating 30. Delta's still low. Pushing down harder.
Okay, it's about 30 flat now.
Are these screws starting to rust? Should we get some stainless ones and spread
Video's clear.
All right.
Were those not? Was that just a black oxide
I wonder if
steel?
Black oxide.
You want me to teach play the white balance?
We get some stainless powder
Yeah.
coat, some stainless screws.
To play, and then whichever one is. Ready?
That's
all
the
right.
one.
So now all I gotta do is this elbow elevation, wrist pitch. Looks like it needs to go back down. Wrist yaw out of the way, and now shoulder azimuth. Here we go.
Oop, careful how close you get.
I mean, that's where it is.
Is that where it is? Okay.
Right? That's totally wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? Oh, it is right.
Go for the 3.
I'm just looking at it on camera. All right.
Okay, if I tilt down, it's not as bad.
Sean.
I got nervous.
You made me
The angle of the camera. I
nervous.
was like, "Ooh."
I was like, I don't think I had it that close when I was.
Just not used to seeing it like that.
Yeah.
Looks like we're focusing. Give me down. Oh.
That angle though. Look at the chip chart. You're not flat at all.
Not even close.
It wasn't like that the other day.
No, I think it was.
Was it that?
Yeah.
I had it that wackadoos.
There's no way to. The only way to rotate that is to come shoulder azimuth.
come back out.
So which yeah,
Gotcha.
we're kind of stuck with that.
Maybe he was zoomed
get
in
my
and I
feedback
didn't really
here.
pay attention.
I think they're good. I got a picture, right?
Yeah, I don't know what he does for white balance back there.
I think he just takes a picture.
Copy. Auto white balance.
Going for stow.
Gotcha.
Video, can we zoom out on my main HD, please? Sure done. Thanks.
Okay, done with hydraulics.
I think so.
Swing arms are back out. Let's see. Valve packs are off. Ramping down hydraulics. HPU is off.
Thanks.
Yep.
That's Delta looking now. 6, 7.
7 looking good.
Approximately 30 minutes to bottom.
Roger. 30 minutes.
So rinser on? Oh. Mr. McClutchy. Go ahead, Rich. Yep, we're just going to go past a little bit so the vehicles will settle right over top of waypoint 1. Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
Yeah, this is swung around. It was here, and then it's come all the way around back this way. So
Open mic nav.
They changed ship heading to 25.
Go ahead, Bridge. Copy. Thank you, Bridge. All right, pilot, the ship has stopped moving.
Roger
Looks
that.
like
Nav.
you are pushing ahead a little, so you should be good.
Copy that. Yep, streaming's good. Maintaining healthy delta. And pilot, can you confirm our bottom depth today? Is it 23 or 25:30?
25:30, yep.
Approximately. Copy.
Last nav reported 25:32, but
Roger that.
That's very precise.
Set up maybe 75, 100 meters above that. Take our time getting down.
Yeah, get in formation and go down together.
Yep, sounds planned.
Bridge nav. Yeah, I'm just recording conditions down here. Where do you see the dominant swell coming from today? Okay, thank you very much. All right, gentlemen. We are 20 minutes to expected bottom.
Copy. 20 minutes to bottom. Thanks, Nav. Did I hear the ship had stopped their move?
Yes, the ship has stopped. Right with the transom right over waypoint 1. Looks very flat.
And what's our expected path today? What ground are we trying to cover, if any?
Thank you for asking.
Pilot, 9 Delta.
Roger.
My camera's looking down at 90 degrees.
Copy that.
So we are.
I wanted to let you know that we have some ground faults on both vehicles that we're watching. Your altitude is flickering in and out. Be advised, can't believe that number. I do not have altitude lock.
Roger that. Thank you, co-pilot.
I do not have autopilot, auto heading engaged. Be advised.
All is well.
Comps all look nominal.
Anything further to report, co-pilot?
I think that's it at the moment.
Thank you for the thorough update.
Okay.
I forgot to mention that sonars are set to high.
Nav has been adjusting sonars over here. So we're landing in the bottom of this little horseshoe bowl. That's what the name I made for it. And then we'll be climbing the north wall.
North wall. Aye.
Yeah. Let me find the steepest contours here. Let's see. We'll probably end up actually going more northwest to go perpendicular, but
What is the approximate slope of that wall?
Yeah, that looks decently steep. Steep.
Yeah, it actually rises 10 over 10 right here, so
Ah.
I bet there'll be some rocks, finally.
Excellent.
You can exercise your rock sampling skills. We are, we're at 200 meters from it. It's too late now to move closer, but...
It's okay. We'll take our time, set up on bottom, and...
Yeah, we can do some...
We'll get some moves going.
Start going, yeah.
We'll hustle to the bottom and then slow down.
So, as you know, the DVL has been having issues. We're probably going to trade it out tonight. For now, just going to run a diagnostic on it for an in-water. So he might ask you to hover a meter off the bottom for 2 minutes.
Roger that.
But I think that'll be the extent of that.
Any update? Open mic video. Any update on its health from the support?
Just from the in-bucket diagnostics, he said it looks like 2 of the beams are dead.
So the initial report of looks great, and the bucket was not quite accurate.
Yeah, it was a little confusing.
Looks great for -2 beams.
That felt like the data set you sent me looks great. We'll need to dig in.
Yeah, and then he said, or the beams look dead, I'll run it by engineering.
Okay.
So we'll do one more in water, just to one more diagnostic in water, just to really finish it. But unfortunately, I think there'll be no autos. I don't know about auto altitude using the altimeter. I don't know if it's reliable enough.
Copy. Passing, sorry, real quick. Passing through 2,030 meters, wire out. Approximately 500 meters off bottom.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Copy, 500 meters.
Copy that, Bridge. A little weather coming. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, we'll keep you posted when we get to the bottom and request that A-frame center. But otherwise, hopefully you can make the change before.
All right, sorry about that, Nav. I just wanted to do the 500 call out.
Oh, yeah. The only other thing Fernando mentioned was just checking the... Oh, there's some nice jelly. Checking the... all 3 compasses, Sirius, D2, and fins, just visually with cameras. And if they're all within a degree or 2, we'll call that part of the shakedown done. So.
Roger that. So you wanted to do that first thing on bottom, is that correct?
Just on the flat here. No particular rush, but once we do it, if it's good, I can check it off on the to-dos.
Let's knock that out.
Put your name next to it, John.
Let's definitely knock that out.
What's the tall point nearby? Highest shallowest point? Or top of the ridge that we're going to, probably.
Yeah,
local high.
20. I mean,
2,300.
Well, I mean that's 2,300.
But then it keeps going.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess these flats are. They're not labeled. I guess they're more like 22. I'll drop a point up there.
Yeah, it looks like 10 or 15 contours.
Yeah.
22-ish. All right.
Looks like bailout will line up nicely with ship heading.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, we'll have about we'll have some time at this depth, but eventually the ship will drift into the horseshoe. I'll label these contours. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just do the hundreds.
Have you done a trial of the suction hose and the temperature probe yet, Sean?
I have not.
Those are on the list for everyone to try them out.
Roger that.
Humidity, 8% on Sirius. Nice job yesterday.
It's because of that final nitrogen purge.
Probably is.
Concur.
Didn't just pull in the rain.
That's pretty impressive, yeah, with the climate yesterday.
Getting a bottle to 8% while it's raining out.
It's lower than it is typically in a dry environment, I feel like.
Well, we tried to close D2 in dry, and it's 12%. So, although I think it was a little humid on deck that day. All right, so safety clearance is 2122 today.
Yep. For Sirius camera, it's still the aft facing. So are you going to use that to drive under, or are you going to turn fisheye on? You know, we moved it, so we basically have 2 tether cams.
Yeah, I mean, we can make do with the Titan.
Yeah, okay. Nav has deck.
Co-pilot has deck.
Um,
300 meters.
Lars was going to lead the charge.
Bottom, 10 minutes. Yeah, we've got Lars on video here.
Sounds right. Passing 2,200 meters, wire out, on our way to just over 25. 300 meters.
I'm wondering, we know the DVL doesn't work. Should we turn it off so the altimeter will take over?
I'd be okay with that. I think that'd be nice, and then it would also maybe be less interference for sonar, other acoustic sounding devices.
DVL coming off.
And is altimeter on now?
Altimeter coming on.
Ah. Okay, so it's just saying no bottom lock. We'll see how it behaves.
Blue view's pointed down, range 80 meters, which is about where we usually see bottom start to come in.
Yeah, that's our usual best indicator, first indicator. We've been setting up at 75 meters depth or about 50 meters, or it depends on the terrain.
What do you mean setting up?
Getting into
kind of dealer's
our working config.
Dealer's choice.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely acquire. Let's see what we can acquire bottom in the blue view first.
Should be very flat.
So we can probably come down to maybe 50. Once we get a reading.
You might want to turn off D2 Seeking to get the multi-beam. I'm not sure. Do you guys know if it's...
We've been letting it just kind of run because it doesn't obstruct bottom. So bottom will show up in the middle 2 beams.
You still see bottom, you just have the flashing, the
artifacts.
Okay, artifacts.
Delta is still healthy.
250.
Approximately 10 meters. Streaming is good. Little ways to go still.
Open mic deck. Oh, I thought it was open mic, but I guess you're actually talking to another deck member. All right. Carry on.
Couple 48 pings. That seems to just be the standing noise. Yep.
Checking off data fourth.
Yeah. Pilot, can I bring up Sirius back on monitor, right?
Absolutely. At your discretion. So D2's main HG looks a little darker. I saw him white balance earlier, but thank you, video. That's perfect.
$2,330 meters wire out, approximately 200 meters off bottom.
Is this a typical reading for fins? I can't remember. Thought that's usually.
They said they reset or power cycled the fins, and they got fine alignment back, but they couldn't get gross.
Okay, I did see that in testing on deck one evening. So
yeah,
when you power cycle, I think you were there. I don't think that matters as long as we have the fine alignment.
If we get settled up in our transiting, maybe I can open the fins manual. Okay, 100 meters to expected bottom.
Roger that.
130 meters.
I think once we acquire in the blue view, I'll come down to maybe 50 meters off the bottom, and we can sit up there. If that works for you.
Sure. Where would you like me to stop in that case?
Probably 70 meters or so off the bottom.
You got it.
Although you won't have an altitude lock by then, so we could probably come down a little bit lower if it's a flat bottom.
With it being flat, I would think we'd be able to come down.
Get altitude lock.
Me 50 and you around the 30 mark.
That sounds good.
That way we're also not in the dangerous formation for so long coming down.
Yep, that sounds good with flat bottom. Serious altitude lock's been showing up, what, like
50.
mid-40s? Has it been? I thought I saw mid-40s, yeah.
50 is the max with this model.
Right. But I don't think it's been reading until like 42, 43.
Yeah, correct.
Your headings are drifting off a bit, FYI.
Copy that. Still have forward way on. Delta's good.
Go ahead, Bridge. Copy that. Thank you, Bridge.
80 meters off bottom, estimated. Should be getting something on Blueview soon.
Roger that. Locked in a little bit more forward way there. Straightened out.
Yep. Weather system is passing through, but wind is just up to 16.
Keep your eyes peeled on Blueview.
You should be 60 meters off. Should be coming in soon.
Maybe right there. Can't quite tell.
Yeah, hard to say.
Not definitive, but
Maybe.
passing 2475. 50
We've
meters.
got altitude on D2, 4.5.
Yep,
4.5
meters. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Right there in the middle.
Yep.
4.5 on Sirius.
And I have visual.
Deck, we're coming to
HD.
bottom. We'll call back when we're settled up.
All right, I'm going to begin slowing here, I think.
I'm coming to a stop.
Roger that.
Scaling in
Disengaging
Blueview.
Z-bias.
There's bottom on Blueview. It's just kind of faint.
Yep. Looks good. Gauging auto depth. Coming down a little bit more.
Co-pilots all stop.
Roger that. Looks like you're stopped 38 meters or so.
Yep.
I'll come down a little bit more.
I can also come back up since we got a late ping on altitude.
I think we're good here.
Roger that. Holding here, 38.
Increasing delta slowly. And are you looking full back on your camera? If you would do that for me when you get a chance.
Roger, I've also engaged auto head
Copy
this
that.
time.
Good morning, everyone.
Auto heading also
welcome
engaged.
to,
Camera all the way back.
Thank you.
Tracking Untitled.
Delta
on the Okeanos
approaching
Explorer.
20 meters.
My name is Thomas Morrow. I'm the expedition coordinator. I'm here with our science leads.
My name's Alexis Weinig. I'm a biologist with
Alright.
the U.S. Geological Survey.
I'm going to begin backing here.
And my name is Paige Koenig, and I'm a geophysicist
keep an eye.
at Western Washington University.
Roger, if you're done with tail cam, I'm going to switch
If you
you.
are curious
for
about
me.
today's dive location, please hop on over to Stream 3. We are currently taking a look at the map of the planned dive track, and we're going to give you a little more
Delta's
context
good. I see
about,
my light.
Delta
what we're
20.
doing. If you've been following along
You're
for the
on
past few
Zeus.
days,
Roger
you know
that.
that we are still in our engineering shakedown dives.
If you can follow me
testing
down
out the
to
ROVs
90
and making
degrees straight
sure
down.
they are ready for the
Roger
field
that.
season.
Tilting up.
And so today we are trying to tackle a little more topography than the previous dives.
Gosh, I can't find you at all
we are
in fisheye.
coming down to a nice flat spot here
I think I see it right there at the
in
bottom.
the northern Pacific Ocean. And
Fisheye.
It's so hard. I'm glad
Oh,
we're...
fisheye, yeah. I was looking at
slope.
PTZ there.
Paige and Alexis,
Yeah,
would
you
mind
just
telling us
went
a little
off
bit about this
while I
weekend,
was
what it
doing
might
rotator.
be,
We're at
or
90.
what we're
Copy
hoping to
that.
find.
Yeah, so right now where we're at, we're in the
I'm gonna go
Cascadia
and- I'm trying to
deformation
port if
front,
that works
which
for
just
you.
pretty much
You have a
means
good
it's
eye
this
on tether?
large region
Oh,
offshore
yeah, it works for me. I don't
Washington and
see
Oregon,
trend one way
where
or the other.
the
Okay.
oceanic
Yeah, it doesn't- I don't
plate
see the
is kind of
tether
like
waving in
mashed
degrees.
up. And
Alright,
so
coming to
in this
port.
location, we can see a series of thrust faults that are evident at the surface.
Yeah, that fisheye
And those
doesn't keep
thrust
us
faults
up.
create
it's
kind of
kinda
those
washed
like
out.
glad we're changing
mounds
that out.
that are parallel
Alright, back
to the
to-
coastline. And so where we're going
I
is
knew
we're
one.
going to kind of one of those uplifted regions in hopes
Oh,
to
yeah, I
find
forgot we have the other
some
down camera. Should've been on that one the
excavated
whole time.
Yeah,
geologic
definitely a little more
surfaces that
vivid.
will provide us better
At
insight
least you can see your
into
light pool there.
um,
I'm at
the
90.
geology in the
Roger
area
that.
and
If you wanna
help
turn,
us
'cause we're gonna go slightly
navigate the
northwest, but mostly
geohazard
north, right?
potential
Yeah.
along Cascadia. And
Basically
also
north.
hopefully
Yeah.
see some
You
cool
can turn to
biology
starboard
in the
if you like,
meantime.
co-pilot.
Coming to due north.
Yeah, so there's often a potential for
with
benthic
you
organisms, so
slightly.
animals that live on the seafloor when we have a sloped area. So we're hoping for some hard bottom as we
north.
move our way up
Roger
this
that, due
feature. And that means hopefully habitat for corals and sponges, as well as other
All right,
animals
coming
that
back,
might live
correcting.
in
No
those
problem.
communities.
All right.
This is,
If you're
like
ready, I'll
Thomas
push ahead
said,
and you
our
can come down.
first, or not our first slope, but our most
Pushing out.
intense slope as of this expedition. And so
Mm-hmm.
we'll be working along with the pilots to make sure that they're comfortable with how everything is going, and then possibly doing some sampling later in the day.
And feel free to bring your camera up.
Yep.
And we will be on the line for most of the dive today, narrating, so
Looking
you'll
real
hear
good.
us, but you also have the opportunity to hear the pilots as they communicate with each other and with us.
Scale in your blue view.
And so
Camera's
I
at
hope you
55.
can tune
Roger,
in as
55.
we explore
Hanging
this
out slow.
exciting feature.
Copy that.
Yeah, happy to have you here.
I'll wait
Blue
for
view
the
has bottom
delta to
15
decrease,
meters
and then
away.
I'll come down with you. Good view of tether.
15 meters a minute.
D2 altitude 6 meters and falling.
Once we acquire bottom, if you want to get a healthy delta locked in, and we'll let the cable rinse and crew set up out there.
Roger that.
So we've reached the seafloor, and we're going to
Dial in
let the
Z-bias
pilots set
here.
up and get everything in order before we start today's track.
Co-pilot, all stop. 20 to 25 meters altitude.
Roger that.
You want to let deck know you're off?
Hands off. Go ahead, Nev.
Okay. Deck, this is your ROV navigator. Co-pilot is off winch. You are clear for rinser.
Looks like a slight current from port to starboard down here. You can see the tether being blown out that way too. Just a little bit. But otherwise, nice conditions.
Bridge nav. Wanted to update you, the ROVs are on the seafloor, a depth of 25-30 meters.
Coming to your center, co-pilot.
Camera's still 55.
Roger.
Copy that, Bridge. And we could we set bailout to ships heading 250? Good copy.
Copy video. This looks like a good approximate Z-bias here. Altimeter seems to be holding well. Say again, video.
It's pointing out the tongue that's pulling in the lower left.
Copy. While we're waiting for setup, you're welcome to come on in on that if you like. Is that the guy you're looking at?
Confirmed.
Copy.
Yeah, so what our video engineer has
Nav
pointed out to the
copies.
pilot was a
Co-pilot's doing lights, and we'll test the winch shortly.
proboscis, or a tongue pulling
Okay.
in
Very
from a
close up.
worm that would be burrowed in the sediment. So they're called
Co-pilot,
spoon
they're ready
worms,
for
is the
in and
common
out.
name. And they extend their
Lars, co-pilot.
tongue out onto the sediment so they can catch things. And there's an octopus in the
Swimming
top left
polychaete
corner.
lower right.
Oh, wow.
But those spoon worms are burrowed down
Go ahead and take
underneath, so you just see the proboscis. We have a little scale worm that's swimming.
Co-pilot copies.
So a type of
That's max
annelid
tilt down there, rolling.
polychaete.
All right. Good here.
Copy that, deck.
I really love how we settle on these muddy bottoms and it looks very blank, and then we just sit still for a moment and start looking around and seeing so many little small things in the water column, on the seafloor. There's life everywhere, even though
Did you guys just change lights?
really boring.
I did.
Full
Yeah, and I
light.
think this
Thanks,
it
video.
speaks to the productivity of this region. So there are certain places where
Swimming
you
jelly
really
just
don't
right of
even
center.
see
Copy that. Stand by.
much.
I'm gonna inquire
There's definitely
what we
things
need to do
living
with,
in the sediment, but you
Fernando
don't
here.
always see things that
Standing
are
by.
on top of it,
All right, Nav,
crawling around. Normally,
do we
anything
need to
that's
bring
living
Fernando in
on
for-
the sediment
He just wanted us to check
ingesting
visually, so
nutrients
Okay.
from the sediment
if,
in some way. So
we're happy with the way
that's how they
altimeter's
feed,
performing,
which
or
means that
are
there's
you
a
talking
lot
about
of
on DVL?
nutrients and carbon
no,
and
just for
energy
the,
that's just stored
compasses.
in
Okay,
that
compasses.
seafloor
Yeah.
sediment.
So if you go to sensors,
that those animals are able to utilize.
We got compass.
Yeah.
Got a little swimming sea cucumber on the right
So
side,
why don't-
flapping around.
I guess just a line due north.
Roger.
Yeah.
Somebody
Is that a
We'll have
shrimp?
him
I don't know.
align
That
due
little
north.
guy. It's moving fast.
Yeah.
And so the way that this dive will go is that it's safest for
What
the
is it?
ROVs to come to the
Co-pilot, can I
seafloor
put
where
out your
it's
swing
flat,
arms while
and
we're
then we make
waiting?
our
Yeah,
way
go.
to the side of this feature, and we'll work our
Co-pilot,
way
could you
up.
also
So
align
there's
360
potential for
for
us
the
to see
compass
sediment
test?
right now and possibly
You're very
exposed
close.
rock later on when
Oh,
we get
now you're
to a
in
more
there, yeah.
sloped feature, but it might also still
Well,
be
I see 3,
sedimented.
5, 6, 7.
We'll see.
So it will, yeah, it might change
My auto
throughout the
is
dive,
set to
but
north.
we,
Okay.
Keep
we won't know
oscillating.
until we get there.
Yeah, I think the nav pilot said it's about a 35-degree slope, which
Okay.
is, the steepest that we've been at along this expedition.
Yeah,
Got
about a
some
degree off
brittle
or so.
stars that are kind of crawling along the seafloor.
They move so quickly.
They do,
15.5
and I think they
So
must.
fins
It's either
is
like
360.
so. There's no light, natural light down here, so we
Uh-huh.
bring light with us. But it's most likely the motion that
343 plus.
feel,
Mhm.
or
Yeah,
the pressure of our
15.6.
system being next to them versus like them being able to actually detect the light that we are
350.
emitting.
Yeah.
But they know that something is big
And then how do we
next
look
to
compared
them,
to
so
Sirius?
that can
Looks
send
like
them
you're
on their way.
Slightly
I see.
right.
You want me to try to adjust? Here, I'll adjust my heading
Just
a
so
little
you
bit.
think you're lined up. Yeah.
Just in my
Yeah.
auto. There you go.
That looks perfectly aligned in the camera. That's 3.5.
It's very, very close.
Yeah.
I think it's acceptable.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when it drifts over to like 2 degrees, it looks pretty good. Do pilots think compasses are done?
Within tolerance.
Oh, we turned it off so we could get the good altitude for finding the bottom. Do you want us to do? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we'll turn off altitude, turn on. Okay. Yep.
Are you ready for that now? Turn off altimeter, turn on Nortec. Okay.
Yeah, and then just don't set down. You can do whatever, but don't set down for a few minutes.
Okay.
Then Fernando will give us the thumbs up.
Sounds good. Altimeter disengaged, DVL on.
Should we, do you want to look around here or start with a ship move?
You can take a quick glance around.
Yeah.
Roger that.
Yes, what do you think? Ship move or look around?
We can probably get a ship move in if Copilot's comfortable with it.
Yeah,
Comfortable.
Want to do 40 meters to the north?
Works for me.
If you lift up Mini Zeus, we can scan out there too. Maybe find a rock or something.
Mini Zeus coming up.
That's 40 meters out.
Looks pretty flat, but yeah, we'll get a move in.
I thought maybe there's a rock, but
You never know.
40 meters. We'll do 355. Just bridge nav.
Drawers now retracted.
Ship move, please.
Temp probe should no
40
longer be in view.
meters, bearing
Copy that.
355 degrees, speed 0.2 knots.
Still see a tip of it, but not bad.
Good copy, bridge.
Was that move due north, Nav?
I did 355.
Copy that.
Copilot, or Nav, how's the HP working in cold and deep these days? Did we
I believe,
modify that system so that it
I
comes
believe
on?
it's never had trouble starting up.
Since when?
Video, you
Like,
can
what
take
was the
this
change?
if you want while we're waiting for Sirius to start
We
moving.
got a bigger pump and motor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Since 2 years ago,
so
as
since,
far as I know.
since the bigger pump and
Yeah.
motor, we're now good. Okay.
And actually,
Looks like it's got some sediment on it.
the not
too.
starting up might have been traced to
Yeah, so not a
Joy
very
box button
fast
thing too.
little guy, but so they likely just
Okay.
have accumulated
yeah, I don't
sediment
remember
because
what
there's just a
the outcome of
continuous
all that
flow of
debugging
sediment
was.
down
Yeah.
this feature.
But at one point,
but
we were
I'm
starting
trying
to
to
leave
look through our
HP
guide,
on
see if I can
low
find
full
a
time.
more refined
Yeah.
ID than Holothorian, but
I think during the shakedown last year, we
Has some
ran
interesting,
normally,
like,
then the last hour of the
spikes on
dive
its
turned it
back,
off,
which are
let it get
haven't
down
seen
to
in a
3 degrees
sea
C, and
cucumber
turned it back on.
Yeah.
I love that
We
rich
could
purple
ask
color.
people who are out in the Azores if they had any trouble, but
Okay.
You want to slide lower right to the white
like our
item,
chief
if
pilot
possible,
here, John.
coral?
Copy that.
Possible.
you
Oh, it
can
looks
see
like
the smaller little sea
yeah.
pigs next to
Two
it.
shot.
Copy. Got a little more tilt for you.
So the sea pigs are cool because you can see through. So they're transparent. So in the center, you can
Kicking
see the
up a little
digestive
sediment.
tract.
Apologize.
So what they
Oh.
do is they just suck up sediment, and they absorb the nutrients out of it, and then they release that sediment. But it gives you a real clear view of what's happening inside.
Sounds kind of like worms of the sea, you know, recycling sediment.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
pulling out.
Roger.
They're so small. Thanks for that shot video. That was pretty.
You feeling that move yet, Copilot?
Hard to tell.
Copy.
Okay, pilot, we're going to be testing the DVL now, so no setting down for 2 minutes.
Roger that. Up in the column.
Dry lab, if you can hear nav, the ROV will be up off the bottom for 2 minutes.
Any particular depth, just not on the bottom?
Yeah, just not zeroed out. But and you can anywhere, half meter to meter and a
Roger
half,
that.
drive around,
We
whatever.
should be feeling that move here in a second
Yeah.
anyways, so that works good.
Yeah, if you're listening to the pilots, they're going to be doing a test for a couple minutes off the bottom, so we'll just be hanging out.
Yeah, looking at this lively water column.
And the DVL was reset, is that correct?
Okay. All right, yeah, the 2 minutes started 15 seconds ago. Okay, all the CTD sensors look good. The only difference of more than 1% is the turbidity. D2 is more turbid being near the seafloor. Nice. Oh, did you check it today? Did okay, good.
The position move was at a bearing of 355, is that correct now?
355, yep.
Copy that. Co-pilot, if you'd like to bring your heading over to that, you're welcome to. Just a little bit. Perfect. Is that an octopus? Hard to tell on the turbidity, but I think so. Appears to be.
Yeah, so straight ahead there looks
can't
like
sit down
we're
here video,
approaching
but,
an octopus.
you're welcome to take it whenever you
if you've
would
been with
like, and
us
I'll
for the
just give you
past
the
couple
steady shot I
dives, we've
can.
been seeing several in this region. So I wonder if it's similar to the ones that we've been seeing in previous dives.
Yeah, definitely looks
Photo bomber here.
pretty similar. Maybe if we get a little bit closer look, it'll help us know if it's the same species as the ones we've seen. This guy's on the move though, so I don't know.
Yeah, he's on a mission. Or she, I don't know.
Okay, that DVL test is over, so you can sit down if you'd like. Or
Roger that.
And that concluded. The only other tests Fernando could do is turn on auto altitude for you with the altimeter.
Roger that. Are we going to secure the DVL at this time? And do they need it on?
He might be transferring data off it.
Okay.
If this is your
But I think you'll have
first
altimeter back
octopus
in a
you're
minute.
seeing with us on the expedition,
Be helpful.
we have a couple of images of some of the other ones we've seen on the past dives.
Going in
up
for
on
a
our
slow
website,
set down round.
also featured on our social media accounts. You can find us at oceanexplorer.noaa.gov.
I think that thing in the lower left, maybe another tongue. When that octopus touches it, it'll probably pull in.
Roger that.
Yeah, we've been pretty lucky so far to have
We should
a
be
couple
fairly
octopus
steady here,
encounters.
Roland.
Exhibiting very different behavior. Some
Let's
of
go ahead
them
and
seem
lead
to
the
just sit
octopus
there
bit.
and let us
Roger.
image them. Others, like this one, are really active.
Go ahead,
and
Bridge.
Whether they're on the move
Copy
because
that,
we're
Bridge.
here or he's
Ship
looking
move
for
is
food, we
complete.
can't really know.
Yeah.
But
Careful,
yeah,
looks like
there's
he's reaching
a
for a
spoon
weapon
worm
there.
right there, so we'll see if that proboscis retracts once this octopus makes contact. Species interactions.
There seems to be several sea pigs. Are
Yes.
those the translucent ones? Cool.
Yeah.
And Sirius is catching up, so if you want me to move closer, I can go for that as well.
I think my altitude is
Oh,
hitting a
getting
football.
close.
This is suspense is killing me.
Or the
What's
tether.
gonna happen?
Do we need to take a look and assess that?
Oh.
Kind of surprised that the proboscis
Tether all
is
looks good.
because it
You can see it all.
This
feels
is
some type of
Interesting.
water movement.
directly
Look how long
below
it's
me.
stretching.
wow.
So do you think
That's
the octopus
gorgeous.
is aware of it? Because like
I don't think the octopus is very aware of
Would you
it.
like me to
okay,
push out a
because
little
it
bit,
looked like
co-pilot, or
there was almost this deliberate attempt to
Indifferent.
avoid it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Indifferent.
copy that?
I
I'll
don't
tilt
know.
down
I
for you.
can't-
Just
I
let
don't
me
think
know
that
if
they
there's
would
anything
have the
you want to
capacity
do as far as the altitude
to
goes.
know that something like that was there.
I'm gonna lift up ever so slightly,
I think
roll,
they're
and push
pretty
towards it.
Copy. Pulling out as you
high
go.
up on the, I'm not going to say food chain, but they're pretty active, so other animals will probably get out of their way.
Holding.
Yeah.
Copy.
Yeah.
Creep
Especially
towards
just
it.
the size alone.
Yeah.
Rolling. We're getting music.
It's really interesting how it's walking, or like seemingly walking, with like
Yeah.
its back tentacles just hoisting it up and then leading with its front. It's really cool.
Yeah, so they normally
Co-pilot,
wouldn't
can you
have light
repeat
down
that?
here, so it might be a
We were
way
getting
of
music
kind
in
of
our
feeling it
ears.
out
Yeah.
Mm.
I was
before,
getting too much myself.
before
Testing
approaching,
the phone lines
in
while
case they
everything
happen
else
to
is
come
going
across
on.
something they don't want to be in contact with. It also looks like the tentacle in like the middle is short, so
I
it's
kind of want to
possibly been.
pirouette into its face. Would you be able to?
Yeah, it looks like
turn
it's like chopped off
slightly
or
to
Yeah,
follow
something.
me,
may have gotten in
co-pilot,
a
if you
little
feel
bit of a
comfortable?
fight with somebody.
Mm.
I've seen, because so octopus like
Fernando
to
in
eat
Dry Lab,
crustaceans,
this is
so
Nav.
crabs.
Oh.
And so it's possible that
We're
he was
wondering
trying to
if we
have a
can.
meal, and that crab was
there's
like, "No
Fernando.
thanks."
Snip, snip.
Snipped off that piece of tentacle.
Ouch. And do they don't grow back on octopus, do they?
I don't know. I cannot
Let
give
me
a
know when I'm
definitive
turning too
answer
much,
on that.
co-pilot. I can straighten out. Probably don't want to go past 90 degrees or so.
You're fine. You can go past 90.
Copy that.
Okay, pilot.
Hey, John, is
the
there any
data
way
team
of
just
getting
needs
closer?
a few more minutes
I'll
with
push
the
in a little bit.
altimeter.
And then I'll need to straighten out probably after we go in for a shot here.
Hey, John, is there any way you can get any closer for stills?
Yeah, I'm pushing in, Art.
Thank you.
Yep. Let me know if I need to adjust the camera for you.
No, it's good right now. You can tilt down a little bit once rolling's
You have
done.
it up
I would
top
say you
right.
could tilt down more for both cameras. That's good.
Copy that.
Getting some really good footage of this octopus on the move. I am looking up. I don't think this is the granulodone one that we'd seen before, so
Oh.
I'm in the
I'm gonna
process
tilt
of
down in
trying
the center of your
to
R3.
Google my way
you.
into an ID.
Try to a little bit.
I'm looking down 75
There seems-
degrees.
You can
Off
see
heading
its big
50
siphon right
degrees.
next to its eyeball.
Is that
So-
what that is?
Ship's been
Yeah.
stopped
What's
a
a
while.
siphon?
Copy that.
So it's a way that they circulate water through their mantle. So
Oh,
the
wow.
mantle is the
Pushing it
big
a little
head
bit
of the
closer.
octopus, and that's how they like essentially oxygenate themselves as well as propel themselves. So if you
Looking
were
great.
to
Oh, wow.
see it
Looking
like
great.
take off,
Copy.
it would be that it's using that siphon like a I don't know, a thing that makes you go fast.
Pushing into the siphon.
Yeah,
Roger.
that's really neat.
Jet intake.
Yes. There
Ah,
you go.
yeah.
I know. I'm an engineer, so.
Thanks, Thomas.
Yeah.
I can bring you up on the main screen if you want still.
That sea pig is getting out of his way.
I can
Yeah.
see it okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, I agree.
Is that decent
Wow.
enough for you, Art?
If you can get it in the box, it helps him with his
The
settings.
very center? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me tilt down. There you are. I'm centering. We're kicking up some dust here. Apologies.
Ooh,
Yeah, the box is
moving
the
brittle
I
star.
think the
sweet
focus help, autofocus help.
Thanks, John.
No problem. Sorry for that dust cloud at the end.
think I'd like to request a primary camera power cycle to try to alleviate this iris issue.
Roger that. Did we get all the footage we wanted this for now?
We did.
Copy that. Let me center back up with Copilot and we can get that power cycle for you. Picking up.
And while we're not always able to ID
Thanks, John.
fully on the ship, we
Nice
do
work.
have an annotation system that other scientists can access.
He does not seem
and
too
so
bothered by us.
we do our best, but really our main objective here is to record
Alright,
the
I'm gonna
information,
push
and then
back to
we
center
can
with
go
you,
back
Copilot,
to it
and
later
we
on
can
shore.
bounce the Zeus.
So it's just the really good close-ups that the video's able to get are really helpful, and then also if we can collect physical samples of certain
we can work our way
specimens,
back over
that
to
is
355.
extremely
I'm now
helpful for
unheading.
species
Copy.
identification. So we do our best, we make our observations while we're out here, but there's a lot of work that goes into finalizing the
Getting
data
the
about what is on
config
the
here and
seafloor when we get back to shore.
Bounce the Zeus.
Yeah, and while we only have 2 scientists on the ship, Alexis and I, we are also
for following.
communicating with many scientists over many disciplines on a science chat on board, and so they're able to chat us online and kind of talk to us in real time about what's going
Cameras
on
at 65.
at depth, which is a really neat
Ready
way
for
of
some rocks?
50
meter move to the north?
Yeah,
to
let's bounce
onshore
the
science.
Zeus real quick if
Okay.
everybody's ready for that.
And even though
Video's ready.
it's a weekend,
Video ready?
some people still like
Power-
to tune
power
in
cycling Zeus now.
and provide that input.
Yeah, we really appreciate our
Scientists. We're cycling a camera, so that is
Zeus coming
expected
back
for it to
online.
go black like that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Roland.
Yeah, like we mentioned before, this is a ROV shakedown dive, so the ROV pilots will be focusing on their engineering objectives, but we'll also get the chance to look at some cool science stuff in the meantime.
Good.
But yeah, they're working
All
with
right.
really complex
Bridge
systems,
now.
and they do a great job of operating the ROV.
Could we have another ship
But this
move?
just gives them a chance
50
to set up
meters,
the
bearing 355
ROV
degrees,
for the
speed
upcoming
0.2
expeditions
knots.
for this year.
Good copy, Bridge.
Yeah, so we will be out on this expedition until
Yeah, I thought
April,
we've seen
nope,
enough
yeah,
sediment
April
if we get across it.
27th. Let's get the
Sounds
month
good.
right.
It's been a while. Yeah.
And then
do a
there will be a
quick zoom
mapping
on this,
expedition
Roland, or
and then
whenever you're ready.
future ROV expeditions into this season. So, oh, okay.
Ooh,
So here we have,
is that a stenophore?
it might be, but what it's all growing on is an Acarax shell. So it's a
Putting
type
little
of
cross current
bivalve
here,
that
stand by.
burrows, but this is a dead one. And we have possibly a benthic-ctenophore, but I don't know. I think it's just 2 different types of anemones.
Oh.
Iris
Using
control
that
is still
substrate.
spotty.
So like we talked about, a lot of animals require something hard to settle on. And so they'll find anything that they can or settle on to what is available. And so this shell may have been here for years and years, and
Picking up a
making
lot of
that
dust here.
a new habitat for those anemones.
Yeah,
Alright.
and this
Thank you.
bottom is pretty muddy and unconsolidated, which is why you might see
That was
some
a 40 meter
debris
move
in the
yet?
camera.
I did 50,
ROV
50.
pilots and
It'll-
video team are doing a
The
really
next
great
ones will
job
be
of
shorter.
finding
We'll
the
do a
clearest
few 30s
areas.
to creep up.
But yeah, this sediment can make it difficult to see clearly at this depth.
Yeah, I think the beginning of the train after this move will be about 80 meters away still. So
Roger that. Keep an eye out for rocks. Nothing on blue view at the moment.
no.
Nope. Nice and flat.
The starboard lower is so bouncy. You're barely even moving and it's bouncing.
Yeah, and we
Checked it. Yeah.
checked it good this morning. where is that wobble coming from?
It's unclear.
But another tongue coming center.
To the left of the dark spot there?
The right of the center. Lower right now.
Right. I see it. You can come in on it when you're ready, video.
Think survey.
Coming into center right here. Is that what you're looking at?
Yep,
Roland?
that's it.
Ooh, here's another tongue.
So the technical term would be proboscis, but
Proboscis.
that is
To
the
the right. Keep the sediment
equivalent to tongue for these organisms.
upstream. Or downstream, rather.
But so the end that is furthest away from us would be where the worm is buried. So you can see kind of it's fanned out a little bit at the other
Try to
end.
look at the near ground.
And so
closest
what
to
they
us.
Ground, copy.
do is they just
Centering.
are out using that long proboscis to feed, but also protecting themselves. So you can see the sediment going down that
Oh,
proboscis.
wow. That's really neat.
And then
Sit
they're
down here, Roland.
buried so that they're not
Stand by.
Pulling out a little
available
bit.
to be
Copy.
preyed on, or like less likely to be eaten by something else that's coming along. We've seen these a
Alright,
couple
take it.
times so far on this expedition.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're incredibly well studied, but they are. I think some of the knowledge about how they feed would have only been acquired when we were able to get eyes on the seafloor like this. In the past, it would have been dredging or box cores or some way
Are you
of
in good shape
collecting
here, Coastline?
sediment in
Yep,
order to study
camera's
them.
down
But
at
when you bring them
70.
to the surface,
that.
they look completely different than they do on the seafloor, and they would never extend their proboscis like this because they would be really nervous about being out of their home.
Yeah, I
Just
love the
watch a little bit
zoom-ins
of the
that the
front
camera
end here, then
reveals.
we'll
Like you can
rotate
see
up
all their little
to,
motions on
down the
the.
shaft.
Roger that. You got
Would that still
little
be
time
considered
here
the
and then keep
proboscis? That
Yeah.
like top portion.
I think the whole thing is, and it might have like micro terms for parts of
Right.
it,
Yeah,
go ahead
but
and
the whole
start your
thing would be the
rotate.
proboscis. It's kind of similar. A lot of people might know the term proboscis from butterflies.
Oh.
So they have a proboscis that they unwind to get nectar out of a flower, and so it's a similar
Oh,
apparatus.
Hold there.
Yeah. That's super neat.
Let's get a full screen shot, corner to corner.
copy. Centering.
And they're likely doing a lot of
Pulling to
filtration
near
of
ground
this
focus.
sediment. So,
Roger.
like we
Holding.
talked about before, the animals that kind of live on the sediment like this are eating what is in
Pushing to far ground.
the sediment, and so it's a way of getting that carbon that's come down from the surface
These
back
eyes kicking
into
up a little
the
dust
system
cloud over here.
as a whole. And so once these organisms acquire
Okay,
that carbon,
video's
then
clear.
they might be
Copy
eaten by
that.
another
Pull it out.
organism, and it works its way back up
Looking down
into
80.
the water column
Copy that.
in that
Pushing
way.
ahead.
So whether it's a fish or a skate or some other type of animal that might be more mobile, they would eat something that is less
think that's
mobile,
an
and then that
interesting object there.
energy is transferred back up into the water
To the
column in the
left,
system.
or were you looking
Just a
at
full
one?
circle.
Yeah,
Left.
one big connected system.
Yeah.
I need to push ahead so we don't have too much time here.
Copy. It's another one of those darker holothurians.
Mm.
Looks like another one of
Full
those
wide.
purple sea
Copy, thank you.
cucumbers we just
Nice work.
passed over. Some more moving brittle stars.
So Bob Carney has
Pushing out.
talked to us in the chat saying that spoonworms have a distinct trace when viewed from above. So essentially like where they've inhabited,
Nothing in
you'd be able
blue
to
view
see
yet?
pretty well. And that there are shallow water species that have been pretty well studied. So that's one thing that is kind of a
Camera at
theme with
50.
deep sea
Copy.
biology is there's
50.
often counterparts. So relatives that are in the shallow water that we know a lot more about their biology because we're able to access them a lot more
Copy.
easily. And then when we discover them in the deep sea, we can kind of do comparisons and see if they are
Ship
have the
move still
same types
underway?
of biology or if there's new
correct?
adaptations for being able to live in the deep.
Yeah, right now we're at about 2,500 meters below the surface, which is super deep for offshore Cascadia. So yeah, it's neat to see these creatures and be able to look at them in more detail.
There's a lot of little mounds that we're seeing, like little mounds of sediment. They could be from burrowing organisms, so something that has kind of displaced the sediment in order to get themselves beneath it. But I'm not sure what animals that would be. Ooh, there's a little jellyfish.
Oh. Is that an anemone?
Come in on
Yeah.
the jelly if you
Center.
want one.
Looks like a possibly a fly
Copy
trap
tracking
anemone,
jelly.
but
Ooh.
can't really tell from here.
Oh, wow. Have we seen this guy yet?
I don't know. Jellyfish are a little tough to ID.
Yeah. Super close to the bottom.
Yeah.
Pirouette around
There's
it a
something
little bit.
in some of its tentacles. I'm curious if it's food.
Mm.
So their tentacles would have
Co-pilot
stinging
nav.
cells
Go ahead.
that can capture
Fernando's done with the
little
multi-beam.
things that are floating
So you-
by.
sorry, not
and
the
then
multi-beam,
their
the
mouth is
DVL.
underneath
So you
the
could secure
bell
that
of
and turn on the pilot's altimeter. It gives them some
jellyfish. So they would kind of move
reference.
those things into their mouth via their tentacles.
This guy's tentacles look especially like sharp almost. And like thin.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Looking
I
down
don't know, I
70.
think when I imagine a
Copy.
jellyfish, I imagine
Thank
it
you,
to be
Bridge.
kind of
I'm gonna
more
push out in the
jelly-like
second
tentacles, but
Pulling out.
yeah, this is really, really beautiful.
Look like it just got in your light pool.
Got another second or two here.
Yep, we got lots of time.
Copy that. I mean, linger if you want more shots.
Okay. See if you can get the backside of it.
Copy that. It's kind of drifting to the edge of the co-pilot's view, but I'll
You
see
can
what
keep
I can
going.
do here.
You're safe.
Copy that.
Partial out.
Roger. I'm gonna tilt down.
Push it in.
Oh, another little
So I
anemone.
adjusted my heading slight, but you're still safe.
Copy
This
that.
one looks
Thank
like kind of
Really good.
closed.
Yeah.
you. He's gonna go into our prop
hoping
wash,
for a
unfortunately, a little
Jellyfish
bit.
bump.
There's some interaction.
All right, now I think it's probably time to let it go.
Copy that. Letting it go.
The ship
Full
just
wide.
stopped, but Sears
Oh,
will
and there
swing for a
goes-
couple more minutes.
That sea cucumber taken off.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
See if we can
That's such a funny motion.
track him as we go back to the direction we're
Makes
going
sense, but
Yeah.
that's
It's a pretty cool
Goofy.
adaptation to be able to get up into the water column
Yeah.
like that when, for the most part, we think of sea cucumbers as kind of lumps on the sediment.
right.
But these ones can really get moving when they need to.
Continuing to pull out.
Copy. I'm gonna let him go.
You have to come back to my center. I'm off heading.
Full wide.
Copy. Thank you. Pushing ahead.
Camera's down at 80.
Copy. Thanks, co-pilot.
Coming back to
Looks like we're heading up
355.
more
Roger
up
that.
a
So you need to come
slope,
to
it
port.
seems.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit
port.
steeper here.
And work.
Yeah, so the
Sirius on heading.
the ROVs
Camera
and the ship have
83.
to work
You
in
now have
tandem
altimeter
to
again.
move
And
as we move along the track
behind
that
the
we
scenes,
planned for
Fernando's
today.
going to
So
try to tune your auto
when
altitude
we
with
land
it.
on the
Copy
on
that.
the
So-
more
Yeah, I attempted to use it earlier with the
non-slope.
compass
How do you say
unsuccessfully.
non-slope?
Or with
Flat.
the
Flat
with
bottom.
the altimeter.
Yeah.
yeah.
we land
Yeah.
on the flat bottom. They then will work with the bridge, which are the people that are driving
Pushing
the
up.
ship, to ask for the ship to move a little bit, and then the ROV can start to move in the direction we need to. And they
All right,
continue kind
camera
of that
at
dance
55.
throughout
Roger
the
that.
day, so that everybody is in position where they need to be, both for
You see a
operations
small
and if there
mound in
were to
blue
be
view.
an issue if the ROVs didn't have
Maybe
power,
20
they
meters
would
out.
not
See what
float
that is.
into the direction of colliding with the ship. So it's a very complex and intricate dance to keep all of these vehicles, the ship, the ROVs, working together. Looks like we have another anemone. This
Hello.
a little fish is down there.
Oh, over on
just
the right?
to the left
Oh.
of the anemone.
Oh, I see.
Go for a quick zoom if you like, Roland.
So I think this is in the family Macuridae, but it could possibly be Nizumia is a genus of these smaller Macurid fish.
Oh yeah, I think we saw a couple of those in the past couple
the fish, if you
dives.
Yeah. We've seen some bigger Macurids also throughout this expedition. That we have Ashley Maranzino with us from NOAA Ocean Exploration, who is more of a fish person than we are. So it's been nice to have her to be able to ID some of these deep sea fish. At least get us to family level, if not more. Oh, now I got two swimming friends.
I'm going to try to swim for just a second, then I need to let it go.
That's a beautiful shot.
We got a vertebrate and an invertebrate.
Yeah, the sea cucumber is like, look at me.
Thank you. Pushing out. Now, pilot, are we still underway?
The ship stopped a few minutes ago.
Okay, so we're settling.
I bet Cirrus will settle, yeah.
Copy that, thank you.
Sonars are clear, and actually maybe there's a fish straight ahead of you. About 15 meters out.
Roger
something big. And according to HiPAC, Cirrus is now about still 70 meters from even the base of any terrain.
Okay.
So we might do a 40 next.
Yeah.
Make sure it settles out.
Roger that. I think I'm good with that at any time. We're in a nice configuration here. Co-pilot.
Hey, pilot.
Hey, video. This is Washington.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So right now you're just driving by the altimeter. If you go to the, if you try to engage auto alt, right now, what happens?
Does not engage.
Okay, thanks.
Does not engage. All right. Would you press it again? Okay, so it kicks you out. Yep, that's what I was expecting.
I didn't. Did you want me to try it?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Nothing.
All right. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. All right. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you for all your work behind the scenes.
Pilot, I overheard a request for lasers.
Lasers, roger that, coming on.
Thank you.
No problem. Lasers are engaged.
Where are they?
See where they are, but let me get down to the bottom here and we'll see.
Yeah, so right now the ROV pilots are turning on these lasers that we can use to measure things on the seafloor. So you can see those two red dots that are approaching that sea pig. And so the two red dots are about 10 centimeters apart. So it looks like that little critter is about exactly pretty much 10 centimeters. It looks like maybe a little bit more. But that helps us to get a perception of how large these things are that we're observing.
Get the move in now.
All right, calling move.
Let's do it.
It's going to take a little while.
So we'll do 40, and then we should be within sonar range of something.
Copy that.
What?
Copy, thank you.
Nav, here's dry lab.
Stretched out right now, co-pilot, or do you think I can push up a little bit? I kind of want to get eyes on that at some point.
I think it's the mountains you see right in front of you. I can
I'll scale in your
scale you in since Nav is busy over there.
All right. Take my mouse.
It says it's still 20 meters or so.
Bridge, Nav. Could we have a ship move 40 meters, bearing 355 degrees, speed 0.2 knots.
You are a bit stretched out.
Copy that. I think it's just a big fish over there.
Good copy, Bridge. All right.
Is that a fish out in the distance there?
We'll be on your way soon.
Copy that. Thank you, Nav.
Oh, so was it the fish that was the bright spot in the sonar?
I don't think so,
Acrorac shell
but
on
maybe.
the bottom with
no,
anemones.
10 meters
I
out.
think that's just one of these swimming sea cucumbers.
Is your mini Zeus
kind
centered?
of settling
Yeah, it looks like
down.
Here, I can
what's moving
try
kind
to
of
paint it a
down
little
into
bit.
the water column in the center.
That's the mini Zeus having pan makes, sometimes you find a target and head for it, but it's actually 45 degrees the other way because the mini Zeus was on your craft or something.
Mm.
But it looks good.
Yeah, try not to move the pan too much if
Yeah.
possible. Well, we're pretty stretched at the moment, so we'll see what we can find around us for a moment. If anything. Not seeing much out here.
Anything interesting on sonar?
There was one spot we were hoping to investigate, but we're waiting for the ship to get moving here. Or for Sirius to feel the move, rather. But
Well, I got to cross data forth testing and compass calibrations off the to-do list.
very nice.
This altimeter seems pretty reliable too.
Yeah, I've been enjoying having accurate altitude readings. It's refreshing.
Helps with the mud stirring up. Yeah, there's something 10 meters off to your starboard, huh?
Something, yeah.
Or is, yeah.
Yeah, we'll go investigate. I think Sirius is about to start moving. We can zoom in on this target here, it's dead center if you want, while we wait.
Oh, closing up.
He's shy.
Well,
What do you think the
He's got a
distance is between
Piece inside, maybe jelly.
multi-beam
Oh,
and
yeah.
fish?
I think there's just two
Slant range.
anemones. One is in the foreground, one
Yeah,
is in
can
the
we co-pilot?
background. But
I
yeah,
see.
definitely
Just
started to
asking
close in
out
its
loud.
tentacles. So
Maybe
when anemones are
7
like
meters.
disturbed, I guess they
And the fish
will
is
close
about
up
7 meters
like a
out.
big
Yeah.
ball.
I think
so
that
they
may
pull
be
all their
that big
tentacles
fish.
in.
Is that like a protection?
Yeah, I guess so.
Nice shot.
Corals are the same way, so they're all cnidarians, but when they're touched or disturbed, they just kind of scrunch up, and it must be a way of saying, "Don't hurt me."
closed for business.
Stay away.
Yeah, so because their mouth is right in the center of that disc, and so everything that's important is essentially down in the inside the mouth and in the stalk of those organisms. So it's the easiest way for them to protect themselves.
Just upper left from that anemone is a white thing below that black shape.
You're open to take it?
Right next to the lasers now.
Oh, I see it. If you need me to move up closer to it, I can. I think I got a few feet.
It's another one of these guys, holothurians.
Yeah.
Yep, another one of these sea cucumbers that we see a lot of here in this area.
Okay, full wide.
Sure. Absolutely, yeah, we got plenty of time here. Would you like me to get closer to it for you, Art? Copy that. Let me scooch a little bit forward. Hopefully you won't close too much by the time we get over there. Try to be very, very quiet.
This is our first kind of larger fish for this dive.
Alright,
Yeah, I
I'll
wish
set
we had
down here for you.
our fish expert Ashley around to tell us all of the fish facts.
Centering for the R3.
And so
That's actually as far down as I
our
can
video
tilt.
team has requested that we look at this anemone again.
Happy to
So
back
we
up if you
have
need
a really great crew of videographers who take stills from the footage that we find in the deep sea and are able to make it look as beautiful as possible and distribute it for everybody to see, these creatures.
No problem.
Okay, the ship is 30 out of 40 meters in that move, and all sonars are clear.
Roger that.
We do think that lump in the blue view was the fish. It's now gone, or it's too close to see.
Copy that. Seeing another mark 20 meters out to the port. Might be another fish though. They seem to be plentiful here. This guy might be camera shy.
And so we have Bob Carney in the science chat who's been examining kind of our zoom-ins of the
if you want to take a zoom
the
on this
seafloor, and he mentioned that he's seeing a lot of aberrescent forams at the bottom. And a foram is pretty much a marine microorganism that has a calcareous shell.
Sorry,
and
did you want to
we'll
shot
often
of this
see them
as well?
in marine sediment because they fall through the
Let's get the primary
the water
camera
column.
first.
Copy that.
What's that? Its eye? Is that a jellyfish?
Oh yeah, it's so small.
That's just a coincidence, huh?
Is it?
Appears to be.
Hmm.
I think we're a little upstream
yeah.
of it, so we're going to kick up a little sediment here.
They're called arborescent forams because they resemble essentially like the shape of a tree. So it's just it's a adjective for describing kind of how they look. And these ones are a little different than what are up in the water column. So forams that reside on the sediment often kind of build a structure with the sediment around them. So you
Center up for the still camera.
really interesting
Bridge nav.
shapes.
Oh, that makes sense. Aberrescent, arbor, little Latin prefix.
Photo bomber creeping in.
Here comes another
Okay,
sea
the ship
cucumber
move
in
is
the chat.
complete. Sirius is still moving.
They like to steal the show.
No problem.
Oh, there it goes.
All right.
Got a couple
Oh,
swimmers.
multiple.
Pushing out, co-pilot.
Copy.
I'm going to zoom out your sonar, pilot.
Roger that.
As far as I can tell, it'll probably work. Don't have any long-term audio from shore, so. I saw I sent an email. I haven't read it though. Huh?
Open mic video.
That would be the phone number I would dial in.
Video
Is this
open
the same
mic.
fish we just saw or a different fish?
Sorry.
I don't know. I think it's definitely a different fish than the one that was in the
Like
shop.
individual
Yeah,
fish.
individual.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what
that's the
I was
word I was looking for.
Setting down.
And lasers are really helpful with fish because there's certain species that are kind of size dependent.
Kicked up a little
so
dust here. Sorry.
it helps with being able to kind of line up to
Center
get a
on the
full
eyes. Oh,
measurement.
never mind.
Here, let
Of
me.
how big
I'm
these
just
fish
gonna
might
pick
be.
up ever
Look
so
how big
slightly.
its eyes are.
Yeah, and
Push
the
towards
fin at the top, is that called a dorsal fin?
Yeah.
Its
can let it
dorsal
go.
fin is huge.
I was hoping that dust would clear. There it goes. Coming down. Yep. Dust is clearing if you give it a few seconds.
In video, if you guys want to get beauty shots, feel free to turn the lasers off for a minute.
I'll turn them off just for a second. Feel free to let me know if you need them back signs.
Will do.
No problem.
Get one more video side profile.
Bridge, are we nav?
Yeah, there is an odd
That's good.
protrusion kind of behind the fish. It's kind of hard to see, but yeah, right behind the dorsal fin, it looks like a
Copy that, Bridge. Could we maybe
cylindrical
sneak
sort
in
of
one more move before that?
thing. Not sure what that is.
Oh.
Okay, stand by. Pilot, if you jump out ahead, we could scan and do one more ship move. Then the bridge wants to do a heading change.
Roger
so.
that. I like that plan. Let's try to sneak it in if we can.
Yeah.
This looks like a little depression in the seafloor, or sediment change maybe?
Yeah. Okay. All right, pilots. D2 stretched out. Are you good for maybe a 30-meter move this way?
Camera's at 40. I'm good.
Works for me.
Okay.
Thanks.
Bridge, nav. Can we have a ship move? 30 meters, bearing 355 degrees, speed 0.2 knots.
So we are making our way over to the side of this feature. You can hear the
Good copy,
ROV
Bridge.
nav communicate with the bridge, asking for them to move the ship so that we can continue to move the ROVs in that direction.
Your video's offline at the moment.
Copy that. Just trying to see what we had here.
All right, so after this move, I anticipate we'll see things on sonar.
Sounds good.
What? It's all yours?
That ship move was at 355 again, is that right, Nev?
Yeah, and it's underway now.
Copy that.
Yeah, it's about 10 meters in.
What's that below my feet? Interesting color. Just anemone most likely.
Yeah, it looks like an anemone.
Thought it might have been something slightly different. Another fish.
So we hope that you've been able to tune in with us on other dives for this expedition, but if you are just joining us, this is the EX2301 expedition. This is our first expedition for the 2023 season. So the majority of the ROV dives have been dedicated to what we call ROV Shakedown dives. So it's making sure that the ROV is able to function and perform the way that we need it to for the rest of the season. So our GFOE, the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration team, has been working hard.
Say again, video.
Ensuring that all the systems are operating as they should be. So
like.
We haven't had as many science collections.
Do you want more of a head-on shot or
as
side profile?
Nice side
audio,
profile to start with. You can throw
we're
lasers
starting
on
to kind of
initially.
ramp up, starting hopefully for the rest of the dives for this expedition to be able to
want to get too far in
do a
front
bit
of
more
its face
scientific
because I think that's the
observation
upstream direction.
as we continue to
Don't see lasers on yet.
Lasers
achieve
coming
these
on.
ROV objectives.
Sweep across the body.
This is a nice Mercurid fish.
And
You
kill
can see those
lasers.
two
Big guy.
lasers
Roger
are
that.
10 centimeters apart, so that allows for a measurement of the fish
And
for
just slowly go to
biologists to be
the
able to
eye.
use later, which can help determine species ID. It looks like its dorsal fin possibly has been chomped. They're normally a bit more angular, and so this one seems to be pretty short, but we're getting a great view of this fish's face right now. Wow, you can really see the detail close enough for us.
I'm hovering ever so slightly.
It's one of the real
Roland. I'm gonna try to
assets
set
of
down.
this ROV and the
I'm
GFOE team
maxing now.
is the video quality and the expertise
Should be a
for
little steadier for you here.
obtaining these high video images. Because especially with fish, we're not able with our ROV to collect them, so the best information we can gather is from the video data. So as much detail as we can get is appreciated from the fish biologist community.
Reading my mind, John.
We've got a nice sea pig right in front of him.
It's like we've done this before.
Yeah.
Scotoplanes. You can see the lateral line of that fish really well. So that line running down the side of the fish
Go ahead, Rich.
is essentially another set of sensory organs that allows the fish to sense its environment.
Perfect. We're good for the heading change. Thanks, Rich.
Okay, video's clear.
Roger that. Art, do you need a shot of this? I know he's kind of turned his back to us at this point.
And we're diving along the Cascadia margin,
Copy.
so we're off of a little bit northwest of Astoria, Oregon right now. And we're diving on this deformation front, so there's
Let's see if I can get
a number
look
of
at him from this
features
angle. Art,
that have
if you'd like to take it.
developed over the years where we have some relief. So what we're doing today is we landed in a flat area and we're working our way towards a more sloped feature as we work our way up one of these little slumps, so that we can see if we can locate any hard bottom or if we have any.
Let me know if I'm getting close to turning too
Yeah,
much.
if we can locate any hard bottom, so that we can see if we can find any kind of abundant benthic communities. We've had
try to center him up for you.
a great opportunity to look at these soft bottom environments while the ROV team has been continuing to perform their objectives. But I am a coral biologist, so I'm hoping that we'll have the chance to see some more different types of deep sea corals, and there's some potential for that today, which is exciting. We've seen on a couple other dives, there are some corals and sponges that can grow in sedimented areas. There are certain groups that are able to do that better than others. So sea pens are a type of octocoral.
How close can you get to that guy if you tilt all the way down?
So
Still.
That's all the way down.
Into the soft sediment, and they're
So
kind of
it's
one
kinda
stalk
centered
that
there.
grows up with polyps on the sides. We
I
haven't
like
seen
how
any of
they
those today,
still floats above
but
some of the dust too. That's
it's
nice.
definitely possible
Yeah,
that we might
'cause
see
he
some
can
later,
recrop.
as well as there's
Centering,
certain
I
types
don't
of
think is quite
sponges that
as
can do kind of the same
important.
thing, where they will anchor themselves into sediment and grow up.
That
They're
fills
normally
the view
not
pretty
very
good, though.
heavily branched, but they
Right
often
between the
are just
skids.
single stalks or a
So
stalk with
I'm
kind of
looking down now
a
at
ball
80
at the
degrees.
top.
Copy that. Almost time to go. You good here, Art? A few more? All right. We're going to push out, Art, if that's okay. Lifting off.
All right, let's find these rocks in the blue view.
It's time to continue our quest.
We've got 50 minutes left in our watch. We can do this.
I like calling it a quest. That's fun.
Have to find our mystical rock.
see what blue
Camera's
view
at
has.
45.
Copy, 45 degrees.
Come down a little more.
Blue view's out to
Camera's at 50.
54 meters. Nothing on Sirius sonar.
So there have been a number of dives in this region with different types of vehicles. One of the main assets of bringing D2, the Deep Discoverer vehicle, out here is that we can dive to pretty deep depths. And so while Express, which is a campaign that involves a number of federal
I think
agencies
that might be your first route.
like NOAA and USGS
Going with
and
fish.
BOEM, as well
Long
as academic partners,
It's a big fish. It shows up on sea
aggregating all
also,
of the information that they've been able to collect with various
Maybe.
expeditions.
I think
This
you're
is one of the
seeing,
first
D2
expeditions
on.
that can reach depths deeper than 2,000 meters, so we're really trying to use
Bridge nav.
our assets for that objective. So today we're currently at
Excellent.
around
Thanks, Bridge.
2,500 meters,
Keep another
but
move
earlier in
going
the
with
expedition we were able to go to
Yeah,
deeper
do you want
than
to do
4,000
3-0?
meters.
Co-pilot's
This allows
okay.
us just to get
Okay.
eyes on the seafloor at these
Nav
depths where
This heading, or do you
other
want to
vehicles
turn a
might
little
not have
right
that
to find
capacity.
that object out there?
He can reach it, I think, from here.
There's a number of these dead
Or at least get
Abrax
eyes on.
shells,
It's 30 meters
which
ahead
is
still.
interesting. I
Okay,
wonder-
so we'll
makes me
stick with
wonder
255.
how,
Yeah.
those
Sounds good.
communities might
Okay.
be,
I think
dense those
co-pilot or
communities might
pilot
be
has
under
enough to
the
get
Bridge
eyes on.
nav.
sediment.
Can we have another ship move? 30 meters,
Feel free to come down
bearing
a tad.
355
As you're
degrees,
comfortable.
speed 0.2 knots. Good copy, Bridge.
That might be whatever is shining in the distance there. Fish, perhaps. That's probably it.
I don't know, it's got a shadow now.
Oh, or is it off to the right there?
There is a fish
Enhancing.
off to the right.
Thank you for the video adjustment.
It's not the
Yeah, I think
fish. It's center screen, just outside the light pool.
Still 20 meters out, yeah. But the ship is moving this way.
So during these expeditions
Copy
with
that.
the Okeanos Explorer and the Deep Discoverer ROV, we spend normally the daytime hours diving with the ROV. So there's about an 8-hour time frame where we can have the ROVs from launching them into the water till they need to be back on deck. So depending on the depth that we're diving at, that determines how long we can spend on the seafloor for that day. With a 2,500 meter depth, it takes
Dark object.
about an hour to an hour and a
Take a look.
half to
Oh,
get
a
to
couple
the
of them.
bottom.
This one's bigger here. Bottom left.
Yeah, some
And then
shells.
also to return to the surface. And so with the time on the seafloor, we try and cover about 1 kilometer of distance, depending on how quickly we're able to move and how interesting what we're seeing is, whether we want to stop and look at a whole lot
Feel
of
free
things.
to come in.
But that allows us just to try and get as much ground covered as possible. We have more of these dead shells, but you can see that it looks like anemones that are kind of, one of them is closed up on the left, the other one is open on the right. Use this as a habitat to settle on, so they use that as hard bottom. And then you have a little crinoid, so a little feather star that's hanging out on that shell as well, which is a type of echinoderm, so related to the holothorians that we're seeing, the sea cucumbers, and
Video's clear.
the brittle stars. But they're really delicate animals, and when they decide to, they can also swim with those arms. So they'll pulse the arms through the water, and they're able to move themselves. At least these ones that are not stalked.
I'm going to take a quick look to the left, and then we can go find that object.
Yep. Ship is about halfway through the move. So should be moving soon.
Copy. Thank you.
But yeah, nothing really on Sirius sonar, not even a steepening of the terrain.
Starting to see a little more.
Maybe little bumps, yeah.
Rubble, perhaps. Outcropping. That was off to port, so towards, where the slope's jutting out.
We're a big fan of outcropping,
Yep.
so.
Yeah, at the end of this move, maybe we could turn to more like
Cool.
A little more westerly.
340 or something. Yeah, start looking that way
Sounds good.
after this object is found.
Oh, there's a nice
There
big
it
sea
is.
star
Yep.
to the left. It's different from what we've been seeing.
We might have a minute while we're waiting for that move. Let's see if I can go get eyes on the sea star real quick. Yeah, we're still waiting for the ship. And deep and serious.
This is a new species for us today, or really a new group. We haven't seen these bigger sea stars yet. We'll get a closer look. It might be a type of hymenaster, but I'm not a sea star expert.
Zooming in.
We have our lasers on, which are 10 centimeters, so maybe from arm tip to arm tip about 20 centimeters in length.
Lasers clear.
It's also interesting, like how thick that like central body is.
Yeah.
Like when I imagine a sea star, I imagine just like a flat sort of creature, but this guy is super inflated.
Partial.
We're
Copy.
gonna blow your mind with the amount of sea star diversity. They do not all look the same.
No, it already has been blowing my mind.
Setting down slowly. We're getting a little bit of dust here.
Oh, there's like a little
A little amphipod
Click your stable
that
crawling
down
on
for
top.
more
Yeah,
zoom
little
to
crustacean.
top fuzzy.
Top fuzzy?
Most things we zoom in
Tilting
on,
up.
you'll find an amphipod hanging out around them. They often.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just are kind of always. Oh, that's a scale worm. It's not an amphipod.
Oh,
Dust here.
So it's just a little polychaete. Very small. So we've
That
seen some
surface
of those
is very
swimming, not
interesting.
necessarily the species, but the same group swimming up in the water column, kind of flapping their parapodia, their like legs.
Bridge nav.
But this guy is
Copy that,
just
bridge.
crawling around on the surface of this sea star.
are they usually found on like this sort of like biology to feed off of, or?
I'm not quite sure. So there's
Okay.
a lot of different species of them, and this guy might have found. We can't know if it's an association where it stays with the sea star, or if it just found it right and he's crawling around. But there are certain worms that will form associations with specific species, and kind of have a cohabitation relationship. Let me see if I can find a better ID for this
Tilting
star.
down for you? I knew what you meant. How's that?
Yeah, so Bob Carney also kind of commented on the expanse of dead Acroac shells. And Bob, if you're listening and you can type in, I'd be curious, like, your opinion on why we
Dust
might
is
be seeing
slowly
those,
clearing.
or if there's anything interesting about those being in this habitat. I've seen them before, and I've collected one or two with a push core. Just happened to have a live Acroax in it, but I don't have a lot of knowledge of their specifics.
Closer up to it? Is that what you're? Yeah. Let me.
How far down can you tilt?
This is max tilt down.
So that's about as close as you can get.
I can put it in the bottom of Art's frame and move a little closer if you like. That's about what I can give you, Art.
Do you need more light, Art?
We're going to zoom on a primary camera.
Copy.
I'm also starting to move, pilot.
Copy
so
that.
You got tethered to your object.
You need me to back up ever so slightly, Art? I can't see all the way up there. How's that?
You want any additional light? Good.
Yeah, so this is what I
Copy.
was curious about that Bob has responded with is that acaraks are known to be in areas where there's high sulfides in the sediment, and so there's some type of
Camera's at 60.
Roger that. Pushing out to object.
not hydrothermal. What's the word?
The methane seeps?
Yeah. So there's some type of seepage in the sediment that would be, a diffuse seepage in the sediment that would be allowing these organisms to live in this area. But because we're seeing them dead, there's probably no longer that seepage happening here. So at some point, that would have subsided from this area.
That octopus.
And it doesn't. Oh yeah, an octopus. Oh, rocks.
Oh my gosh.
Doubted our navigator.
Hooray.
Boom.
Octopus and rocks.
Navigated to
what
rocks.
an amazing
What
shot.
would we like to take a look at here?
There you go, Paige.
Hooray. If you've been following us for this expedition, we've been surfaced on a lot of muddy, sort of flat bottoms, and we haven't been able to see a lot of sort of larger rock structures.
I mean, we could look at this, but
right
if we
now
turn
we're just
to
looking at
322,
a
we'll be at the base of
protrusion through the sediment.
cliff.
Roger that.
So no, co-pilot, or you're down pretty far actually. Yeah.
Sounds good.
If you could stretch out here without moving the ship, that'd be good.
So I'm going to hop off for a minute, but before I do, I'm going to look at this rock.
Please stay. Yeah, there looks to be like a lot of organisms that have attached to this rock.
Yeah, so
Co-pilot,
like we've talked about before,
pilot,
we
do you think
haven't
we
had
should
a
move
chance
over
to
here?
see it yet. A lot of benthic organisms.
Co-pilot does not.
Okay.
Like
If co-pilot's
need somewhere to
comfortable,
settle,
we'll
so they
just
need a
hang here.
hard bottom to settle to.
Co-pilot thinks we
and
should
so
head for the
see
slope.
there's
We'll see more.
two what look like
Pilot
corallomorphs,
concurs.
so a type of what's
I
called
can
like a
also come
false
down and give
coral.
you some more, but your tether
which
looks
is a
fine at the
specific
moment.
group of
Copy that.
cnidarians, so they have those balls on the tips of their tentacles.
Are those like purplish white?
Yeah,
Roger that.
the ones that have their long tentacles out. And
Right
then
down bottom
right
screen?
in front of
Yep.
us on the rock,
Roger
there's
that.
that white, what looks kind of
First
fluffy
rock of
Yeah, the
growing
edge.
along.
Yeah.
That's probably a stoloniferan, so it's a different type of octocoral.
So I'm going to keep you off
that
screen slightly.
crawls.
Copy that.
So it doesn't
Oh,
grow
wow.
on
You
its
have
own
more tether?
stalk. They just grow on a surface like this. And so when we have the chance to zoom in, you'll see that they
You
have
come
the
on
8
in, Roland?
tentacles on each polyp, but they
Slowly
don't have
sitting down.
like a branching system or a stalk. They just grow on a surface like this. Oh, there's also a sea star.
Oh, is that a...
We have
Is that a sea star on the bottom? Oh, yeah. I
It
thought that
looks
was a
like
crab.
It's
But
on like a sponge,
Oh, yeah.
possibly. It could be live or dead. That sponge doesn't look too great.
oh, yeah, I'm seeing those polyps that you were mentioning.
Yeah, so this is a close-up of these stoloniferan octocorals. So octocorals are a group of corals that have 8, what we call pennate tentacles, where they have those projections coming off of each tentacle. And these act as one community, all feeding each other, but each polyp is an individual organism. And our video is so good that we can see even inside the tissue, there's little calcareous spines almost called sclerites.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And that is what gives this coral some structure, because for the most part they don't really have any hard parts other than those little sclerites. And sclerites are also used for identifying by species. So each species has different sclerites within it. So the shapes and the forms that you get can help identify a species. So I'm going to hop off and go do a live interaction with some folks back at home, but Paige is going to stay here and talk to you guys about all the cool things we're seeing.
Yeah. We'll get a better look at the zoom out of this kind of rock surface that we have. We have sort of like 2 bulky rock interfaces.
This is the guy you want, right, Roland?
Yes.
Copy that.
And right now we're zooming in on this sea star that seems to be attached to something. Can't quite tell with my geology background, but I'll try my best to talk about some of the biology that we're seeing on this interface. That's a great zoom in.
Fog's at 100.
Roger that, thanks.
And I was just corrected that this is likely attached to a sponge.
A little arrow worm on the upper left as well. Seems to be stuck.
Getting a little dust here.
Coming down on fogs.
And so when we're seeing these like these rock masses that protrude from the surface,
Shall we turn
one
to
of the
322?
things that we try to look for is to see if it's a precipitate of some kind, which means that there's some sort of chemical that's being brought up from beneath the ocean floor and is precipitating on the ocean surface. But these rocks don't seem to have any precipitate on them. They seem to be more like jagged and just rocky. And like I mentioned at the beginning of this dive, this area appears to experience some thrust faulting, and which means that there is a block of the ocean floor that has been lifted above a secondary rock fragment that through a fault structure. And so it would make sense that we see these rocks kind of protruding out the surface there. So that was a neat find.
Yep, you can see the slope picking up.
And it looks like we're traveling up further upslope.
3-3, right?
325 would square us up with the contours.
325.
All right. Co-pilot is at 325.
Roger that, centering.
I can just start to see stuff in your blue view right out at 40 meters. Get you out a little further. Yeah.
Little ridge there. Very nice. Nice nabbing.
Getting a few returns.
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing
out there.
Yeah. Concurs with blue view.
So that's 30 meters away.
And so, like Alexis mentioned before she left, she's participating in a live interaction. And so, cool thing about while we do these dives out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean is that we're able to host a telepresence line where we can essentially host a Zoom call with a group that's on land. And this is pretty unique because there's not a lot of still reception out here in the middle of the Pacific, so it's really cool that we're able to connect with these groups online. And,
we have a ship move 30 meters, bearing 325 degrees. Students
at schools and
speed
kids in elementary school to more established organizations like the USGS, which is who Alexis is talking to today. So, yeah, right now she's on live.
Good copy, Bridge.
And I'm joined with Ashley. Ashley,
I thought I had the lower swing arms more identical. With the lower starboard,
I'm Ashley
a little more up.
I'm a benthic biologist with NOAA Ocean Exploration. So I'm sitting in to help Paige narrate some of
Either way, I'm going to turn it on and bring it up a little.
Alexis is doing that live interaction. So, of course, I saw that you guys had some very cool fish earlier, and it seems like they got word that I came into the mission control area, and now we're seeing some geology, which is great.
Yes,
but no fishies yet. So maybe we'll get some biology, and I can help narrate on that part.
That would be great. Yeah. So my background is in geology and geophysics. So
I'll zoom in
while
your blue view.
can try to help out with some of the biology, it's not as articulate or clear. So I'm really glad to have Ashley and Alexis on board.
Closer look, yeah.
And it looks like right now we've got like a bunch of anemones on this sediment. It seems like there are some rocks that are poking through here, kind of like we just saw a little bit ago.
Yeah, so that one right in the center seems to be kind of a harder rock surface that is kind of protruding out the muddier sediment. And it looks to be a little bit plated. Like you can see all the... Is that a rock? Yeah. Oh, that's really fascinating.
Yeah, it's interesting how it's got those very defined layers.
Yeah, those lineations usually come from, we call those metamorphism, wherein a rock undergoes so much high pressure compression that the minerals kind of self-assort and can become platey. There seems to be some creatures who have adapted to this hard substrate.
Yeah, a lot of the benthic organisms we'll see, so benthic just being on the bottom, a lot of them really like to attach to some sort of hard feature. So I imagine that they're really going to take advantage anytime there's one of these rock outcroppings kind of breaking up
No,
the
you're
softer
trimming your
sediment.
tether,
So we
so
have, it
pull
looks
back
like
out,
maybe
and
some
let you go.
sponges. We've got some
Roger that. We're in okay
some
shape here.
tube-dwelling worms in there. But yeah, a lot of life surrounding that one small little rock area.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this change in slope is that there seems to be larger cobbles, and a cobble is just like pretty much just like a larger accumulation of rock sediment, and you can kind of see those nodules surrounding those. I'm guessing are anemones, those orange.
Yes, those all look to be anemones to me.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Looked like a lot of the outcroppings were more to westerly, like 300 heading. But I'm sure there'll be plenty ahead as well. Definitely getting some returns here.
Yeah, I think there'll be more.
And so right now we're just kind of panning along this steep slope, kind of in the middle of this this sloped pile of sediment that seemed to be thrusted above the surface.
All these shells had to fall off of somewhere.
Yeah, with all of these anemones and there are a bunch of different types of sea cucumbers here. Imagine that this is a pretty productive area that they're able to get a lot of marine snow to feed off of. But hopefully we'll find some larger rocky outcroppings that have even more life on them.
Yeah, it seems promising given the cobbles that are found here. Whenever we see rock, the first thought is, where did this come from? And so if we're seeing large cobbles, it must have come from some sort of hard rock slope, which would be really exciting to see.
There's an outcropping off to port.
And just as a reminder, if you just are tuning in, this is EX2301, and right now we are north of Astoria Canyon at about 2,500 meters of depth, and Astoria Canyon's right off of the Central Oregon coast. And right now we're exploring the Cascadia deformation zone, which is an area where the oceanic Juan de Fuca plate has been kind of mashed up due to the tectonics in this region and formed these series of parallel thrust faults. And right now we're kind of at a region of uplifted sediment.
If you find something good out here.
Yeah, sounds good.
And yeah, it looks like a little crab is.
Yeah, there's a crab, and then it looks like there's another one of those small
the ship just stopped,
macarids or rat tails.
Co-pilot will go
behind it. That little
co-pilot's still ready.
Oh, is that
right
that
behind
fish?
The crab? Yeah.
We'll give it a few minutes.
Let's go see what we've got for the crab here. A bunch of brittle stars are coming into view as we get closer.
I think Sirius might end up slightly up slope of these rocks. We might have to turn and find new ones, but we can see.
Oh, I lied. That's a little snailfish.
Oh,
they're so cute.
Oh, this is a great zoom in. There seems to be some sort of branch that's coming off of on the left side of his shell. I'm not quite sure what.
I think that's a hydroid that's living on him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
here.
so I don't know. I don't think these crabs necessarily decorate, but things will live on them. But some crabs will accumulate a lot of different living organisms, anemones, hydroids, things like that on their shell that they can use kind of to camouflage within the environment. I'm not sure exactly what type of crab this is, but I am, yeah, Robert Carney was thinking tanner crab. That was my initial guess too. So not being an expert on crustaceans, I think that's a pretty solid guess. but yeah, I think it looks to be a tanner crab to me.
Yeah, it's nice to lean on our onshore scientists in the science chat.
Yeah, this is a great zoom in of those eyes.
Yeah, well, do you know what those little like pinchers are in the center in between his eyes? I'm curious what.
So I think those are appendages that are used for feeding, so that they can kind of, I think. But again, not a crustacean expert, so if any of the scientists on shore know better, please do correct me in the chat, and we'll update the viewers.
Pull it out.
Dust caught us. Good shots, though.
Thanks, video. That was a great zoom in.
Thank you. That was great.
Dust made me sneeze. All right, how are we feeling here, co-pilot? You caught up to me a little bit?
So what did you say that small fish was? Or you said it was a sea snail?
Push out.
Just a snail fish.
Oh, a snail fish.
Yeah, there are sea snails, but they are a type of gastropod.
Okay,
and
there
it
is.
On the bottom, yes.
Edge of review here.
You're getting some bioterm, and I love it. But
Great.
yeah,
You know, I'm trying my best.
there are a lot of confusing names in biology.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So right now we're looking at a really, really beautiful rock outcrop, it seems. You can see the linear foliations here. Yeah, and this is a pretty gigantic boulder. And there seems to be a couple anemones that are growing on the side of it.
Yeah, it looks like there's still a pretty good layer of sediment on top of that. Is that something that likely fell down from someplace upslope?
Yeah, so this rock surface likely protruded way long ago in geologic history. And that type of sediment that we see on top, that sort of muddier, siltier sediment, is likely both probably fell down from upslope, but then also just accumulated from
should be able to keep this heading,
the water column and sediments kind of descending from the water column, which sometimes we've seen in creatures that are just sitting on the ocean floor that just have a pile of sediment kind of on their back. I would imagine it's a little bit of the same sort of process. This feature has been here for so long that it's likely accumulated some sediment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so that sediment is usually called, the ones coming out of the water column is usually called marine snow, and it's particulate matter that is falling down from the upper waters, and it's very nutrient rich. So that's what a lot of the organisms down here are feeding on, either collecting that marine snow from the water column, or like for those sea cucumbers and that spoonworm that we were seeing earlier, actually collecting it off of the benthos once it's fallen down.
Get a little camera tilt up to look out into the distance.
So exciting seeing our first rocky bottom.
Oh man, I am so ecstatic. I wish you all could see me on camera. I'm just having a great time. Yeah, and I'm really looking at just these like linear planes that this rock seems to have. You can kind of trace like each plane throughout the
big,
left to right, I guess, on the side of the rock. And this is indicative of like high pressure systems at depth that have likely kind of smushed this rock down when it was forming below the surface, creating these like linear foliations. And it looks like we're zooming in on a Alexis mentioned this earlier, and I totally forgot the name.
It's some sort of Coramorphalia.
Mm-hmm. Coramorphalia.
Yeah, let me wrap my mouth around that scientific name.
There's some angular rocks off to the left.
There also seem to be some rocks that are just
Are we zoomed in right now?
that are
No,
not
doesn't look
cemented into the slope, and I would be curious if maybe we'll be able to grab some of those rocks, but we'll see as we keep heading up slope.
Ship is stationary now?
Yep. It is. It seems like you have a good amount of tether.
Roger that. Would you like a zoom on this video?
Yes.
Have at it. That's a nice color.
You finally get to set down without stirring up huge sediment.
This is such a good zoom. So this is in that group of cnidarians, so it's related to other anemones and like corals. So this is that's going to be where all of the food goes in and everything else comes out. So
yeah, kind of like its mouth, it seems.
Yes, yeah, it's just a really good zoom. And you can see the polyps on him. I'm always amazed by how phenomenal the video is.
Oh my gosh, these zoom-ins are just insane. You can see so much detail.
Going full screen.
Roger that.
Slight tilt down. Good job. Let's turn on the extra lights.
The fogs.
Hold there.
It's beautiful to watch those polyps kind of dance in the
What percentage is
water.
that?
50.
Okay. One more tight shot.
Holding. Would you like me to center them? Orifice?
No, that's fine. It's a nice mix.
Roger that. Art can do. Yep.
And you go ahead and set for the still camera.
Roger that. I'm gonna scoot back just a little bit, Art, and try to move down. Center you up. I have a toe in the cliff face right now. Let me know when I'm in a good position for you. Roger that. Reacquiring cliff face. Nice shooting. That looks great. No problem.
Full wide.
Copy that. There are lots of rocks here.
I heard our geologist mention the multitude of rocks. Got 15 minutes.
Watch lead 2. Do I have you?
So, Paige, do you think that these rocks are really like part of the bedrock and stable, or does it look like they're maybe smaller pieces of rocks that have tumbled down and might be loose rock piles?
Yeah, so this is definitely a loose rock pile, but the laminations on them suggest that they are still a part of the same sort of like basement rock that they're formed out of. So I would say if we're able to get a sample of one of these, that would be great.
Hey, watch
but
lead 2.
if
This
not,
is Pilot. Can you hear me?
oh, okay, sorry.
Oh yeah,
This is watch lead 2.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering if I heard you wanted a sample. If there's anything that catches your interest in particular, we'd be happy to try to get it for you.
Yeah, so any of these loose rocks would be really interesting to pick up. I don't know if any sort of size or location works, but I'm just looking for one that has those kind of linear laminations to them. They seem to be loose, so they might be easier to get than just prying off of the surface, but I don't know what you think.
Roger that. We'll confer up here in the front row and see if we can get you one.
Thank you.
No problem. Which one of these you think is worth giving a poke?
I think. Do you have the lasers on?
Lasers coming on.
Oh, that helps. That one closest, like a closest
I can
to
do
the
this
enemy,
if you want to
just
do
to the right of the
C2.
lasers now.
I see. Centering on it.
I mean, that looks a little small, but it looks loose and definitely doable.
That's true.
What do you think, co-pilot? Too small?
No, it looks fine.
Don't see any other slightly larger ones in the near reaches. I say we give it a shot. Watch lead 2? This is pilot?
Yeah, this is watch lead 2.
I think we're going to go ahead and give the one that I'm centering up on the lasers with a poke. It's a little small, but it seems to be loose and a viable candidate.
Yeah, that one looks great.
Roger that.
Hopefully this isn't just clay with a coating on it.
Mm-hmm. Just going to put a little joy lock in here.
And so it looks like here we have a majority of kind of that brownish sediment, but what's interesting is if we kind of peer to the bottom of the screen, there's kind of an accumulation of this grayish sediment, which I'm not quite sure what the cause of that would be, but it's likely that there could be some limited seepage that could be possible. And I have Bob Carney in the chat kind of discussing this as well, so thanks, Bob.
3, 2, 1. Do not have arm control at the moment. Let's see. There we are.
Following. You want tilt up on your main HT?
Stand by. Starting to move a little bit here. Try to correct this real quick. Just had one toe down here, so. Might be easier if I turn and get 2 toes on it. But let's see. Let's see if this is a little more stable here.
Looks like you're still sliding.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you sidle to starboard and get 2 toes in.
Is my arm okay, or do I need to lift that up?
Arm's okay.
Yeah. I'm just going to turn to port just a little bit here. See if we get a better perch. Nice and slow.
And so right now the ROV pilots are working to get in a good position to try to get a rock sample. And so the ROV is a really, really great instrument because it has 2 manipulator arms that are able to grab either rock samples or biologic samples, and then we're able to bring those samples back up to the surface. And so I know I'm very interested in the rocks that are in this region. Rock samples give us a bunch of information about the state of the environment and the formation of this sort of environment here in Cascadia. So I'm super excited to see this at the surface. but it is also a very complicated process. So want to make sure that the pilots
continue to slide, your arm may not be
are in a good position to grab.
Roger that. I think that left skid keeps catching before the right one. And I'm also creating a mess here. Alright, reacquiring. Yeah, just help me keep an eye on that arm if you could. I can move it if I need to. That might be good enough.
Turning off auto head might help the two skids to contact equally.
Roger that.
It's not forcing.
This feels a little more stable here. Yeah, I'm liking the setup here better. Alright. Ready for the arm? Coming live.
Following.
Roger that. Alright, we'll give the poke test first. Definitely seems a little
loose. Move, yeah.
Let's try it from this angle here. Looks like two rocks, actually.
What about the one to the left? If you poke that, is it? How big does it seem?
Definitely. I saw it wiggle a little bit.
Yeah.
But the question is whether we could. Might be a little too long. We could try to grab it and see, I suppose. Just want to keep an eye on that box there.
You're gonna open the port box?
I think so, if we're stable enough here.
Do you want it winged?
Yeah, if you could wing in just a little bit.
Winging inboard.
At least to open it. Thank you. Thank you.
It's full in.
Copy that.
Your ways off. Check mini HD2.
Roger that. Yep, moving in.
Nice.
Okay, if you could wing outboard a little bit for me.
Copy, winging outboard slow. We're going to move your mini Zeus first, though.
Roger that.
So you can watch contact with the shilling. Okay.
Arm stable.
Winging outboard. Yeah, I was going to say, I think the lid's already on the shilling. I'm going to close it if I wing.
Okay, no problem. I think that's fine. I think I have an angle. I could also move ever so slightly.
You could go for the small one. You have good visual on that small one.
Okay. Yeah, let's try for the small one. I think you're okay where you are, co-pilot. Thank you. lost a little bit.
Oh, it's
a little softer than expected.
So it's not rock per se.
What about the one the anemone's on?
Stand by. Watch lead 2. This is a pilot.
Yeah, this is watch lead 2.
We poked the rock and it moved, so we thought it was a good viable candidate there, but we gave it the old squeeze test and it didn't survive.
Yeah, that's likely an unconsolidated mudstone. Thank you for trying.
No problem. Do you see anything else in our current view that you'd like to attempt?
I mean, most of these rocks are likely going to be kind of crumbly like this. So I would hesitate to have you try to grab another one.
Okay, understood.
Thank you, though.
We'll keep our eyes peeled and just let us know if you see anything else.
Thank you so much.
Not a problem. What do you think? Nav and co-pilot, think all the rest of these rocks will be the same, or do we want to try that one? We could try the one by the anemone real quick.
We don't want to disturb the anemone.
He does seem to be attached to it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I bet but it's all unconsolidated mudstone, as we heard.
Roger that. Let me close the box and then we can move on, see if we find anything else.
Yeah, the website is Ocean Explorer, .noaa.gov. But if you go to YouTube and you just search Okeanos Explorer.
So as you guys all saw on stream, we just try to pick up a geologic sample, and this sample seemed to be kind of a more unconsolidated mudstone, and unconsolidated means that it's more crumbly and more likely to erode with the grip of the manipulator arms, and so that makes it extremely difficult for us to grab and put in the rock box like you saw up front. And so yeah, it's best for us to find solid rocks because those won't crumble under the manipulator arms. But it just depends on the environment.
Do you want to look at the remnants of it?
We can zoom in on that before we take off.
Yeah.
Hydraulic secure.
Thank you,
Oh, that's a great zoom in. Thank you. Yeah, so right now, so marine sediment is really interesting because the color can reflect the state of oxidation in the iron, where kind of that brownish sort of red is a more heavily oxidized iron, and the more light is more like a gray reduced iron. And so you can see like a combination of both in this rock here, which is really beautiful.
Sliding bit, sorry.
Blue view at 00, switching your monitor.
Clear.
Thank you for the zoom in video.
Well, thank you all for the attempt. It was worth a shot.
That was a good grab.
Thank you, Nav. Lifting up. Pushing out.
Camera's 5.6.
Copy that. Looks like some more hard returns up ahead. What was the direction of the last move? It was 325 now?
Yeah, and that seems to line up with the Cirrus sonar pretty well.
Copy that. More sediment up here. Sedimented outcroppings. Stretch out just a little bit, and it looks like they're ready for the shift change here.
Yeah, I think I'll hold off on a move, but suggest they do another 20 meters this way.
Yeah, that sounds good, Nav. Thanks.
Pilot.
Co-pilot, welcome. got you guys to some more exciting things here, hopefully.
What was the heading of the last move?
325.
Roger, my heading.
We were about to call in a move 20 meters at this heading, but we're waiting for the shift change.
So we seem to be looking more at that foliated mudstone just beforehand, and now it looks like we're looking at some of the rock tumble and rock debris. There was just a fish in view, but I can't see him anymore.
Yeah, I did see him briefly, but not long.
Oh, there he is.
Yes.
Some outcrops ahead.
Hard to tell from this view right now, but it doesn't look like it's one of those rat tails that we've been seeing.
Maybe
it looks more like it's probably some sort of, let's see.
I'm going to pause here, Science. We're doing a shift change.
Perfect. Thank y'all.
Yeah, thank you.
All the fish is in frame, my favorite.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it looks like it might be some sort of cusk eel.
Okay.
A lot of the deep sea fish, especially at this depth, you'll notice have that like a very similar body shape where they've got that very tapering tail. I know you were mentioning earlier, like it looks kind of like a
like an eel.
Yeah. Oh, and actually, I'm seeing its pectoral fins now, so I'm guessing probably more of a snailfish than a cusk eel. Yeah, so since a lot of them have that same coloration and that same tapering body shape, sometimes it's difficult to tell what type we're looking at until we can get a better look at some of the other parts of their bodies.
I see.
Yeah.
So what are some of the clues that you look for? Like, do you look at the fin distribution and the tail?
Yeah, so this is a good example. So when you can see the pectoral fins, which are the fins that keep coming out kind of right behind the head where those where its scales are, or if you were looking at if you're thinking about fins placement compared to your arms, like it would be your arms. So the pectoral fins are a really good clue. So like snailfish have these pretty large pectoral fins. Cusk eels and some of the other likely culprits in this area have some really what we call reduced fins. Might be just like a filament or something.
Oh, okay.
And where they're placed on the body is a good tell.
Perpendicular to the contours.
And then that really, the tail fin is also a good tell. So this guy has, like, if you were to zoom in on the very tip of that tail, there is still a little bit of a caudal fin there compared to in, like, a lot of the ratfish that we've been seeing.
Show something more substantial, like 30
well, no, it's what we call confluent. So the dorsal fin goes straight into the anal fin.
Getting a move in 20 meters this direction.
Get serious for D2s. It looks very much more just like a nice tapering point on the end of their fin.
Bridge now.
I see.
Those are some of the best ways to identify.
Could I get a ship move? 20 meters, bearing 325 degrees, speed 0.2 knots. Good copy, Bridge.
We're seeing a couple more sea cucumbers as well.
Oh, sorry about that. Sure, I think it went off here to my starboard. We have a clipper, so this is main camera. You're looking for this rat tail here? Yeah, go ahead. Down a little.
So I lied. It's not a snailfish, and it probably is some sort of cusk eel. Yeah, so you can tell snailfish have a very. I think of them as like the pugs of the sea to me. They just kind of have like a little bit of a rounder snout too.
Yeah.
But you can see. So there are the pelvic fins on this guy are right underneath its chin. Do you see those filaments?
Yeah, that are
so those are still
down.
a type of fin. I think those are the pelvic fins. I hope other ichthyologists that might be tuning in, sorry for if I'm getting these things wrong really quickly on the fly.
Seems to have like two like large nostril looking.
Yeah, so those are part of the nose. So those will be the nares. Some fish have like these. Some sort of elaboration like that to help them. It might be to help increase their ability to smell, or like these guys are sifting around through soft sediment a lot, so it might be to help make sure that they aren't getting their nostrils kind of clogged.
Right.
But yeah, fish have
rotator.
the same sensory systems we do, and they also have an additional sensory system called the lateral line system. So they can also.
That's good.
Thanks for the zoom on the fish, guys. I appreciate it.
Looks like the ship's moving.
That.
A couple minute delay, and then I'll start swinging. How you doing, Nav? Got a Fernando over there.
Doing good, pilot. How are you?
Good.
I mean, co-pilot.
Yeah.
Co-pilot. Okay, so 20 meters. We are 7 meters away from stopping the ship.
Roger.
Do you want to do a quick snap on this dark object here? I don't know if that's a loose rock or not. In science, we're trying to secure a rock sample, correct?
Yes, that'd be great.
How big is it?
So this rock looks like another mudstone, and I'd be curious to give it a kick and see if it's unconsolidated, like the one we tried to grab earlier, but unsure just looking at it.
Copy that. So this is something that we'd like to go ahead and try and check.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Full wide, please.
Keep in mind we're moving, and I haven't really started moving yet.
Copy that.
It's just
20 meter move.
Yeah.
Right. I can just give it a little nudge with my toe.
Yeah.
Does look pretty solitary out there.
Copy, bridge. Move complete.
Right, so watch lead. I'm just going to try and nudge it with the toe so we don't need to pull the arm out and get set up where ship is underway. If it does appear loose, we can go ahead for... Oh, yeah. She is loose.
Oh, nice.
Does that look like something we want to grab?
Yeah, I don't know if we're able to... I'm just worried it'll be another crumbly rock, and I don't want you to have to set up for another sample just for it to crumble. But I don't know if that's something we'll be able to figure out just off the bat.
If we were able to grab it gingerly so that it didn't crumble, would that still be of interest, or do you want me to give it a squeeze test to make sure that it does not crumble? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. I guess a squeeze test would be ideal,
Start to move here.
Yeah, if you want to do it, you need to do it.
All right, go ahead.
Hydraulics are up.
Excellent. I'll get set up.
If you do grab it, I would take off.
Yep, understood. All right, we're science. We're going to go ahead and give it a go.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And
you got me ramped up.
this rock is kind of interesting because it has less sediment kind of appearing on the top, meaning that it likely just recently kind of fell from some surface.
Okay, arms coming live. Arms out.
And we're going to try to grab it with the manipulator arm. Again, try to see if it's going to be another crumbly one.
Just do a squeeze test, and then we'll move on.
Yep. If it looks good, we'll grab it. If it doesn't...
Sounds good, thank you.
We'll leave it. That is squishy. Right.
Another fragile one.
We'll leave it. Let's go ahead and stow.
Thank you for trying, pilot.
Of course.
It's good.
Stowed. Still a good view on Sirius. Hydraulic secure. Alright. Let's push up and out. Coming out of droid lock.
And so the reason that we're probably seeing these rocks crumble is because mudstone is just a type of sedimentary rock that is just composed of, as you could imagine, mud, mud-sized sediment particles. And so due to that sort of orientation, or that sort of compaction, it's a lot looser. And especially deep in the ocean floor, we'll see a lot of these crumbly mudstones at the surface that have been more weathered by the environment around it.
A little bit more.
Roger.
We can see that feature coming up.
Copy. Looking good.
Feel free to take blue view and scan around if you'd like.
Yeah, I put it up and I ranged it out to 25 just to take a peek.
Okay. I think it's one of those polychaete worms.
Yeah.
I think I heard we talked about it earlier. Did we get image of that, or?
I think there was a quick zoom on one of these earlier, so it looks like it's probably another scale worm.
Oh, sorry, scale worm.
They are a type of polychaete, so you are correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We'll leave it for now, get in a good position.
Those guys are always fun to watch swimming through the water column.
Yeah, they just look like they're dancing.
And the light glints off of all of those seti that they have. So
yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Another great mudstone and really prominent foliations. And so foliation is kind of those like left to right linear patterns. This one's kind of interesting. There seems to be a sort of like fracture in the center, and I'm not sure whether that was due to active tectonics or just the breaking apart of this kind of looser sort of mudstone column. I can't quite tell, but it's really neat to look at. And you can see some of the oxidation, the darker kind of looking rock outcropped forward. That's just due to weathering in the water column. Really, really beautiful.
So Paige, will this unconsolidated mudstone eventually, like geological time, become consolidated and become a hard rock, or will
likely
it not do that?
Yeah, so likely since this is already at the surface, it'll likely do the opposite and just kind of weather away and erode.
Moving, Co-pilot?
No. I'm
If this was something at depth, it would probably consolidate, because what's required for consolidation is high pressure, high temperature, which it won't experience when it's at the surface. But yeah, great question.
Were there any other tests that we wanted to try and knock out, or are we on?
We're in science mode, right, Fernando?
At the end, when Chris comes to relieve me, we're gonna tune the auto heading using the compass.
Okay.
So that's the only other thing.
That's the last shift we want to do that in?
You'll probably still be here because it's gonna be half hour of our shift, the last half hour.
Okay.
And then maybe half hour of the next one, and then we're coming up.
Copy that.
So last hour on bottom will be engineering.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm with you.
Right.
Oh, is that a little shrimp?
Yeah, looks like it. Coming into view. Oh,
yeah.
And swimming at it. Bye.
There's this dark rock a little bit further up, close to lasers now. Does that look a little bit more sturdy?
Yeah, it's likely darker due to just the oxidation, but I would be curious to give it a little poke if that's okay.
Of course. I don't know if we've been able to get you a rock sample yet this cruise, so.
We have not.
Yeah, this would be the first one, so it'd be really exciting. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right, right. You mind doing a quick zoom on this rock here?
Oh, I'm curious. Is there something living on it?
Yeah, it looks like some sort of anemone.
Ah.
And
That might be cemented.
Yeah, a bunch of other smaller organisms there. A couple of worms that are building some tubes around them.
Yeah, there's interesting, looks like almost like fecal matter towards the right. Some sort of tube.
Just get a poke.
Okay.
The jaws
yeah, so
closed,
those are the tubes that the worms will build.
Just drag your jaws on it.
And it
see
is
if it
a bunch of the sediment around them.
Moving.
Yeah.
On
Worth
it,
a shot.
I see.
It's nice to get a
sense of what is sperm, what is not.
Yeah. And if you get the associate.
Yeah, come full wide. We'll go ahead and we'll give it a nudge. Chances are it's cemented, but we'll give it a shot.
Yeah, thank you.
Hydraulics are ready to go.
Also, where there is an associate on it, is this something that would be beneficial for biology as well, where we'd put it in a bio box, or?
Yeah, if we are able to get this one, I think that putting it in the bio box would be really helpful.
Okay, we'll get a sense of size first, and then we'll go ahead and.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Lars.
Adjust, of course.
Could get a 2-for-1 of biology, geology sample.
Hydraulics are ramped up.
Yes.
If you feel comfortable,
so much
switch me over to
science.
Mini.
Roger.
Sorry. All right, hydraulics coming on. Arm is live. Arm's coming out. Oh yeah, I think we can go ahead and grab it.
Okay. What you thinking, port? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Probably take off and then do the drawer once we're off. Probably, right?
Ooh, why? Oh yes. Yep.
Drawer out
Yeah,
of strike the ground, I think.
Good copy.
To drop the target is F5, to name it is F6, right?
Yep.
That's correct.
Okay.
Looks like that anemone has retreated.
ROV as main vessel.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not too. That's an expected response.
Mm-hmm. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Force 5.
Yeah, it's possible this one also might crush, but I guess we'll find out.
Do you want me to do a crush test, or? Ooh, that is very soft. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I would hate to destroy its home that it has, but it already came apart a little bit when you did the first initial sort of crush.
Yeah, I can attempt to feather it if you want and try and keep it whole so that we would get the anemone.
Yeah, that would be great.
However, if we have to pull off, I'm going to be feathering while pulling off.
Okay.
Give it a go.
If they want it, we can get it.
Yeah, it would be something that we're interested in
Okay.
if you're able to. Yeah.
All right. Grip force. A lot less. Okay. I'm going to...
Yeah, it might just crumble when you get it out, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
This is good practice for our pilot here. This is great.
So you will not have auto alt, auto XY, only auto depth.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. We have very minimal current, which is good. Please do not. Thanks. All right, coming up. When you're clear, open the box.
Port box coming open. I'll close it.
Thanks. Sorry, watch lead.
That was a very nice attempt. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for trying.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that didn't work.
That's my mistake.
Very crumbly.
Just gonna try and clean off the draws a bit.
Close them with a higher grip force.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that a lot of these... Oh, sorry.
They're faster.
I'm starting to think that a lot of these mudstones are likely unconsolidated at the surface, so I'll keep an eye out if I see a different rock variation, but yeah, I'll let you guys know. Thanks for trying.
No problem.
Need like a little broom so you can like clean out the jaws. All right.
Yeah.
All right. You good?
Yeah, hydraulics secured.
Okay. Winding down. And securing hydraulics. Taking my monitor back.
Sorry, video, for that quick response.
Alright.
Gotcha.
Onward and upward. Ooh.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you want to move, co-pilot?
Just 1 minute. Have him come up a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, I'll push forward a bit.
Yeah, you might give me 15 meters, Fernando. You good with that?
15 meters, last one was 325.
Yeah, 325 is good.
Copy.
This looks like it gets steeper right here, right?
Yeah, that was a little too soft.
Yeah.
Alright, pilots, I'm gonna call a move, 15 meters, bearing 325.
Roger. It did look dark though, didn't it?
I thought it was going to be a little bit firmer on the middle. Something quite bright over here. This might just be a shell video if you wouldn't mind doing a quick zoom down here at the bright white. I think it is just a shell. Alright, that's fine. Go ahead and just nice and tight. Yeah, okay. And full white.
5 valve. Ship's on the move. I should get used to each other pretty soon.
Hi, Paige.
Hey, welcome back, Alexis.
Thanks.
How was your live interaction?
It was very good. So we got to do an interaction with the U.S. Geological Survey Center that I work at, who's doing a in-house Earth Day event for the public today.
Ah, neat.
Yeah, that's fun. What have you guys been seeing?
Yeah, so we just came across these kind of like laminated mudstones, and we tried to pick a couple up, And the ROV pilots have been doing an amazing job trying to get us a sample, but unfortunately these rocks are just way too crumbly. So our first few attempts, they've just been pretty much obliterated when we try to pick them up. But yeah, we've seen a couple anemones. We saw a certain coral that I know that you've pointed out before, and we were trying to identify it. We'll have to go back on video later tonight and see. But yeah, we've missed you. We've missed your knowledge.
Cool. Well, it's nice that we're up on this slope now, at least, and working our way. Looks like we have a gastropod.
Is that shelled guy right there?
Yeah, so a buccinid gastropod. So it's a type of snail, which we saw on our last dive also, and I think are pretty common in this region. Have you guys still been seeing the acarac shells?
Yeah, we've been seeing multiple of those kind of scattered around.
So can you tell us a bit about the chemosynthetic potential of this area?
Yeah, so there's been thousands of what we call methane seeps that are found along the Cascadian margin, and those have just been recently discovered, which is pretty exciting. But that's just due to methane that's stored under the ocean floor that's able to kind of escape through a series of fractures and just kind of openings through the sediment where the methane can re-enter the water column, which is really exciting find for several reasons, I guess. Biologically, chemosynthetic organisms can kind of come to these methane seep sites. And I guess also these methane sites are interesting because it's introducing a new chemical into the water column, and which is methane. And as the climate warms and the temperature of the water column changes, just understanding the nature of the chemicals in the water column is really vital for kind of understanding our future, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess the overall, what we call the biogeochemical cycles, right? So how it all kind of works together. And I think from my knowledge, the discovery of methane seeps happened a long time ago. So it's not they're recently discovered, but the understanding of how many there actually might be is continuing to develop, both on the Atlantic margin and the Pacific margin of the United States.
Yeah, the recent discovery has been along the Cascadian margin. Yeah, and we're talking thousands of seeps. And this is, right now we're looking at, again, our tried and true mudstone, likely. But what's interesting about here is you can see there's a central kind of region that seems to be offset, and that could be indicative of faulting or just slope sort of motion.
Oh, and sorry, I'm going to pop in. Bob Carney gave us a little note in the chat that some of the history for discovering the methane seeps in chemosynthetic communities is that in the late 1960s, Andrew Carey at Oregon State trawled up a clump of chemosynthetic tube worms somewhere on the Oregon margin, but nobody figured out that seep connection until later. So I think that's kind of common for this deep sea. Oh, there's a crab.
Oh, hello.
But kind of a common deep sea story is that things were first kind of identified through trawls, so where you run a net along the seafloor, but you don't have that information about exactly where that came from or what those communities looked like, because you didn't have eyes on the seafloor. You just had everything coming up at once.
Yeah. One of my favorite stories is the finding of hydrothermal vents off. Where was it? Where was it at? The finding of hydrothermal vents.
The original ones?
Yeah.
Galapagos.
The Galapagos. That's what I was thinking. I was like, Darwin? Which one? But they took an ROV down and they actually followed like a trail of clams, is what they called it, that led them to a hydrothermal vent site, which was really, really interesting.
So this crab is looking a little rough. He's definitely missing some legs.
Aw.
So they normally have their decapods, so they normally have like 10 appendages. And this crab only has 3 walking legs left.
Oh no.
So it looks like maybe he's been in a fight with somebody.
Ouch.
And yeah, the hydrothermal vents were discovered with HOV Alvin.
Oh
so
yeah, thank you for the correction, Bob.
Predating ROVs for this use at least.
Mm-hmm. And HOV standing for human operated vehicle.
Holding there. Following him up.
Oh yeah, see, you can see where the legs have disconnected.
Oh yeah.
There's like those joints. It's interesting. I wonder what would have done that.
Yeah, especially so close to the body. And is that something behind the crab? A little like white?
Probably a hydroid, but I can't quite tell.
I don't have a whole lot of
from
rotation here. I'm right up against the wall. Sorry. I can come back to starboard a little bit. I got my
yeah, it could have been an
port tail in
octopus.
right now.
So octopus like to eat crustaceans, so he definitely could have had a battle and lost a couple legs in that endeavor.
Yeah, he's a survivor.
Okay, holding there. Copy. Good.
Wow, this level of detail is just so amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pan down.
I mean, I think he's, had some encounters before, so
Yeah.
he's not trying to lose any more legs.
He's ready.
Okay. Pilot's clear when video's clear. Copy.
It's pretty impressive that they're still able to function, though, without... Oh, is that one of its legs right there?
Oh, no!
I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah, it looks like same
I don't know.
color.
Or is it a sea star? I can't tell.
Where are you looking?
Just below the legs of the crab, there's like an orange...
Go ahead and come in.
I just want to know.
Copy.
See if it's a leg. Although, I don't know. The more I'm looking at it...
Oh, no, I think it's a sea star.
So close! This also gives us a nice look at some of the rock interfaces here.
Yeah, so is this
more
still...
compact?
Holding that?
Yeah, so this is likely still mudstone that's like more weathered at the surface.
Go ahead. Okay. I can only rotate to starboard, so be advised.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
hello. Okay, and we got Bob Carney in the chat saying that's likely a recumbent sea star.
Alright. Pilot's clear. Copy that.
Yeah, so one of the real advantages of kind of this type of operation and then the development of ROVs and streaming to shore is that we get
continuing up,
pretty instantaneous commentary from scientists on shore, as well as those of us that can be on board. Kind of back in the day, in early deep sea exploration, it was mostly done with HOVs, so human-occupied vehicles, but you could only have however many scientists would fit on board, and then whoever could fit in the HOV itself to make these observations. And now we're able to do this in real time with people on shore. So there's been a lot of developments over even the last just couple decades, really, to make all of this possible. And pretty common now. There's a number of different types of ships that have this capability, and a lot of them are streaming at the same time, so people can hop around and get a glimpse at what's happening in the Northeast Pacific versus what's happening in, Puerto Rico.
Right, all just from your computer.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And as we traverse kind of up this rock face, I'm kind of interested. There seems to be like several holes in the rock wall.
So I go ahead and zoom in.
Not sure if those are formed from
think maybe something could have like burrowed in there.
Yeah, that's my first guess, especially because this rock is, we know to be so soft that.
Oh.
Yeah, if there's anything inside, yeah. Oh. Knock knock. Hello.
Hogs, 100%.
There's also some encrusting sponges, so kind of those lumpy.
Looks like a brittle star
things on
in the upper
rock.
one.
Kind of translucent are probably encrusting sponges. The sponges that just grow kind of along the surface of something. Oh yeah, there's lots of holes.
Ooh,
yeah, this looks like a little
surface.
apartment
looks
complex.
Like, its leg is grown back a little odd. Go ahead.
That's interesting.
You have an eye on your port uppers right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe they're just close together. My mistake.
Oh. Yeah, so you can see the sponges.
Yeah, and I can't really tell what's inside of the hole. But,
I've got a nice sea star and a feather worm.
Is that clear thing on top of a feather worm?
Yeah, it's just a worm that lives in a tube. And it sticks out its appendages like that.
Copy that.
So Bob Carney says he thinks that these holes might have been created by like a burrowing bivalve, so a type of mollusk. Sorry, similar to like the acarax. Their bivalves have the two shells that open, so like a clam or a scallop.
I see.
But there's types that burrow into surfaces.
Oh.
But it would have been a long time ago, probably. So not
Right.
anything that's still living in there.
I see.
And then those holes are just kind of left behind. Definitely seems biological to me.
Yeah, I would be really fascinated if it was a geologic process, but that would be probably not likely. Looks like we're heading to the kind of the top of this slope interface here.
Yeah, we're currently at 2,470 meters. We started today around 2,530, so we've worked our way up quite a bit.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Just gonna take a look down over the side here, video. Just come around, show off the feature a bit.
Oh wow.
Wow.
That's
pretty
really
vertical.
And so for like
So
the process
steep.
of erosion, since it's not very since this doesn't seem to be actual like rock, right? It's like just consolidated mud.
Yeah.
Is this like slowly eroding away?
Yeah, likely, yeah, and which we can kind of see in some of the like rock debris that's present like at the top here. There's just like a bunch of rock fragments that are just kind of strewn about, like we're looking at right now, which is indicative of erosional processes.
And feel free to call out anything if you guys want to zoom in on anything. Video, watch leads.
Okay, thank you.
Nav, Copilot.
Copy.
It's interesting to me that we're not seeing the same amount of like echinoderms living in this part. So like even though it's still sedimented, we don't have the sea cucumbers or the brittle stars in the density that we did when we were on the flat kind of plain.
Right, yeah. I wonder if maybe the type of nutrients available here is different, or if just the slope is just hard to get to. It's probably like, I don't want to crawl the way up here.
Yeah.
Very fair. I get that.
And I think there's also, we can when thinking about corals and sponges, with it being this sedimented, so there being this amount of sediment inflow, it's probably not easy for small corals or sponges when they're babies to settle and then survive. So they would probably be covered by a layer of sediment as they're trying to grow. And so it makes it much more difficult for them to sustain themselves and to continue feeding if that sediment's going to kind of suffocate them. So that might be a reason why we're not really seeing them, even though we're on this sloped feature and there is at least relatively hard bottom.
I see. And this rock appears to not be has like not as sharp edges as the one that we were looking at. It looks to be a little bit more globular-ish. I'm not sure if that's just because it has a more sediment on top of it, which is what it appears to be.
You want another 15? Or you want to wait a minute?
Yeah, we can get another move. Looks like we got some open ground ahead of us.
And so we're going to work our way up this slope, and kind of depending on time, we're going to, I think the top of our slope is around 2,400 meters, so we have about 65 meters to go. Depending on time, we might dogleg either right or left, so that means kind of crawling along the side of the top of the feature if it seems interesting, or if we get to the top and there's something right on the top that we want to look at, we'll go straight. But the decisions will be made kind of as we get there.
Right.
Sonar looks pretty good. Could try to scan with blue view, but
there's something on the left of the screen that's kind of like a squiggly.
What?
If we could just zoom on that, that'd be helpful.
Sure, video if you want to come in. Yeah, for now, and if it's of interest, we can go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Is that
it looks like some type of eggs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Something is releasing eggs. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Wow.
I don't know where it's coming from, but
looks like a transparent goo attached to the ground there, right?
Yeah.
And then it's a string.
Yeah, and they're all kind of separating as there's more flow going between them.
It's no longer a string, is it?
It's like a pile of goo, and now it's just floating away.
Yeah.
So that must have like recently happened if they were all so close together. Very cool.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Huh.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to track it as it's all like dissociating from itself.
Right.
But it's definitely, I don't know what it is, but it's
I got
could
that
be
one
eggs
in the center. Go ahead and
of
zoom
some
into
sort. It's just very strange.
Yeah.
That it's all kind of broken up.
It's a very like tubular.
Oh yeah, that's good because now we can see there's little round. Yeah.
Oh wow, that was a great zoom in.
Thanks, Pilot. That was
that was
Go ahead and come back in.
Oh yeah.
Seems
That's definitely some kind of something I think was releasing eggs. We're not exactly sure what, but
so would the eggs be the little white dots on the?
Yeah, so I think it's like a
thing?
group, and I can't know what it's from, but it looks like something released like a pouch of eggs.
Huh. Neat.
Best of luck to them.
Looks to be some more rock fall from this steep slope.
Does it just become consolidated over time?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like pressure packs it.
Yeah, and you can think like the sediment just kind of accumulates over geologic time, which is over like thousands and millions of years. And as it continues to get buried, the pressure on it increases and it'll compact together to form mudstone. And those holes are really interesting.
Looks like some trails on this one too.
Yeah.
Something was scooting around. Man, the blackish one's really tricky. Like, I would assume that is.
Yeah, different rock.
Looks like the bathymetry should get less steep here.
Copy that.
Some more of those foliations.
Use about on high pack a little bit. Fernando, where are we trying to go? Just up?
And, you know, when you're in like a geology class, like Geology 101, and you head to a rock outcrop like this, usually you'd kind of like brush away the extra sediment or extra, if there was like moss or something growing on the rock, you'll kind of brush it away to try to see the true bedrock that's underneath. So it's kind of fun here to have the extra mystery of the sediment covering the rock interface. And again, we're seeing some more of these like linear fractures that kind of go up and down, which I'm leaning to say that's an erosional process and not active faulting. That would be pretty extreme, but I'm pretty sure because it's just so soft, it's just breaking off and it'll just crumble.
Is the coloration significant in any way? Like the ones that have this darker color, does that mean something?
Yeah, so rock minerals have a degree of iron in them, and so when this iron comes in contact with the elements, whether that be like on the surface, it would be like air, but here it's water, and when it comes in contact with that surface, those minerals will change color just based on kind of what's going on, and so that like blackish, reddish color is like full oxidation of the iron, and then the gray is more of a reduced. And so this is actually like a great interface to kind of talk about that, because if we kind of look on the bottom, it looks more of that like darkish, iron-rich rock, but then up on top, it seems to be that lighter, like almost
and then we can
clay
work our way
So would that be more recently exposed then?
Yeah, that's likely what happened. There was probably some rock breakage. Ooh. Are these more worms?
Yeah, so we have those worms, those little tube worms on the side, not chemosynthetic ones, but different ones. And then you can really see the dark color of the rock, like Paige was just talking about.
Yeah, very
And there's
jagged.
some sponges with those holes at the bottom.
Trying to do a smooth video.
A little baby crinoid. Ah! Yeah, and it's when you get close, you start to see things you don't see when you're flying over, you know. But there's really quite a decent amount going on here, even though it doesn't sometimes feel like it.
It's also really neat to see the like suspended sediment particles, almost like just grazing off the side of the rock interface.
Oh, that's probably a little. It's a little not calcareous, carnivorous sponge, possibly.
Oh wow!
So it's the family is Cladorizid or Cladorizidae, and they are these little sponges that have these very fine projections coming off. Like if we had lasers on, this is probably very small and very delicate. If I'm not keen to collect it just because it's really hard. It would be really hard to get to the surface in one piece just because it's delicate, but it's great to be able to document it here. And that's another little sponge just behind it, that little puff ball. It's a different kind of sponge.
Pilot is clear when video is clear. Cover that.
I think I'm starting to move here.
Copy. Go ahead, push forward.
And we have those 2 sea stars kind of tucked in that little crevice.
Yeah, do sea stars like prefer to be kind of hidden away? I feel like I've seen that tide pooling too.
Yeah, I think it's like
sea stars?
probably
Yeah,
something. I think it depends on species because we see some of them just like right on the sediment, but others definitely seem to want to be snuggled in a little bit.
Yeah.
And we've seen this, I don't have a species for it, but we've seen this kind of lightish white sea star a couple times as we've been moving up this slope. So it might be a decent target for a collection a little later, Lars, if we're in a better spot / see one that's more available.
Sure. Are these also pretty common in the Atlantic? I feel like I've definitely seen them before.
You might have. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't doubt it.
Well,
or a close relative, at least.
Keep an eye open for
yeah.
them in the future.
Oh, one just hanging out right on the side.
I think that's a different type of sea star.
I think it is as well, yeah. If you want to do a quick snap on this one as well, video. Oh, yeah, that's a ravioli.
Oh, wow.
That's a ravioli. There you go. That's a ravioli star or a cookie star.
Oh, yes. I've always wanted to see one of these.
Oh, I hope we'll see more. I think
Very
we will.
cool.
They kind of have that crimping on the sides, which I think is what gives them the ravioli feel. But these are pretty ubiquitous across, not this specific species, but the group of them are found kind of all over the world. We don't have Chris Ma with us today, but he would definitely be excited to tell us more about this, so maybe we'll see one on the next dive.
All right, thank you, video. I'll keep pressing on.
And these sea stars are able to
I'd say one of them is like a
kind of live along this ridge, this slope, because they have tube feet, which are little suction cups, so they can suction onto these surfaces and kind of hang out, and they also can walk around with them, use those to move around. So it makes them really versatile for where they can live.
I think
they're able to capitalize on something that some other animals can't really.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to do a snap on that.
Another fish.
Ooh, I think it's a snailfish.
Ah, looks like it's trying to sniff the surface. That's kind of goofy. Oh.
Oh, he's eating.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, so he's probably going for something that lives in the sediment.
Yeah.
Little animals.
Nice.
Cool.
I guess it is lunchtime-ish.
That's cool to see. Let's see if he does it again.
That's neat, yeah.
Do it again.
Come on.
He's like, bah.
I don't want the sediment.
Oh, look at his jaw.
Wow, they're huge. Oh, that's amazing.
Snailfish are so cool. They're often like this kind of translucent color. I think one of the deepest fish ever discovered is a type of snailfish.
Oh, wow.
Has those little like feelers on the bottom
on,
too.
buddy.
I think it uses those to kind of reference
Here comes
where the bottom is.
Do you know what snailfish eat?
No.
No. Okay.
I mean, I think they eat things in the sediment because they're often found, but I am not sure.
Got my port upper. I think I should be good, but
it's pretty close.
Alright, let's let him go.
Port lower is pretty close, Lars.
Copy.
See that?
Yeah,
There you go. Easy.
I think the genus or the family that snailfish belong to is called Leparidae. Oh, there's something on the right, Lars. Do you see that?
Yeah, just right along the edge. This is a beautiful, beautiful rock interface too. I love the zoom out,
Art, is
panning
this
out to see
something
the
that
full,
might be still cam worthy?
the full effect.
You don't have it, Fernando.
Sorry, I can't hear you. If you were saying something, Art.
He's in video mode right now.
Oh, that rock looks nice.
Oh, with the still cam. Excellent. Gotcha.
Oh, okay. I gotta find this. This is an anemone.
Ooh,
I can find it.
Lars, that's the still cam.
Purpley anemone.
It's just in video mode right now.
Thank you.
I think we're stationary here, so you got time.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that there seems to be a lot of recent surfaces that have been eroded away, allowing us to kind of peer at some fresher rock behind it that's hidden beneath the sediment that we've been seeing. Very cool.
Bring it around for still right now, and then I can go ahead and get a nice toe in.
It's back to photo mode.
Copy.
Focusing. Adjusting.
Focusing.
Mark.
Fire.
It's got one. It's gonna throw Art for it. You want Fox Art or not?
So the pilots and the video engineers are working together to get
if you
the
want them
best
off, just let me know, Art.
and placement to get both still photographs as well as video of this. This is a sea anemone from the genus Actinaris. And I think these are pretty common
I'm going to swing
in the
around to
Pacific.
port a little bit, try and get the
I don't know
front
so much
view.
about whether they've been found in other parts of the Atlantic or other oceans.
How do you feel about that, Art?
This spot looks perfect for gathering or getting nutrients from the upwelling water column.
Rotate down a little bit, Lars.
Yeah, you often find, like, it's surprising sometimes to me how well, like, these are organisms that start planktonic, so they're in the water column as babies, and then they settle somewhere, and they stick there, and they stay there for the rest of their life. And it's always interesting to me when you find them in kind of like the most opportune space.
Yeah.
And you're like, this might have been just the lucky one, right? The one
yeah,
that, like,
this one found the perfect spot.
Yeah, where it's kind of on this area that seems to have a decent amount of current that would go by it.
Yeah, you can even like watch the sediment, the suspended sediment kind of move around.
And he's just pointed down just
are
for your
near
awareness.
Copy. If you could just keep an eye on my swing arms, they should be fine.
Yeah, you're good. It's kind of on an outcrop thing.
Okay, I'm coming down a little bit. Okay. All right, video. I am all yours. What do you want? Okay. I spy potential sea star over to starboard as well. After this, we can check them out.
We're seeing some more of that dark iron oxidation kind of as the
up
backdrop to this anemone.
These have really interesting colorations. I don't know if there's any biological reason for it, but they often have the like white underside to their tentacles like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, makes it kind of easier to spot as far as it being this genus. And anemones are cnidarians, like corals, so they have the same type of anatomy where there is a mouth. So right in the middle where we're looking right now is the mouth and the anus of the sea anemone. So they eat by stinging animals with their tentacles.
Oh, wow.
And then, or like small animals. I've seen an anemone eat a fish before.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
It is. Yeah. But normally it's like smaller organisms that are floating in the water. And then they'll ingest them. They're called cnidocytes, the cells that do the stinging. So for a cnidarian, cnidocyte, and yeah, all Nigerians share that characteristic in some way.
Yeah, sure.
It's beautiful.
Right.
Yeah.
Taking off.
Wow. Just when you think the ocean is just a flat surface, you come up to an area like this, it's marvelous.
Don't let anybody tell you that.
Yeah.
The white one to the
We
right.
have
Yeah.
been lucky enough to
white over
discover that there's a lot more down in the depths of the ocean than people originally thought there might have been.
Hard surface. Might not be able to grab
Oh yeah,
as
there's another sea
delicately
star.
as
Oh
we
yeah.
do.
Another move, co-pilot.
Heavy's going down.
Copy, thank you.
Yeah, you want to give me...
And something that we're always
15?
kind of trying to understand, and
Copy.
all of these
3,
exploratory dives help us with,
4,
is just how... Oh, there's a corallimorph down in the
15,
corner,
340.
too.
Corallimorph.
One of those, a different type of Nidarian.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
coming up, 15, 340.
You guys were looking at one when we were doing the live interaction.
Oh, that thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Not a lot of tether.
Yeah, we were trying to identify which one you hear.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be small enough for the suction sample.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of sediment that's accumulated on this rock slope.
What do you think?
Pretty
You think
big.
This is the species you were talking about, right?
I think it is, yeah. If we could
Verify.
take a snap zoom,
Yeah,
that would be...
if you want to come in video. Looks like it.
Yeah, it does look
just
like
hanging
it.
out.
There's also, Lars, just to our, like, port aft, we'll use ship terms, there was another type of, like, coral-looking animal.
Was that the corallimorph?
Yes, it was.
Understood. Alright, full wide video. Come, I think it's right below my port toe. Ooh.
Ooh.
That was my thruster. Unfortunately, not a fish. Yeah.
Yeah.
Transparent
Oh,
one.
yeah. We were looking at a couple of these.
Yeah, as you do this more and more, you start to see things that seem invisible because you just get used to that they're hard to see.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is a place that we could collect, but it would be a primary target for today, that corallimorph.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're, yeah, go. Of course, if we're going to sample this, that's definitely on soft and it is squishy. So let's get all of our video.
Yeah.
Before we go and attempt any collections.
How far are you from?
Let's stop the ship, Fernando.
Copy.
Yeah, so this is a
Bridge to
type
snap.
of coral
let's do an easy stop,
that looks a
please.
lot like an anemone. So they're kind of called false
thank you.
anemones, but those round balls on the tips
Thanks, Fernando.
are really characteristic of this group. And we've seen a couple of them today. And so I think this would be a good collection to help us with kind of characterizing
Okay,
this
he just
site.
moved about 10
And
meters.
I don't think this is something that we have collected in this area before.
And we've seen multiple of them,
Yeah,
too, which
that's
is
what makes it like a good target.
Yeah.
Is that we know that this isn't the only one, right?
Mhm.
We know that there's a couple of them around, and that they likely like this habitat.
Mm-hmm.
All right, co-pilot. I'm thinking suction sampler. I attempted a sample similar to this a few years back, and
Maybe we'll use the bottom of the hose to cut its base that's attached, and then all of its little tentacles either suck in or go down the hose.
copy. Thank you, video. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Do you want me to move your camera over to the suction jar? Because we don't have a jar camera right now.
You want to do this?
Sure.
Okay.
Just to confirm, Watchley, this
Yeah.
is collection, right?
Correct.
Okay, excellent. If you could take my starboard swing arms and bring them in as well. I'm going to have to kind of get in an odd angle here to get in there.
Lower swing arms, valve packs enabled.
Maybe just all swing arms in tight, because I'm going to
still
kind of settle into this little nook.
Uppers.
Yes. Yeah, so we're going to have to go ahead and switch the camera as well.
I'll do that. I'll handle that. We'll do the uppers. Leave them out for now.
At least the port upper, bring it in, please.
Upper swing arm stow.
I think I'm going to have to get pretty low here.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll do that 1 second, Art.
Yeah, go ahead, as long as the center of rotation is at the A-frame.
I'll be in the rack room for
Copy.
just a second.
I'm just going to get set up.
Copy, thank you.
Let me just
good eyes on Sirius.
I'm just going to get a little more delta before I abandon my post. Alright, 1 sec.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to grab the hose before we get too far into this, because we're not going to be able to open up the drawer.
So our pilots
Levi,
are setting up
grab the hose
to do
before
our
I
first
pull in.
biological collection for today. We're going to
pull
attempt
back
to
a little
collect
bit,
this
get into heading
Corallimorpharian,
in depth.
which we've seen a couple times. Now, they're very skilled, but this is very tricky because we're on this slope, so it can take a little bit to get things in the right position and for them to be comfortable to attempt this.
Okay.
It sounds like Lars, our
Feel
pilot,
pretty
is
good.
going to go for trying to use a suction sampler. So because this is a really fragile, pretty squishy organism, that method can be easier for making sure that it stays intact when we get it to the surface, as opposed to using the hydraulic arm.
Copy. All right, watch lead. What we're doing now is we had adjusted one of our cameras off of the suction jar cam to a camera that looks back at the hose for engineering purposes as we were testing a new routing system. So what Levi is doing now, our co-pilot is running into the rack room. He's switching those cameras back so we have access to that. And then I will get set up by pulling back off the wall. We'll bring the drawer out to be able to grab the suction nozzle. We will then stow the drawer, and then I'll come in, get set up for it. We'll take our suction sample, pull back off the wall, open the drawer, stow the suction nozzle, close the drawer, continue on with the dive.
Sounds great.
So that's the little back and forth we have going on here.
Yeah, I hear you. I think you've attempted one of these before, Lars, but just for a if you want to give it a little nudge with your suction sampler before you're actually suctioning, it might pull its tentacles in, so it'll make itself a little bit more dense, which might be easier for getting it all.
Yes, yeah. Yes, I've actually, I think the one I tried to sample was similar to the white one that we were just looking at, the colorful and white one.
Oh, okay.
And it was something similar where as soon as I went to snip it, it retracted, and then by the time I snipped it, it had retracted quite a bit.
Yeah, they move very quickly normally. Corallimorphs I haven't really tried to sample. I've done like one, but I think it'll behave the same.
Understood. If you could go ahead and bring my drawer out, Levi.
Okay, might be doing it blind.
We do not have the. Okay.
Not right now. He's working on it.
Understood.
Alright, said retract biopins. And drop.
Okay, I'm gonna joy lock a slight amount of back and starboard.
in this order. So Corallimorpharia is an order within Hexacorallia,
Nav,
which
if
is
you could
what
keep a
like
close eye
stony
on
corals belong to.
me drifting into that wall. If you could bring up my mini Zeus.
Order of Corallimorpharian is much better understood in the shallow waters as most other groups of organisms. But there's a pretty high diversity of them in shallow waters, and they have quite a different morphology than these ones we see in the deep. So it's interesting to be able to get a collection of one of these. There's really not very many of them in museum collections. And all the footage of it is helpful because when we collect this, as we were talking about, it'll change its morphology drastically, and it will not look at all like this when it gets to the surface. It'll just look like a ball. So having that footage and the images to go with the collection are really vital.
Okay, grip locks in, pulling out. Okay, if you want to go ahead and draw in at this time.
Drawers in.
Copy. That will be good. Locking it in there. Bringing out joy lock. Bringing us back around. Okay.
I'm gonna go get Brian.
Let's get set up.
Can you do it without Zoom?
We should probably have him in here.
Okay. One sec, I'll get him.
Was he trying to do the draw?
Yeah, he's trying to do the draw. I think we can do it blind.
I think we can.
He's here. We can worry about the draw camera later tonight, Brian. We're gonna go. Okay.
Okay, that little lip is definitely pretty loose. Okay, you ready with the suction?
Yep. Standing by. Positive RPM, 900, ready to go.
Arms coming live. Gonna come back in and then down. Go ahead and zoom in on main Zeus, please, video. It's rocking away. Okay, go ahead and start suction.
900.
Copy.
800, aye. Holding that.
Alright, we're getting a few arms in. Full suction.
Increasing. That's pretty much full on the stick here.
Okay.
I think I get more on the touchscreen. Show me to try to increase. Oh, is it a rock? Oh, it's attached to a rock.
Gotcha. Alright, let's go ahead and maintain that. Bring it down to like 1,000.
That 1,000.
Just so we don't disturb it. Okay. What I'm going to do is this might be fancy sample. Stand by for fancy. We're going to go ahead and hold this. I'm going to lean it up, keep that suction going. We might have to put it in a bio box. You ready for this?
Yeah.
We're going to have to come back up off the bottom.
Retracting drawer.
Copy.
Extending port pin.
Good copy, yeah. Port's easiest.
Ready to extend on your mark.
Understood. Coming back. No. Okay, feel pretty good about that. Oh. Interesting. Not ideal. I'll set that. Pulling back a little bit.
Roger.
Okay, I'm going to put a little aft and starboard. Joy locked it in. Alright, nav again, if you could keep an eye on that wall. Co-pilot, feel free to, I'm going to come back in. Feel free to go ahead and draw out.
Alright.
We're going into port.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Looks good, looks good. Excellent.
You're going to need to, pull hose and then kind of lock it against the gate. Let me to pull joy lock out and just fly. Or do you want to leave it?
Feel free to fly if you'd like.
You're not auto depth, right? Yeah.
Yep.
You know when you want me to blow.
Okay. Go ahead. Light. Boom.
It's in.
Nice.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I'm going to retract.
Stand by one.
Okay.
I'm all wonkadoo. Okay. You should be good to retract.
Port inner. Bio sample.
Actually, yeah, go ahead and retract. Close that pin. Oop.
Yeah.
And then come back out and we can stow.
Alright.
I got the arm. I can go ahead and steer while you do that.
Alright.
Thank you for taking that.
Sample boxes, retracting port pin. I'm ready to re-extend.
Stand by one.
Alright.
Okay, arm's coming back on.
Was that inner or outer?
Port inner.
Inner.
Alright, you want me to extend?
Yeah.
Alright, there you go.
Okay.
Boom.
Feeding it back in.
Nice. That's kind of good.
Okay, coming out of grip. Opening jaws. Nice sample.
Nice. Excellent.
Alright, let's do a little inhale, exhale.
Nice. That's fun.
Nice sample.
Excellent practice. Alright.
Yeah, great sample.
We're back with you.
We got a rock and a coral and a crab.
Thanks for the rock sample.
Of course. And then we don't even need to confirm that it's in the suction jar because it's in the bio box.
Roger. Take my
like
monitor
the
back.
perfect size rock to not go in the tube.
Yeah.
To hold it.
All right. Let's reacquire this wall. Continue on. Was there anything in this area that you're interested in?
So
no,
dry.
I think we can keep going up.
Yeah.
Copy. Joy lock. That would do it. All right.
So we got our first geological sample of the cruise.
Yes, I'm so excited.
It also makes some sense as far as like that corral morph being there because
get
they
your,
wouldn't normally settle on like a muddy surface.
Port upper back out there.
It would like that harder
Yeah.
substrate to
Yeah,
kind of
I
latch
know.
onto.
Redo all.
And does it kind of have like a suction to it? Okay.
Yeah, so they have like it's like an anemone where they
I'll
have
get
that
it
like
pushed out a little bit,
that
come up a bit, and
base
then,
that
if you'd
is
like,
essentially
you and I
suctioned
can
on, but
switch.
they're like pretty suctioned on
he's
there. Like
gotta
they're not
do the
going anywhere.
Yeah, even
Turn
through
on
the
already, right?
sampler, it was
Yeah.
not letting go.
A 2, I think.
Two.
Okay.
Chris is gonna come in.
And we get to continue to head
What
up
time is it?
slope.
I don't know.
See what we see.
Yeah, in about 40 minutes. He's gonna come in.
I'm going to talk about them a little
40 minutes,
more.
pilot?
Do it.
Why not?
I'll just get you centered back up here, and we can rotate.
Are an interesting member of this Hexacoralia group that stony corals belong to. So the thought is that most scleractinian corals or hard corals create a calcareous skeleton while they grow, but corallimorphs don't do that. So there's some thought that they're kind of like this key to figuring out the calcification process and why some corals calcify and then anemones don't calcify. So from a genetic standpoint, they hold a lot of information that can inform that whole group. So why might certain genes be present in scleractinian corals but not in corallimorphs? So there's a lot of potential there in that little collection.
Right.
Hydraulics are off. Swing arms are back out there. I'll haul it a little bit. Sounds like I'm getting a little low.
Okay, co-pilot, do you hear me?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Copy, and video, do you hear me? Copy. All right. Rotator 13.
Painting with the blue view, nothing crazy in front of us.
Copy.
So where do we think that rock might have originated from?
Yeah, you mean all of these rocks that are just kind of protruding out the surface?
Or more like the one that the coral was on. So it didn't seem to be mudstone, right? Because I think it would have fallen apart.
Well, it could have been under a little bit more pressure since it was kind of hidden at depth. So it could have been
can we take a zoom from on just the base of this rock feature? There's a couple anemones and then there's some smaller white dots.
Copy. All right, let's hold on video.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But
oh, no, please. Every time there's an exciting bio, I always feel like I'm getting a little bit better at identifying it. I'm an anemone, yes. I know that now.
Yeah, I learned a lot of what I know just by being in the room. I didn't necessarily study guides or things but for identifying organisms, it's the best practice is just watching dives.
Right.
And it helps if you have somebody that knows stuff, not necessarily me, but somebody better than me. I've worked with a lot of really great scientists that have helped me to be able to
a little bit of sediment blowing through here.
Identify even,
Let's
to family level stuff.
Right, yeah.
Clears up a little bit.
Looks like we'll get a zoom in once the sediment clears.
You're not at depth right now, by the way.
Oh, maybe that's still... Yeah, maybe that's why I couldn't land. All right. Yeah, let's come in video, but I don't think anything's going to clear.
Video, I'm mostly interested in the white that's kind of right in the center between the other two anemones. So I think this is what we call a tube anemone. So it's a little bit different from these bigger anemones that we're seeing in that it creates and lives in a tube. So if we were to disturb it, poke it, it would retract all the way into that tube versus just closing up.
Yeah, that's neat. You can like see its entire kind of tube body coming out.
Yeah, and then right above it, there's I think a bryozoan, which we've seen a couple times today.
Is that the one to the left?
No,
the one that was to the right.
Like feathery.
Sliding back.
I see.
Thing. And then those little white balls that we're seeing are sponges.
Oh, okay. It seems like when we see one, we always see like a smaller cluster.
Yeah,
altogether.
that's a good observation. I think like it has to do with
Oh,
it being a good spot, right? So like if things settle there, they end up staying there.
This right
Whereas
here?
in other places, they might settle, but then they won't live very long, so it all kind of dies off. There's some cool little crinoids also, those feather stars.
Bridge, this is RVNF.
Oh.
I was just wondering if you guys had any squalls
Yeah, let's come out a little bit.
around.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Around the ship,
That's
on the radar.
beautiful.
All right, yeah.
So is there something about the white one that's different than identifying some of the reddish orange?
Just that tube that they live in.
Oh, okay.
Is what kind of
so
makes
it just so happens to be white also?
Yeah. And I just noticed it was different from the ones we've been seeing,
Sounds
so
good.
I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to get a closer look at it.
Yeah. There seems to be a lot of marine sediment on these kind of rock bodies up here. Probably the steep slope just dispensing a bunch of mud on top of the harder rock.
Ooh, it's a pretty big brittle star.
Yeah, whoa. I wonder why its arms are kind of
like
up
wavy.
like that. Yeah, squiggly. Scientific
terms.
terms.
Like, do the wave. Like,
yeah, like.
That's the noise that means.
Just some high-level scientific terminology right here.
Coming up on some more outcrops.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and this rock does appear to be darker in color.
Ooh, look, you can like see how that
broke
off.
Wow, yeah. It's like exact.
Yeah.
Wow. Like a puzzle piece.
Yeah.
Very jagged. What's interesting here is kind of, I mean, it's likely because it's weathered this way, but the kind of directions of each foliation plane in these rocks are different, and it's likely just because it's broken off and distributed that way, but if this was a hard basement rock, we would kind of question why those lineations are going different ways.
I will call it in.
So would like
gonna move to the middle of your screen,
this is
co-pilot.
also very tectonically active space,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, very much so. Yeah, so we're in the deformation front, so within that front, it just means that this place kind of accumulates a lot of that pull from the moving Juan de Fuca plate that's kind of like trying to be pulled towards the continental plate, but is also kind of subducting or ducking beneath the continental plate, which kind of creates this weird distribution of stress that kind of can create fractures and then subsequent active fault fractures. And so along this deformation zone, we see a lot of thrust faults, which are kind of the scarier kind of faults that can create like tsunamis and like displace massive amounts of water up above it. Yeah, so we're really interested in understanding those faults a lot for tsunami hazard to like local communities.
And then when that happens, does that have the potential to like disrupt like the rest of the sediment around it? So
definitely,
like, some of these could be like some of this falling could be a result of like a big event like that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would say, yeah, it's either based on the slope surface just being too steep, but the reason the slope becomes too steep is because of the uplift process that happens tectonically. So, yeah, I would say the reason that we can see a lot of this rock is because of the tectonics, which is my area of study. So I love looking at tectonic features. And as we kind of go throughout this slope, I'm kind of interested we kind of pass by a bunch of areas in the sediment where there's like a sort of like white, like protruding from the surface. And like, I don't know why.
Could it
but
be
some
something
sort of
like? Do you think the sediment underneath is that color? So if something is excavating.
Yeah. So I would say either it's it just kind of got scooped away or like blown away somehow. So we're looking at the sediment beneath it. Or there is some sort of like remnants of precipitation, but I don't know.
Fluid flow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that would show more in like hard rock precipitate, but could also alter the properties of the sediment too.
This is pretty cool.
Oh yeah, this is super jagged and this is neat.
Oh, we got a Gallifreyan crab. Can we take a look at that crab when you got a second?
Yep. Oh, turn really dark video.
Yeah, it's really like stark against the background.
Okay, let's come in slowly, just partial. Hold right there.
So these are a type of squat lobster, or they're called squat lobsters, but they're actually crabs. They're not lobsters. But it's a Gallifreyan is the family. And might be Munida. I'll have to look it up for the genus, but you find these ones with this very like white coloration and relatively big. So like if we have lasers on, they're not super tiny.
All right, go ahead.
That
Brian,
live on
come in a little bit closer.
that kind of crawl around sedimented areas like this. So
interesting.
A lot of squat lobsters prefer a coral habitat, so you'll find little ones that live on a coral, but these guys tend to live on structures like this. It's these little orange eyes.
Yeah, they're kind of creepy. Just looking right into your soul.
Okay, I'm floating. So
kind of reminds me of. Did you ever read the book?
Might not be able to go
what was it? It's like about the vampire bunny growing up.
The vampire? No, I haven't.
There's this book, and it I can't remember the whole story, but it would suck the life out of things, and they would turn white. And I always kind of think about that when I see these.
Just a real life squat lobster.
Somebody's sucked the life out of them, but he's living happily down there.
Sucking the life out of stuff. That sounds. That's some scary business there.
Yeah, better watch out.
That's all I'm gonna think about.
Yeah, and the squat lobsters, there's a lot of different species of them, and it's often like the spines on the sides of their carapace, which is like the back of them, or on their legs that define them. So there's a lot of different characteristics that can be the reason for something be delineated as a species. And so we're not going to collect this one, but it is for crustaceans. It can be really, really helpful to have an actual collection, just because you can't really diagnose some of those characteristics unless you have them on the surface.
What sort of things do you look for, like when they're on the surface? Do you?
Let me turn fogs off. You done?
Do you have to have like a microscope?
Sometimes, or it's like counting the number of spines or like the length of the spine. And I don't do the taxonomy of crustaceans, but I have heard about it, and it's a lot of work.
Ooh, there's something on the
fluffy
left.
on the left.
Okay.
Kind of hidden in the rocks.
Right here,
Just
right at
down
the bottom?
a little, down.
Okay.
I think it's more of these bryozoans.
Let me get a little bit closer video.
Yeah, it seems to be like pulsating almost.
Is
it just moving with the current?
Right there, what's in the middle, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's come in partial.
Yeah, so it's a bryozoan, which are
this is big.
Called lace or not lace corals, just lace animals. And they're very delicate, and they can be encrusting, or they can be like this, where they kind of are branching like this. But they're not tentacles, but they have like appendages that come out also and feed from each little section. But we've seen a decent amount. They're just very delicate looking, so we haven't been zooming on too many of them. But there's a lot of delicate things. We have the bryozoans, and then those feather worms also kind of have that appearance.
Yeah, I like the name lace coral. That seems kind of fitting.
Yeah, they're not corals, but lace animal.
Sorry, lace animals. Sorry.
Come on,
There is a different one there's a coral called lace coral.
Oh, okay.
So I just don't want you to be like.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I need to be called out on my biological terminology. Oh, it's
funny too because I know some of these things, but then I don't study them when I'm back in our lab, so I have to remind myself all of the different groups when I come out here.
Yeah, there seems to be so many, and especially so many levels of taxonomy.
Yeah, there's a lot of
you.
different.
Right, balance that movie.
I mean, there's a lot of different groups that live in the ocean, so we have many different phyla that we look at, and then you can narrow it down into other taxonomic groups and try and get. Oh, there's a little white right in front to the right of center. If we can do a snap zoom.
Partial video.
Oh yeah.
Just a little gastropod.
Oh.
Yeah. A little snail.
Cool. Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same. It might be buconid, I think is the group, but it's much smaller than the ones we've been seeing.
Yeah, hanging out on some of the harder rock. I can see beneath the sediment there, that darker.
They're normally predator-like, so I'm curious what it might be after.
Interesting.
That's great. Thank you.
All right, let's come out video. Okay, keep coming up. Copilot.
Okay.
Oh, this is cool. You can see an erosional kind of slide, kind of diagonal to the center. It's fun.
We've got another one of those 6-arm stars. We saw one of those earlier.
Yeah.
Hey, Nav. This is watch 1.
Yeah, go ahead, watch 1.
What's our off-bottom time?
Stand by 1.
All those brittle stars.
Crawling around.
Watch 1, off bottom time, 22:10 UTC. We have roughly 1 hour and 32 minutes before we're off bottom, I believe.
Awesome, thank you. And this is a big coral.
Wow.
Okay, hold on. Video. Maybe
Okay,
I
our
can
first
land for this one.
black coral of the expedition. So this is probably a Bathypathes of some sort, which is a genus of black coral. These are pretty long-lived corals, so they don't grow necessarily very huge, but they can be thousands of years old. Certain species have been dated from Hawaii to be over 4,000 years old. And so they're called black corals because they have a black skeleton underneath that tissue. And they are
hold on.
A type of hexacoral, so they have a really different type of morphology than when we think of other types of hexacorals like stony corals. But they have that six-fold symmetry in their tentacle orientation, which is what puts them into that group.
The way it's latching on to the rock is really interesting, like that giant circle.
Yeah.
Does it just suction too, or does it grow?
No, so
within?
it grows.
Okay.
So it has a base that, underneath that pink tissue at the base would be more black coral skeleton, and they essentially solidify themselves on.
Oh wow.
To the rock.
You can come in as close as you want. Video.
This probably means that this is a pretty hard surface that's been there for a while, because it would require. It would require that to be there to keep growing all these years. And we don't know the exact age of this coral, but it's definitely not a baby. So
yeah, it looks pretty big.
And you can see these really interesting tentacles. So they're oriented a little bit differently than other types of corals, where normally you have them in a circle around the mouth of the polyp. These are kind of in 2 projections, so you get kind of pairings, 3 pairings of tentacles. which is pretty unique for corals.
Is there a reason for that, or is it just the different type of coral that it is?
I don't know if it's understood, why they might have that morphology, but you can see the little white dots in the tentacles.
Yeah.
Those are the cnidocytes, so those are the stinging cells.
Oh, wow.
So when we touch them, they're not really, these corals aren't like going to sting you like you would get a bee sting, but when a small little copepod swims by and it gets stung, it might shock it, it would send that shock through its system, and that way the coral can capture it and ingest it.
It's a cool shot, Fernando.
Yeah, great flying.
Yeah. So how long do you think this has been growing for based on its size? Is that like an estimate that you can make, or?
Kind of. I don't like to give real hard estimates just because it's really hard to. What it requires doing is to date this coral, you would have to take the whole coral and you would need to age date the base of it.
Okay.
So you would use the elements that are in the base of the coral to tell you how old it is. And there are certain corals that you can. Wow.
Oh, interesting.
There are certain corals you can.
Stock?
You can guesstimate based on size or the width of the stalk, but it's always a guess
Like
until you
to
do
the
the
right.
actual age dating with
Okay, I can try to rotate.
radiometrics.
I see.
And this one,
Wow.
yeah, this species has polyps all the
Rotating a
way
little
down
bit.
the stalk.
Oh,
so
that's amazing.
And see, even there's some on
my
the
gosh.
base,
Yeah.
which is kind of a unique
Yep.
character. Some of them only have the tentacles up on the branches.
Yeah.
But it looks great. This looks like a really healthy coral, which is always
Tilting up
good
a little
to
bit.
see. It always is nice to see something that is that looks to be doing really well.
Okay,
Another one that
stopping
found a
right
really
there.
great spot.
Yeah. It's interesting that we see just one. Now I want to see what else is here.
And then, do we have a clipper on the chair?
That they can be comfortable at, or
That's-
if because the slope is so geologically active, this one's
Art.
lucky enough.
Yes.
Do you want to do any stills?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that these
Okay.
types of black corals can be found
All
honestly
right.
pretty deep, so deeper than we are now.
Copy.
So I think it's
I'm gonna tilt down, Art.
likely that it's more about the shifting of this environment versus the depth
then-
range of this coral.
Hold on 1 second.
Right, yeah, and looking at the geologic landscape
there.
around it, it looks like a lot of sediment has accumulated already, and so that's likely indicative of less kind of movement that would kind of move that coral around and jostle it. So it's probably in a pretty stable location.
Do you want me to hold still, Art, or copy that?
It'll be interesting to see as we go up if we see more of these, or maybe we just got lucky and got
I feel like this is
to
one of those,
view
like,
the one
meditation
Bathy that is around
setup
here.
in a hotel lobby. Just like this, like.
I also love the
gentle sway of
pink
the
color
Yeah.
that it has. Or is that characteristic of this?
These ones can be a couple different. They're normally like a hue of pink or reddish, but there's a lot of still
Copy. Right.
there's still a lot of work looking into
Coming
what
up.
color means for these animals.
Interesting.
There's some thought that certain pigments can be
Rotating
like a
up,
deterrent
video.
for predators. There's a lot of work to be done to figure out if there's actually any, if it has any purpose, or if they just
Right.
happen to be a certain color, because like we've talked about, there's no natural light down here, so it's not like in the shallow waters where those vibrant colors could be attracting something or deterring something.
Coming up with it.
Right.
Copy.
Ooh. A little bit of
It's
a
a big-
darker rock.
Yeah.
Kind of a larger mass.
Some sea stars.
Yeah.
Man, this looks so like sheared.
Yeah, like right on that angle right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably another remnant of erosion from this steep slope. Interesting. I can't tell if these jagged rocks are just darker because they're weathered, but they do appear a little bit different than what we've been looking at.
There's a lot of these tube worms. They're little feathery heads. It definitely seems like we're coming up on
some
the
sort
top of something.
Yeah. Interesting.
You can see just how fine the sediment is, that like when we move around with the RV and the thrusters, it can kick it up, and it's just because it's so fine. It's like being in really light silt.
Yeah. Yeah, those clouds kind of just remain in one.
And we're lucky because there is a current, and we are also moving, so we're able to kind of clear that, but sometimes if you don't have a strong current, those can really sit, and you're just kind of stuck on a cloud.
Yeah, or like on our first dive, I think it was, there was a bunch of fish that were like kicking up the sediment.
Yeah, we have a big sea cucumber.
Oh, wow.
Well, actually, this is Nav.
Yeah, Nav.
Just want to let you know or remind you that we will be using the last hour of bottom time to calibrate our compass and DVL in our fins. So when I mentioned an hour and a half, that's more like maybe 15 minutes or so left on bottom for science.
That's great. Would you like us to fire the niskins before you start the other objectives?
That's a question for pilot. Do you have a preference?
We can do it now.
Okay. We can go ahead and do it now if we have a clipper
Yeah.
in the chair.
We don't, but we can get one.
Sounds good.
But that would be great.
What is that shadow coming from?
Up above you.
It means it's
right
between.
there.
Oh,
Sea
right there.
cucumber in the sky.
There you go.
Get it with the still cam, Fernando. I dare you. Actually.
Oh, no, but we don't have a clipper.
They're going to grab them.
Yeah, they're going to grab them for the sample.
Okay. Oh, that's too much. No, it's... Well, maybe I could tilt down. There you go. Let's see if we can do this.
We can just do the niskins, Fernando.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay.
Yeah, you can fire them whenever you want. Or do you want...
No, we still need to wait for...
Yeah, we don't have art yet, so...
Copy. Do you want to be off the bottom? So like we don't get so much sediment flying around, or...
Yeah, I would say if we can come up a little bit,
Okay.
it just seems a little sedimented up here.
Yep. Okay, so when we're ready, I'll come up and then...
You want to give me 15 meters towards Fernando?
Yeah. Still 335?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Bridge RV nav. We have another move when you're ready. Range 15 meters, bearing 335 degrees, speed 0.2 knots, please.
Pilots, we have Clipper back, so when you guys are ready.
Art.
Good copy. Thank you,
R3,
Rich.
let's see if we can get this.
Pilots move underway.
Roger.
Gonna try to come down a little bit. Right, well, now it's against the sediment, so you can barely see it.
Let me say, come on, get some altitude, buddy.
All right. Yeah, I can't see it either. I can't see anything on that camera. All right, we'll just let it go. I'm gonna lift, and then we'll take the niskin samples. Okay, am I too far? Oh, okay, I'm not gonna move.
We have a ship move underway as well.
Copy.
Yeah, don't go any further away from me. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You can even back up a little bit. Come up and back up.
Copy.
Yeah. All right. So I think all that dust is in front of you. I don't think it's behind you, right?
I would come up just a little more if you can.
Yeah.
Or give it head whichever direction you.
We'll just give it some time
Yeah,
to clean it off all the dust.
Yeah.
We got a move coming in, so.
All right.
We'll give the. We don't want too much sediment in the niskin bottles.
Can come up a little bit more.
So we've come up about 100 meters today. We started at 2,530 meters depth at the bottom of this feature, and we've worked our way up to now about 2,420 meters. We've collected one sample that will be 3 samples, which is nice. So a Corallomorpharian that was on a rock, and it looked like a little crab came with it, so that's exciting. And we're about to take some water samples. So the vehicle has 5 what are called niskin bottles on the back, and it's a way of capturing water in a specific place. So both the bottom and bottom and top are open when you send them down, and then the ROV pilots have a way of closing both that top and bottom at the same time, so it captures the water that we're in, and we use that water to filter for eDNA or environmental DNA that we'll be able to analyze back on shore.
Here's your blue view, Fernando. Panning down, or tilting down, tilting up. There you go.
Okay. So 4 meters off the bottom. Let me come up a little bit more. Okay, that's about 7 meters off the bottom. Whoa.
Stirred up a little sediment down there.
Oh yeah, sediment plume.
Oh yeah.
It's just following me wherever I go.
I see that. I thought you cleared it, and now it's just here. What'd you do? You're up in the air. I don't know.
I think it's just sticky. I think it's just on.
Stuck to the skids.
Just on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys do you wanna leave it for a little bit later, maybe when there's not that much sediment?
Yeah, if you're planning on just kind of being up in the water column and not sitting down anymore, we can hold off. But if not,
Okay.
I would just do them and we'll deal with the sediment.
It's up to you. I mean, we're gonna have an hour later also. We can do it just as we come off the bottom.
Okay. Oh, yeah, then let's go ahead and wait just so that we're not
All right.
dealing with this much.
Okay.
And Nav, are we kind of at the top of our feature?
Yeah, it looks like the significant slope is behind us.
Okay. For y'all's objectives that you need to do in the next hour, is it better to be on a...
Go ahead, Bridge.
Oh.
Good copy. Thank you. Sorry, Watchley. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. Is it better to be on a less sloped surface or Like, would you guys prefer to keep going forward, or would you prefer to dogleg?
It doesn't matter. We're gonna be off the ground, so
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be in the water column.
yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Ooh, you got a fish up in front of you, relatively large.
Can I push out, co-pilot?
Yeah, a little bit, Tyler.
Ship
How much?
move just completed.
Copy.
I can call another one if you'd like.
Oh, I don't know. It's up to you, co-pilot.
Sure, you go another one. It's flat.
Yeah, it's pretty flat. All right.
Whatever you need for your compass tests, Fernando, is what we're gonna roll into in 4 minutes. So.
Copy. All right, you can partial in video. Pretty high up, so.
Oh, that's neat. I feel like
Oh,
we haven't
right
seen
there.
a fish in a while.
Oh, this is a different one than we saw earlier also.
Oh yeah,
Well,
it's
gonna rotate up,
top fin
come
is
a little bit tighter.
different. And
yeah,
back fin.
I think this is a blue hake. It's kind of a common name, or a black cod.
Oh.
Okay, hold right there.
Oh, and there's more of those shells too.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
It has that very pointy
Let me know if
snout,
I'm getting
this
too
one.
far, co-pilot. All right, come in video.
Roger. Yeah, don't go too much further for now. That's it.
Copy. All right, let's try to the from here video. Okay, you
Oh,
can
I love
come,
the
come in
pattern
tighter
on the
if you want.
on the top fin. Almost looks like a zebra stripes.
All right.
Yeah, let's see if I can
Tilting
find a
up.
picture of this guy or gal.
Yeah, it might be too dark already. All right, video. We can come back.
Ashley has let us know we have an Antimora
We'll probably get closer
rostrata,
in a little bit.
or a morid cod. Sorry, not a black cod.
Ah, thank you, Ashley. Again, love the power of a diverse set of scientists and set of knowledge.
So I have not called in a move yet. Did we want one?
Oh, yeah, call it in.
Okay. 15 meters, 355?
Yeah.
Sorry, 335.
335, yeah.
Bridge, ROV nav.
So we are still in the
Got
middle
another
of
move
a
if you're ready.
ROV shakedown dive,
We have
but we've
range
been able to spend
15
some time
meters, bearing
focusing
335 degrees.
science objectives
speed
during this
0
dive
decimal
also,
2
so
knots, please.
zooming on interesting organisms as well as geological features.
Okay, partial in
and
video.
we were able to collect, but we are going to spend the last hour of this
Good
dive
copy,
on the
Bridge.
bottom
Thank you.
doing engineering objectives, so there won't be as much biological narration.
Hold right there.
Oh, we got a
Oh,
crab and
is
a
the
fish.
face off? Huh.
Let's see.
This is interesting.
It's a different kind of fish too. so-
Yeah,
a little
its
bit
face
tighter.
looks different than what we've been looking at.
There you go. I'm approaching it, so
Oh, they're not.
slowing
Maybe it's not
down.
adversarial. Maybe they're just friends hanging
They
out.
Yeah, they actually do just kind of look like they're next to each
Go ahead,
other,
Bridge.
hanging
All
out.
right, I'm
This
coming
crab
closer.
looks like it might be eating
video.
something. The way his
Yeah.
We
Mandibles. I think that's the word you were hunting for.
we need a video
Copy
of
that.
Alexis and I
From
just both
starboard
being little
side.
crabs and
Dot.
putting food into our mouths.
Perfect. 4 miles. Excellent. Sounds good. Thank you for the update.
Anything of concern, Nav?
No, not of concern, pilot.
Copy video.
Squall passing 4 miles away to our starboard.
All right. Thanks, Nav. All right, I'm gonna try to approach it
I
slowly.
often wonder
video.
with fish, they seem to have like scars
So you
on
can
them.
come out.
You know, like they've been in
Yeah.
conflict, and I'm just so
There you go.
curious what that is like
Yeah.
in real time. Like who are they getting in fights with? What are the fights like? Like what's causing those scars? I feel like with
Yeah.
whales we have a much more large knowledge base about like what they eat and what eats them, and all of that. So like we know like giant squids will fight with sperm whales, but with all these deep sea fish, there's just so many of them. I feel like it's not fully understood those interactions and what those interactions might be.
I think that's a codling of some
yeah,
sort.
like,
Do you remember
what is your
the name
story?
Of the, things are?
What have you been
like
through?
Okay.
And really not that large of eyes for this one compared to some of those Mercurials we were seeing earlier with the really large eyes.
Yeah, and this one seems to have like that string of like luminescence kind of parallel on the back that Ashley's been talking about. I don't quite remember the name.
Lateral.
But yeah, you can really see that on this one.
Let's come out. Right there.
It's a nice close-up.
All right. Let me know when you're good, video.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Copy.
Good copy, Bridge. Thank you.
Art right there. That's center for you.
Pilot set move is complete.
Roger.
So one of the new developments for D2, the ROV this year, is a new still camera that's mounted right above
test the compass for
the
to have
HD video
the
camera
last hour.
the
So do we have an hour on bottom?
Going to shore, and so
yeah.
sometimes
So maybe
we take
somebody
a
can
couple
come here and relieve me, then I'll go to the back row.
Subject that we're looking at in focus for the still camera. So
okay, copy.
we might
Thank you.
be backing out with the video, but
right.
that's
I
because
think we're good.
our video clipper
is
working with the still cam to fine tune that process.
Yeah, and we have a great video team on board.
And then we had something else, a crab.
Who worked to try to get great footage for everybody.
Who knows where it is though? Oh, it's right there. Is that it? Probably not.
No, I want to say it was up.
The kind of distribution along this slope has been kind of interesting to, as we've traveled from the base kind of upward, it's been kind of interesting to see, you know, at the bottom we saw this sort of muddy bottom that wasn't too steep, and then all of a sudden we merged.
To the right.
Hello. And then, yeah, then we merged to steeper rock that was like harder interface, and now that we're kind of back at the top region, we're kind of back to the muddy bottom.
I might be a little bit.
Copy.
Ooh, that guy's huge.
When did the last move end? No.
Oh yeah, we got lasers on.
Heck
last
yeah.
move finished at 21.
So again, those lasers are just 10 centimeters apart.
Still moving then.
So we're able to measure creatures in front of us.
See the new wide angle? See that?
Wow.
I think this is a type of lithoid, so within the king crab family.
Oh, wow.
One moment, video. Alright, let's come in. Oh, sorry for that. Right there.
This one has all of its appendages. Oh no, it's missing one leg.
Missing the back leg?
So earlier we saw one of these same types of crabs, but it only had 3 legs left.
Yeah, wow.
This one is faring a little bit better. It's only lost 1 leg, and it has its pinchers kind of going into the sediment, it looks like, so possibly like filtering out, eating bits out of the sediment.
Yeah.
Look at those eyes.
I'm curious if we'll see it grab something.
Interesting motion happening.
Seems to be like really digging deep. But also using its like whole body.
Yeah.
Trying to rotate a
It's
little
like
bit video.
It's like digging in.
Huh. Yeah, like burrowing almost.
I wonder if it's trying to uncover the deeper sediment where there might be more.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I've never seen this.
Yeah,
It's
it's
really
interesting.
interesting.
Behavior for sure.
Huh.
It's definitely got little, like, hydroids or
moving
something
forward.
going on its back, too.
Oh,
Copy.
yeah.
You're
I've
just off
never
my
seen
starboard
this
there.
type of
All
motion.
right. What's your
It's
angle?
very rhythmic.
67.
Mm-hmm.
All right, video. We don't have a lot of time here.
I could just turn to you too.
Yeah. All right. I guess.
King crab
Yeah,
yoga.
we can stay here a little bit longer.
This is his
Do you
meditation
have a lot more
at the
to
end
do?
of his day.
Not too much, I don't think. We'll see.
Although we didn't start doing it
All
until
right, we'll
we
stay
That's
here a little bit
true.
longer video.
Oh, but I also
defensive
haven't
posture?
seen. I mean, like, I feel like we've seen lithotids a decent amount.
Yeah, they don't usually react too
Yeah.
strongly to us.
Interesting.
Yep. Hold on 1 second. Let me know when you're good, video.
Now I'm kind of looking at the back too. He seems to be like
Copy.
accumulating like a mass
All
behind
right,
him.
Art. So just you
Interesting.
you want me to get closer, Art, or from here is fine?
Seems like he's burying himself.
Yeah.
Copy.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
Right?
gonna take off and then get a little bit
Huh.
closer and then tilt on for you.
Interesting.
All right. Well, see you later, crab.
All right.
I think we might getting a little bit closer.
Ooh.
That's as far down as I can go with my tilt, so I'm gonna land right here. How's that? Okay. Is that good? Do you want me to stay here a little bit more? Alright. Taking off. And
That
coming
was
back to center.
Very interesting and
Yeah,
strange.
Very strange.
Alright.
Alright, yeah, what do we have as uphill? You want to select waypoint 2? I think that's probably a good direction, right? So, I don't know. It's hard for me to discern. Maybe due north for now.
Okay, gonna tilt up video. There we go.
Alright, pilot, we have 1 hour and 2 minutes before we have to come up.
Oh, is there?
Copy.
Nope.
What is
It's
that?
just
Watch lead?
In and out of view. No, it's okay. I just thought I saw a little, yeah, sea slug.
Sea cucumber.
Sea cucumber.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen those a couple times. I'll have to check myself on the ID later today.
Yeah, there's not a lot going on up here. so-
Yeah.
A little bit of brittle stars for sure.
Yeah.
If you have time to take a zoom on one of the brittle stars, that could be helpful. And then if you guys want to transition into your objectives.
Okay. So
Because we've seen a lot of these today, but we haven't taken a close zoom. And I know that that is very helpful for trying to identify what they might be.
copy. Okay, let's see.
We keep scrambling away from us, though.
I know. I think there's two
Oh,
kinds.
the-
Oh, no, there goes that one, too. I was
Yeah,
gonna say, I
that-
think there might be two kinds,
Let's come in video.
but they have these ones have that real purple oral disc.
Yeah.
Sorry, video. I think I'm moving a lot. There you go.
They're so
Come
delicate.
in closer if you want.
Yeah, they look just
Is
so
that full zoom?
thin.
Yeah. Well, and that's one of the things that's
Copy.
historically with collecting them. It's like with a lot of the echinoderms, they just are so brittle that if they were trawled or came up in a
Copy.
more destructive way, then they are often just in pieces.
Alright,
and
watch
you
Lee,
can
this is
describe
full
them
zoom.
based on the pieces, but it helps a lot to have an intact specimen or the images of what it might have looked like before it was at the surface, because they often look very different. Oh, goodbye.
Oh, there it goes. Oh.
Everybody's on the move.
Very active seafloor.
All right.
That was great. Thanks, pilot.
Sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like when we were at bottom at this site, we saw a lot of like anemones, and now we're just seeing none of them around here.
Oh, they sent somebody up?
I think that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Just an interesting distribution
somebody
difference.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot less
point.
of the kind of sediment dwelling community than we had when we were deeper. These little mounds.
Interesting.
Another move, Fernando? Kind of stretched out.
Sure.
So this is what.
Let's go.
Like
Looks like 355. Maybe due north, 360.
Oh,
so
wow.
this is a different one. But they always have this like tube that they retract into.
Huh.
Yeah.
Probably give me
It's
20.
interesting that the tube is so
20 meters,
far
355.
out of the sediment, you know?
Yeah.
Like you can really see it.
Some of them aren't quite as like protruding like that one.
We have another move if you're ready. Range 20 meters, bearing 335 degrees, speed 0.2 knots, please. Good copy, Bridge. Thank you.
Hey, no pilot.
Pilot, co-pilot, that move is underway.
Mr. Swing arms.
Copy that. What kind of move are we talking about?
Talking 20 meters northbound.
335 is the degree bearing. 0.2 knots. We've come to the top of the surface. We were just getting set up to do that compass calibration.
Okay.
So,
You familiar with the Compass Cal program?
I thought we were going to do a compass, make sure that it works with the autos program.
Maybe that's what it was.
'Cause I think the calibration is a whole different animal.
Okay.
And last I talked to Fernando, he was happy with
the hard iron.
Yeah, I think it was 1 degree different than the fins. So we're okay with that.
Sweet.
It's just in a water column here. You want to try to get some images? Yeah.
Ah.
Moving fast.
Squid?
No,
Sorry.
I don't think
No,
so.
that was me, Brian. Sorry.
It's about all the tether you got.
Okay. Oh, yep. See those verts going. Yeah, I'm going to let him go.
He's got you in auto depth.
Goodbye.
There he goes, up and away.
That's right. Thanks. Actually, I'm going to stay with him, Brian, and see if we can do it in autos here. At the tether. Good to come up, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you come up.
Start coming in, Brian. Keep coming. See if you can try to fill real quick before we lose it again.
Oh, wow.
Hold there. Try to come up. Oh. Yeah, he's inside. No, that's the
You got a
different guy.
Medusa right in front of you as well.
Okay, I'm gonna let him go so we don't get too far.
I think it's some type of like
Fish pretty close to your
so
stern
like based
there.
on there was like the little like longer tentacle things going down, but I don't know. It was very strange to me, who's a benthic biologist.
Got some tether yet? Maybe.
Got a little bit.
Ship move was started 3 minutes ago, so you might have a bit.
Okay. Come back to bottom here.
I think he's in the survey 1 position.
Go ahead, Bridge. Good copy. Move complete. Thank you. Pilot's move is complete.
Copy. Did you guys let Nav know that? Watchley know that we're gonna set up for some compass things?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bridge. Good copy. Dissipated squall. Thank you.
I guess I can bring the lights back out. I thought we were going to get off the bottom, but what do you think?
Hey, Fernando, you in survey 1?
Yeah, I can hear you from back here.
We were thinking compass with auto heading, right? Not the compass hard iron?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I'll just keep flying around until I hear from you, Fernando.
Yep. Yeah, I'm setting up back here.
Yep, sounds good.
Hey, Chris. Or, sorry, Pilot.
Yep.
We were talking with Nav and Pilot about doing the niskins, but we didn't do them yet.
Okay.
So it's just a request that we fire them before we come off bottom.
Okay, you want to do a couple of them now?
Sure, if you're ready.
Let's do it. Co-pilot on.
I was born ready. So is Art. I got a thumbs up from my clipper. Water looks clear. Here we go. Resetting. And firing. Boom.
Oh.
Number 1, collected. Time 21:18. Depth 24:11.
We got hot fingers up there. That was so fast.
That was so fast.
Copy. I'll stand up.
That's okay.
Give you some time.
Stand down.
Okay.
It's very exciting. It's a pretty big fish. Look at it next to you. How big he is. Yep. On your port side? Port side? Probably
right by the rock box?
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, it's by the rock box, but it's probably between us a little bit. All right.
I don't see it on the rails. I think it's...
Oh, maybe it's way closer to me than it looks. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I don't see it in your view anymore.
He's above you. It's fine.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
All right.
You want to do another one?
Ready for Niskin 2.
Oh, we are go for Niskin 2. Roger. Resetting number 2. And firing number 2. That's a confirmed fire. 21:19. Depth also 24:11.
Awesome.
There's a fish out there.
Pilot, you're flying right now with auto heading, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Clipper, are you ready for Niskin 3? We are ready in the back row for Niskin 3.
We are go for Niskin 3. Resetting. And firing. There it is. Number 3, 21:20.
I'm going to stay off bottom here, I think.
Raj.
Especially whilst doing niskins.
Yeah, they don't want sediment in there.
Oh, I know.
Nice, clean, fresh water.
Fresh water.
Well,
Get that
salty
eDNA.
water.
Navigator.
Go ahead, Fernando.
What time UTC? What time is off bottom UTC time?
Stand by.
Like in 40 minutes, like 2200.
50 minutes. 50 minutes. 22:11.
Okay, so 22:10. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
What are we looking at down here? Video.
You ready for Niskin 4? All right, ready for Niskin 4.
Niskin 4 is go. Resetting now and firing. That's number 4 closed.
Great.
Start to come in video. Yeah.
21.
That is a sea cucumber.
It accents the water.
Sure does.
Oh, your lights back
oh
up?
yeah, look at that little fish. To the right, there's a little eel pout.
Oh, hey. So tiny.
Can we deploy your lights? Get some.
Sure.
Seems like we can. It's probably doable here.
Could you come a little wide video? I'll try to creep in on that guy. We can get a good video.
Is it an eel boat?
Yeah.
You ready?
Well,
Last Niskin.
Well, we'll look at this fish, and then we'll do Niskin.
Cute little eel pout.
I'm worried when I touch bottom, he's going to swim away. But
Oh, yeah, probably.
okay, let's come on in video. Try to get that a go.
I think the family is oh no, here we go. Zoricidae. Oh, right next to a little sea cucumber or sea pig. They're friends.
Just hanging out.
Look at it breathing.
Yeah, the gills.
You want the fogs video or no? Okay, I could probably get a little bit closer, but okay. Actually, maybe hold there. I'll try to get a side view. Okay.
He's like, no,
It's
sir.
like, you are not looking at this side.
He's like, my other side is my good side. Oh,
okay, come on in.
Come on.
Okay, buddy. Really?
There you go.
Aw.
Copy. Could you throw lasers on Copilot? Get my hands tied up. And then when we zoom out, hopefully we'll get them. Let me know when you're done here, video. Sure. I'm going to take off.
Oh, yeah, so he's just barely, not even 10 centimeters.
Oh my goodness. So small.
Copy. Thanks, video.
Great shot. It's interesting to think about us zooming in on that 10 centimeter fish, and this ROV is like the size of a Mini Cooper.
Got another move?
I was just about to suggest that.
Get another 20. Due north.
Copy that. Due north 000.
Sure.
Copy that. Bridge, this is RV nav. I'd like to call on another move if you're ready. Range 20 meters, bearing 000 degrees, speed 0.2 knots, please. bearing is 000 due north.
Got another swimmer.
Yeah.
Just come in here, video. It's coming at us.
Good copy. Thank you.
Coming at
It's a little
us.
guy.
Aw. I'll never get over that motion. It's just so goofy.
That's all the time you got there, big guy.
Move his underway pilots.
This is probably way too small for a still, huh? Keep it there, Brian. Come up with it a little bit.
I'll tuck her down.
It's break time.
That's enough for me.
It's a lot of core work for that little guy.
Yeah, really.
Flapping back and forth.
We have one more niskin bottle, but there's a little bit of sediment in the area.
I can confirm said sediment.
I don't want that.
We don't want that.
Art, is that kind of thing too small for still, or should we give that a go at some point? Roger.
On a scale of difficulty, it's the extreme.
Copy that. I'm gonna come over to the left here. Get into some clear water. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Anybody send someone for the workshop?
You want to go for the 5th?
Yeah.
I can come off bottom a little bit if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're pretty good.
Okay. Niskin.
Can you tone?
I got a thumbs up.
We got a thumbs
Here we
up.
go. Reset. And fire. Mark. That's our last bottle. Number 5 is closed at a time of 21:28 at a depth of 2408. And I'm going to remember to reset one last time.
We got a little jelly.
Securing hydraulics.
Ah.
Ooh.
This looks like that one that we saw a couple dives back.
Come on in.
Wow.
Hold there. I'm tilting up.
It is.
Wow.
His name is Squishy.
Yeah, I didn't want to thrust back because it blow him away.
You want to come back here for Sean to take over?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Thanks, video. I'm going to hand off to Sean here.
Good copy, Bridge. Thank you. Pilot say last move is complete.
Roger. Okay.
Oh, dandelion siphonophore. Jeff Day on Twitter identified that little ball that we saw. So like, I thought it was a siphonophore, but normally they're like long chains. So I think this is a specific kind. Yeah.
Fernando, I hear you. Okay, copy that. Copy that.
Oh, there's another one of those anemones.
Oh, yeah.
Understood.
And more shells in the distance.
So we are doing our 6th dive for this expedition. We are still in the process of doing shakedown dives. So that's the ROV team working out any objectives that they need to so that the vehicles are ready to go for the rest of the season. We've been fortunate enough that they wanted to work with us some today to do some science objectives, but we're going to spend the last hour of this dive focused on some of the engineering objectives, so there won't be as much narration or focus on the biology or the geology that we're seeing.
We're not moving right. Oh. Copilot, how's it going?
Hey, pilot.
I didn't even see you switch.
Sounds like we're doing some compass testing.
Yeah, Fernando's setting up. Levi's heading to the rack room.
You'll be able to hear the pilots talk to each other and go through this process, which is actually really interesting.
Looks like ship is currently moving, correct? Oh.
Check with Nav as soon as he's ready.
Hard to tell. Yeah, it might be holding station.
I think so. Let me update Nav. Nav, we're going to do some compass testing. See how it works with autos. All right, Fernando, you can go ahead and lead. I think we're set. Just tell me what you need. Copy that. I have auto heading in at the moment. Should I take it out? Okay. Okay. All right, pointing straight north. Auto headings in. We'll see what happens. Yep. Understood. Yes. Lights out. Indicators off. Looks like it's off. Oh, I don't know if this is useful. It also kicked out auto depth. Okay, understood.
Why would auto depth kick out?
So it just boots all autos out if it drops out?
Not just the autos that use that source. Okay. Co-pilot, random side question. What is your top left knob on your joystick? No, the little turning knob, the encoder. What does that control?
This one?
Unused for you, I think? Okay.
If you click through it, does it change? Okay.
Okay.
Nothing, nope.
All right. I might take a poll at meeting today to see if we want or are able to attach that to fog lights.
Auto headings in. Centering. Ooh. Oop. Auto heading out. Did not like that.
Tether's okay.
Just a real quick.
I was kind of wondering. I was like, "Are you shaking off your mud? What's going on?"
Yeah, Fernando, I can walk you through what just happened. So I
You're in auto depth. I don't know if you know.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So let's see. Put auto heading in. Looked fine at first. I did 10 degrees clockwise, and it looked like it was following. And then it looked like it just did a move like 45 degrees the opposite direction. That was not, yeah. So that was not put in, and then obviously it tried to, yeah. But it, the set point bounced without input from the pilot.
The set point did. The green did, huh?
Yeah. So I put it in. I twisted 10 degrees, and then it just jumped. The set point moved without input from me.
So that wasn't auto heading overcompensating. That was something else.
That was the set point moved. So it wasn't over. It was acting as I think it should. Yeah. Okay. Auto heading's coming in. It's in. Okay. It's a couple degrees right. Looks fine.
When Fernando's done, I think we should try to repeat what just happened.
Yeah. Okay, right there. All right, I'm out. So it didn't move the set point. Yeah, okay. So maybe it didn't. Okay, so maybe maybe it didn't move the set point, and I just thought it did. Yeah, copy that. No, I took it out. Let me know and I'll put it back in. Okay. It's in. Yep, kicked out. I'll start slow. Looks fine. I'll do a bigger jump. And there it goes. Oh, it just kicked me, auto depth went out. I'm not sure when it kicked out, but the last minute, I think.
We have 30 minutes on bottom. 30 minutes remaining.
Copy that, Nav.
3-0, understood.
Does that account for extra time?
It does not.
Okay. They may need a few extra minutes for the cable.
30 seconds? 30.5 or just 30?
30 minutes left on bottom.
Understood. Yep, auto depth's out. All autos out.
Workshop, Nav.
Be advised, we have 30 minutes left on bottom. Watering team, stand by.
I can. I don't know where I talked to you on, but you can probably hear me. All right, let me know when you're plugged in.
Correct. Yep.
Pilot, co-pilot, are you guys okay losing a few cameras for a moment?
Which ones?
Pull up the monitor. Pull up D2 relays. It'll be FlexSync cams.
Yeah.
It'll be the set that includes suction, so you'll lose what, starboard? I think. I can't quite read it from here. But
Starboard manip, starboard rail, suction. Yep.
Yep. So you'll lose all three.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Levi, are you ready? Okay. If you would, co-pilot, can you turn that relay off?
Coming off. 3, 2, 1.
All right, back on.
Coming on.
Maybe a camera issue. Yeah, camera sounds like. All right.
Got something about 5 meters out.
Oh yeah. Is it the fish right there? Oh yeah.
There's no way to know.
Hard telling, not knowing.
All I can see is what Blueview's putting out. Strong shadow, highly reflective.
Of an unspecified shape.
It's diving. Copy that. Auto heading is engaged. Copy. Correct. It is not doing anything. I see no... It's off. Yep. I can drive. Yep. Auto heading is engaged. Yep, it's moving. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, it's overshooting. Yeah, nice and soft. It's out. It's in. Ooh, big overshoot. Yep. Yep. Nice strong there. Yeah. Okay. All right. Stable. Auto heading's in. Big overshoot. It's coming back. It looks unstable, but not as bad yet. And I'm gonna kick it out. Does Sirius have the same compass? Copy. It's in. Okay, I'll do a big turn. Yep. It's not, yeah, resonating. Yep, I'm out. Okay, it's in. Okay. Come back. Okay, I'm gonna kick it out. Looked like it was getting a little out of control there. Copy that. It's in. So it looks like based on thruster feedback. Well, never mind. Disregard. So from what I can see, every time it lines up, it puts, excluding verts, essentially zeroes out all thrusters. And then it passes and then it responds. It's in. Copy. I'm at auto heading. It's engaged. Big overshoot. Let's come back. I'm kicked out.
Do you have any integral gain in there? Have you tried just proportional and integral?
Sounds somewhat derivative.
Might dampen out the overshoot, potentially.
15 minutes remaining on bottom. 1-5.
Copy that. 1.5 decimal 0 minutes.
Not sure if you heard that, Fernando. 15 minutes.
That does include setup or no?
That is 15 minutes off bottom to get to 50 meters
Copy,
at
so
4:30.
Be coming up.
So
Actively coming up. We're 30 meters per minute on the winch. And 15.
So for you experts, probably 12 minutes plus 3 minutes setup time.
Copy that. We can preemptively do lights and stuff.
Start getting swing arms in, that sort of stuff.
Do we need extra time for the rinser?
They just turn up the flow when we come off bottom. They don't remove until 50 meters.
Right. Yeah, but do we build in time at the end to remove it? Copy.
I can. If you...
It's usually very quick.
Pulling it off is usually very fast.
Yeah.
It all depends on if our A team is out there removing it.
Wow.
And how dry.
John and I are
how
in
dry
here,
it is.
Engage. Engaged. Move in.
Nope.
That was a big one, huh?
When you introduced the derivative, you said it was just a little bit, and it caused the overshoot. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's no way to know. Yep. We're in.
Time to start bringing arms in, co-pilot.
Yeah, I was about to ask. I can bring them in anytime.
Yep,
So.
let's adjust the hydraulics.
Coming in. Stand by.
Okay. I believe it's becoming unstable. Killing it.
Stowing lowers. Stowing uppers.
said we can or cannot?
Pilot, your R3 clipper is on station if you wanted to try to get closer to the fish.
Copy. Just kind of keep my distance in it. Disturb them too much.
But if you wanted to grab it right before we leave.
Let's see. Looking at turns.
All lights are stowed, pilot. You want to wait to snug up the shilling on the way up?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Let's see. So you have a positive decimal for a turn. So you need to come to port. You come to port. Yes.
Like
8
minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Auto headings in. Rotating clockwise a little bit. Looks nice and soft.
Yeah, Sean, I think I'll just come to port whenever we go up, and you'll turn slightly to starboard. Does that sound correct?
Yeah, if you turn port, that'll put a positive turn. That'll fix my turn.
Mostly, yep.
Right? Okay. Okay, auto headings in. Little bit. Yeah, yep. 10 degrees. Yeah, about 10 degrees. Same thing. In. It's out. It's in. Okay.
Still have another 5 minutes if you need it. Copy. Yeah. Copy. Yeah.
We're in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, it's out. It's engaged. It's out.
For now, I would argue that stable is more important than accurate, since this is a backup compass. Right, so in normal ops we'll be on the fins, which has wonderful auto head control. Should that fail and we're on the backup compass, we're going to be aware that we're on our backup, and at that point we really just need stable to make sure the vehicle doesn't do something weird. For the remainder of the dive, we can just be in manual mode or treat it gently.
So is this the new compass installed in the winter?
It's the new, it's the new compass gyro. And of course, it'd be great to get it as precise as the fins, but until then, I think stable is more important.
Agreed.
Yeah. Sam?
I think, me personally, I think overshoot is fine as long as it doesn't start to run away. I'm thinking, at the surface when we're recovering and dive supers come in, asking us to keep auto head in, we don't want a wave knocking us unstable. So even if it overshoots or it's a few degrees off, to me that's fine. To me, the function of this compass is not for pretty shots anymore. It's to keep the vehicle safe and get it back on deck.
It's tough to say. I mean, if you're asking me to compare it to the last compass, then I would say yeah. But if you're asking what, as a backup, don't knock it. Rough weather, it'll knock it.
Good tether yank will knock it, pretty far.
Yeah. $30 degrees.
Final minute, team.
Ooh, look at that wave.
Final minute.
Final minute. Oh boy, now we're 90 degrees past. It's coming back.
And we can discuss this today, Fernando, at the group meeting and see if we all,
it's good data.
how we feel. And we got time tomorrow to continue to work on it.
It's definitely a data point.
You got one last chance. Final setting.
Okay. Auto heading's in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Up. Yep. It's out.
All right. Let's get in position, gentlemen.
Sounds good. All right. All right, Mr. Copilot, I'll back up to you a little bit.
Back towards me, and I'll look down and follow you.
Yeah,
and I will come up. Increasing delta. Slowly, gingerly.
Yep, I'll keep this for a little bit. You're just coming up on the winch.
Yep.
Let's get a healthy delta, and then we'll do a spin.
Roger that.
I don't even know that you need to get delta to do the spin, right?
Actually, yeah.
Copilot's just coming around.
You could probably, when you're ready, you can go ahead and go now. Line up.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Coming around to port.
And then, Fernando, can I turn my fins back on? Thanks.
Sirius heading aligned with ship. Tether in view.
Copy. I'm going to push forward.
Delta 20.
Just hang there until
copy. Holding.
Get fins back.
And I'm going to mark you guys as ascent.
Copy that.
Roger that.
You are ascent.
I'm going to look full down. There you are. Looking back.
Pushing out, pushing out. Turns are zeroed. Deck loud and clear. Okay. Compass is off. Ready to turn on Nortec? Or DVL? Or is it what's on? Tasman? Okay. Sounds good.
Are we coming up?
Sean's still pushing out.
Roger that.
Auto headings in. Alright, looks good. I'm going to decrease our delta.
Copy that. Would you like me to disengage auto heading or wait till you're...
wait till we're stretched out.
Copy that.
And tether's nice and tight.
I do see most of the tether in your light pool. Yep, keep pushing ahead.
Okay, delta 12, 10. I'll hold that there for now.
Looking a lot better.
Keep pushing.
Oops. Sorry, I took your view over there. Oh, that's not it either.
7, I think is what you're looking for.
That is the one I'm looking for, thank you. Perfect.
Alright, that's a good view. Alright, ramping up Z-bias.
Roger that. Increasing on winch. Hauling in.
And at this time, actually hang on for auto heading one sec.
Copy that.
Alright, that looks... Let me just make sure that looks good. Okay. Your auto heading's out?
Auto heading's out.
Copy that.
Ready to come up?
Let's do it.
Coming up. Easing up on the winch.
Delta 10, I'm coming up 60.
Roger that. Increasing winch. Just past 15 meters per minute. 20.
Delta 10.
25. 30 meters per minute.
Increasing Z-bias.
Bridge, ROV nav. Wanted to let you know the vehicles are off bottom and we're coming to the surface.
All right, folks, we have started heading to the surface, so that's going to mark the end of Dive 6 for our expedition, EX2301. We were able to complete a really great dive today where we dove on a sloped feature.
Yeah, some uplifted sediment in the Cascadia deformation zone, likely due to thrust faulting. And we got to see some cool geologic scarps with some mud-foliated
12
mudstone,
and
which
one
was
of
pretty
these
sweet. And then
Starboard
also
HD?
saw
Starboard HD,
an
is that it?
octopus right at the beginning.
Yeah.
And some
There we
different
go.
corals and fish.
Delta 10.
Yeah, it was a great dive.
Streaming looks
Yeah,
good.
we saw some
Coming up.
a decent number of different types of fish,
Just
some
increase the
macurids.
bias.
We saw our
the
first black coral, which
delta.
was exciting.
Mhm.
And we collected a corallimorpharian and a rock.
Woo! First rock of the of the expedition.
And we will hopefully be diving again tomorrow. And for the next couple days, we will be. The plan is to
76
dive until
minutes
April
and 50
23rd,
meters.
26th. Today is the 23rd.
Copy that.
So we should have a few more dives in store, and we will be working our way up north as we make our way to Seattle, where we will be making port. There'll be a port event in Seattle if anybody is around this weekend or next weekend. I guess today is the weekend too. There will be a public event where you could come to tour the ship and see some exciting things like D2 on deck.
Yeah, it's going to be sweet. Hope to see you all there, and thanks for joining us on our dive today.
Yeah, we'll continue to ascent for probably a little over an hour, and then be back on deck and processing samples. So thanks for tuning in, and hopefully we'll be back in tomorrow.
Just past 2,300 meters, wire out. Streaming is good. Delta's holding at 10 meters or so. Decreasing slightly. Looks good. Nav, I don't think I have the camera selection that was on monitor 8. If you'd like to steal it back or put whatever you'd like on there, feel
8
free.
should be the Titan PTC.
Right, which I don't think...
Pilot, I think is what it's called.
Oh, is it just called Pilot over here?
Yes.
Oh, nice. That will do it. Thank you.
Okay, Delta 8 looking good.
Delta's closing a little bit. Just dip under 5 there.
Copy that. pretty dry in here, huh?
Was just thinking that.
Fernando, how are you? Yeah. Just in case. Okay, sounds good. My navigator will remind me. He never fails. My co-pilot will remind me.
I really wasn't. What am I reminding you?
Just test fins at 50.
Test fins at 50. Copy.
Or, I'm sorry.
Auto heading. I
Auto
got you,
heading.
buddy. That's what co-pilots are for.
I know I can count on you.
I'm in Excel land over here.
Excel land. Can you make the some broken links in there? Yeah.
Wait, OK Nav? That one?
Yeah.
If you tried the reset button. I actually don't know how this macro stuff works. I was always impressed when you did this because this was beyond my skill set. All right, looks like someone was trying to figure it out. We got some
You know what?
random cells here.
I'm not really sure. Fernando was not paying attention. I apologize. Okay, delta about 8 looks good. Fiber values look good. Single-handedly overnight. One back a whole half dB.
Very, very impressive.
Oh, nice. We've 4,000 ohms in the DC bus. Yeah.
$1,900 meters, wire out, ascending 30 meters per minute. Delta about 7 meters between D2 and Sirius. All is well.
Z-by set 78.50.
Copy. That's precision.
Mr. Unima. Maybe doing a winch round.
Sounds right. Are we just replicating Sirius's main HD view there? What normally?
Normally it's the fisheye.
So I just turned it off?
Yeah. Unless you're setting up. And even when I set up, I rarely use it, so I don't think you need it for streaming purposes. Alright, your camera's pointing straight down. Mine's almost neutral.
Did they end up getting a rock today?
I saw
the suction
attempts.
hose.
I can't remember if I remember seeing any go in. I think I saw one kind of. I think it was just like it was dirt. It was so dry, it just poof.
She poofed.
Yeah.
True. Workshop. Workshop nav. Workshop nav. There we go. Microphone was off. So I copied and pasted your formulas from an old chart, but it doesn't move the current relative to the ship, like the arrow. Yeah. Like you had a big if statement in an old nav calculator copied in. Okay. Yeah, this is from 2021 that I copied in those red cells. And it current doesn't follow the boat. But you could just, I think you could probably do your if statement and then say plus the ship setting. Does that work? Or offset the ship's heading. I guess you're not really looking at my screen, are you? Would you need to manage all that? Like, couldn't you just say whatever you see here in the Doppler or on the ADCP and match the sign? Right? So well, let's see. So if I did, well, we're at 0 forward. That's great. And 0.14 or minus 0.14. And the ship's heading is 225. Okay, nav. That shows that it's off to our right at 0.14. Okay, 225. Let's go southeast. 145. Okay, nav. Oh, yeah, current moves around. It's off to starboard only. Magnitude 0.14. Due north. Okay, nav.
Bobby, did I hear you guys tried to bring back up the jar cam, but couldn't find it?
Correct. Nothing so far.
Oh, the jar cam? Levi has to switch it in the rack room. Because right now he has the drawer cam hooked up.
Yeah, Brian seemed to indicate that he swapped it and didn't find it.
Oh. So what?
Sort of what Brian was indicating. I see the drawer cam.
Oh, the drawer cam's up. I don't think the jar cam will be up.
Yeah.
According to Levi, unless he made changes.
Yeah, we had added extra cabling for 2 more converters. So I don't. Maybe if Levi was testing that or not. Find out after the event.
Levi, is that you? Yes. Did you make any changes to the to get the jar cam? You still have to go in the rack room and swap some cables, correct? Cable or camera with jar cam. It has fiber value. Understood. Copy. Understood. Over and out. Oop. Accidentally disabled seat bias for a split second.
It happens from time to time.
Not to me. Oh, until now.
Apologies.
End of an era.
You had a good record going. Copy that, yep. Passing 1,500 meters wire out at this time. Making good progress. The cable. None of this. Designed to function.
He had niskin bottles and a geo. Sorry, a bio in Port Inner.
Passing 1,250 meters, wire out 1250. All's well. How's that macro coming, Niff?
Looking good.
This is going to be our recovery heading. So 225. Got the wind slightly off our starting bow. Currents coming up right on our beam. Sure, looks pretty good here. Ship staying stationary. And roughly like 800 if you want to go ahead and start getting her coming through the water.
Okay.
Speed.
Crossing 1,000 meters, wire out. Streaming still good. Delta approximately 9 meters between vehicles. Tether in good shape. All is well. The last kilometer.
Pilot, dive super. Pilot nav. Yeah, we're approaching 800 meters. Would you like me to get underway?
Co-pilot concurs. Let's do it.
Bridge, RV nav. Hey, we are approaching 800 meters, which means it is time, I think, to start getting in position. If you're okay with it, and I hear this is the recovery heading, we'd like to change center of rotation to midship, disengage auto surge and sway, port prop and rudder, and make our way half knot through the water. That's a good copy all. If you'd prefer to keep auto sway in, you may, although conditions look pretty good for us today. Roger that. Thank you.
Copy that. Let's do what you feel is right, of course. Keep seeing those style jellies. Don't think those are the phantoms, but
Workshop mic's open.
I'm calling it. Bridge, RV Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yes, can I please get the 15-minute call out?
You got it.
And Bridge, if you could make sure you're listening to Decay at this time.
Copy that. Listen to Decade.
Ooh, I got my feedback. Nav, is your winch speaking to a comms check?
Go ahead, winch.
I got you loud and clear. How me?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, going down.
Bridge, RV nav.
RV nav bridge.
I'm sorry. Did you guys make the 15-minute call? We didn't hear it in here.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah, I did make it.
Okay. We don't have the speaker in the control room, so we sometimes miss them.
Copy that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nav, dive super, comms check.
Dive Super Nav, loud and clear.
Pilot, Dive Super, comms check.
Pilot as Dive Super, loud and clear.
Loud and clear, pilot, loud and clear nav. Winch, Dive Super, comms check.
Got you loud and clear, Dive Soup.
Loud and clear, winch. Bridge, Dive Super, comms check.
Dive Super Bridge, got you loud and clear.
Loud and clear, bridge. Deck, boss, Dive Super, comms check.
I have you loud and clear.
Loud and clear, deck boss. Nav, Dive Super.
Dive Super Nav.
Could I go and get a update from your perspective, please?
Certainly, Dive Soup. Nothing has changed since you were here in the control room. Vehicles are currently at 255 meters depth. Wind is straight on the bow, 14 knots. Current off to the port side. Ship's making about half knot through the water. Still has a little bit of lateral according to ADCP, but it's working it out. And control room's looking good.
Copy all nav. Thank you. Bridge, Dive Super. Bridge, Dive Super.
Dive Super Bridge.
Can I get an update from your perspective, please?
Yep, we are pointed into the wind, 18 to 20 knots. Swell slightly off to the starboard bow. Coming ahead, just over about 0.6 knots ahead. And the coast looks clear for recovery.
Good copy. Can I confirm that port prop is secure and that the center rotation is midships at this time?
Port prop is secure and center rotation is midship.
Good copy. I'll work with AFCON to get air control transferred.
Copy that.
Nav, Dive Super.
Dive Super Nav.
You ready to pass comms to Dive Super?
Dive Super has comms.
Dive Super has comms. Dev Super.
Dev Super Nav.
Just be aware we are passing control to the aft station this time.
Copy, Dev Soup.
Aft station has control of the ship.
Passing 150 meters, wire up. Wire out 74 meters. Wire out, passing 60 meters. Preparing to slow. Beginning easing on winch.
Alright, I'm going to start to slow down D2.
Roger that. Wire out, holding 50 meters.
Okay, D2. I'll stop just below 50 meters. Dive super. Vehicles are stopped. 50 meters.
Good copy. Vehicle stop, 50 meters. Co-pilot, if you could go ahead and stay off stick, we're going to go ahead and remove the rinser at this time.
Co-pilot copies.
All right, deck, go ahead and remove the rinser, please.
And we just lost FlexLink cameras at 50 meters, 2334. Yes. Yes, auto heading. Yeah, looks good, Fernando. Looks real good. I was going to remember, too. You just... Yeah, now we're just about on time. If you subtract, you know, the rinsing part. Nice work.
Winch, dive super.
Go ahead.
Can we pass control of the aft station at this time?
Aft station has control.
Aft station confirms control of the winch. Pilot, dive super.
Dive super, go.
Is control room ready to continue with the recovery?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
Alright, let's go ahead and start coming up 15 meters per minute. Call out every 10 meters, please.
Copy that.
Four zero, wire right.
D2, 40 meters.
Winch, 30 meters.
Vehicle streaming directly astern.
Good copy, now.
D2, 30 meters.
Winch 20 meters.
D2, 20 meters.
Copy, pilot.
Ship in Sirius cam.
D2, 10 meters.
Good copy. Winch 3 meters. We have good visual on D2 coming up directly astern.
Video, can we get camera change, please?
Winch is all stop, 2 meters.
Pilot has good visual on D2.
Good copy, good visual.
Still 3 meters down, almost there. And I'm about there.
Right, D2 is on the surface. Go ahead and start providing some halfway, pilot, and relieve the tension on the tether.
Copy that. Auto heading is in at this time.
Good copy, auto heading, yep, thank you. Right, deck, when you're comfortable, go ahead and recover Sirius. Go ahead and increase that halfway, pilot.
Copy that. It's about 5-0 right there.
Good copy. Hooks are on. Right, pilot, that looks good. Maintain what you're doing.
Copy that.
Bringing up our forward way a little bit. That looks great, pilot. Maintain.
Maintaining.
looking good, pilot. Keep maintaining.
Maintaining.
Increase your speed a little bit, pilot. Your aft motion.
Copy that. Increased. Holding about 80 back.
Good copy. Hold 80. We'll come down on the forward speed a little bit up here. Right, pilot, straps are going on. Please maintain.
Maintaining.
You can go and ease slightly, pilot.
Easing back to about 50.
Good copy, 50. Right, pilots, straps is on. Go ahead and go off stick. Leave auto heading engaged until the lift line gets close. Deck boss, can we secure A-frame? Winch takes back local control.
Remote disabled.
Good copy, winch. Thank you.
Auto heading disengaged.
Good copy, pilot. Auto head disengaged. It looks like you were free. Can you confirm?
Appears I am free on my end as well.
Good copy, pilot. Alright, pilot, if you want to go ahead and engage auto heading inverse of the ship. The line is starting to come tight. We'll have you start to drive towards the port quarter. So reverse and starboard.
Copy that. Auto headings in. Light reverse and starboard engaged. Just backing at this point.
Copy, pilot. If you could put in a little bit of starboard lat.
Starboard lat in.
Or towards starboard. Push towards starboard. Looks good. Right, pilot. That's looking really good. Maintain that.
Maintaining.
Just go ahead and come straight back now, pilot.
Straight back.
Looking real good. Line's calling in and tight. Alright, just straight back, pilot.
Yep, straight back.
Okay, you're coming underneath the crane here shortly.
Ready for spin?
Go ahead and do a rotate to starboard.
Auto
and
headings
you're coming
out.
up on the crane.
Off stick.
Good copy. Pilot, secure power.
Deck east up. Winch, knife switch.
Knife switch.
Power meter reads 0.
Vehicle is cold.